Doing great.
Call the meeting of the Appropriations Committee to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to today's meeting. Today we'll be marking up our National Security, Department of State, and related programs appropriations measure for fiscal year 2026. As with our previous markups, it's my intention to complete all of our work on this bill today. While we'll take a recess for floor votes as needed, we'll otherwise be here today until our work is completed. I know there are questions about the remaining schedule for the week given the change in the House calendar. At this time, there are no changes to our schedule. I will, however, convey any changes to you as soon as possible following consultation with Ranking Member DeLauro. So we're kind of on track, but honestly, I want to see how things go today. Want to have a chance to talk to all of you on both sides of the aisle, honestly, individually. I know you got travel schedules and things of that nature, and we're still conferring with our leadership as well. But we will, today we know what we're doing, and we'll announce by the end of the day, if we're on schedule or not. So thank you for bearing with us, and we will get you information as quickly as we can. Thank you. Our only order of business again today is consideration of the National Security, Department of State, and related programs appropriations bill for fiscal year 2026. I'll now recognize Chairman Diaz-Balart to present the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'm pleased to present the fiscal year 2026 National Security, Department of State, and related programs appropriations bill to the full committee for consideration and for approval. Let me start by thanking Chairman Cole for his essential leadership at the helms of this Appropriations Committee and for his, what I believe is deep wisdom, Mr. Chairman, in refocusing this subcommittee, starting by changing the name to really better reflect the investments made on behalf of the American people, that they are to advance U.S. national security. I also want to thank Ranking Member Frankel and Ranking Member DeLauro and all of the members of the subcommittee for your partnership in developing this important bill. The bill before us delivers on President Trump's America First agenda. First, we drastically reduced spending by cutting 22% from the enacted level. The greatest threat to our country's stability and security is our debt. And this bill decisively but responsibly reins in spending. Now, these cuts are in addition to the 6% cut achieved in the final enacted version of the fiscal year 24 State and Foreign Operations Act, which was carried, as you all know, in the CR, in the continuing resolution. Within the remaining funds, this bill prioritizes our national security, especially, I may add, in the Western Hemisphere, the Middle East, and the Indo-Pacific. It provides unwavering support for Israel and fully funds the United States-Israel Memorandum of Understanding by providing $3.3 billion in security assistance to allow Israel to defend herself from existential threats. Other key partners, other key allies in the Middle East, such as Egypt and Jordan, are strongly supported as well. The bill includes funding and conditions to confront the national security threat posed by the Chinese Communist Party, including through a new provision that prohibits support for academic institutions partnering in STEM programs with PRC or CCP-controlled colleges in Communist China. And it continues to prohibit foreign assistance from being used to repay loans to the PRC and many other key limitations on funding regarding the PRC. We have $500 million in foreign military finance, and up to $2 billion in loans and loan guarantees are provided for Taiwan to strengthen deterrence across the Taiwan Straits. Strong support is also provided for other key partners in the Indo-Pacific, such as the Philippines and Pacific Island countries. This bill continues important investments, Mr. Chairman, to combat the trafficking of fentanyl and the transnational criminal organizations behind that scourge of drug addiction confronting every single community in the United States of America. The bill creates the America First Opportunity Fund, which will enhance our country's leverage abroad and enable a rapid response to any crisis. It also creates the National Security Investment Programs account, a new account that facilitates efficient, strategic deployment of programs that support the United States national security interest. Yes, that is the theme. That is the theme of this bill. Together, this realignment of resources ensures that our foreign policy is focused on making Americans safer, stronger, and more prosperous. Critically important, Mr. Chairman, and members of this committee, the bill maintains all longstanding pro-life provisions alongside enhanced oversight and transparency measures to ensure that American taxpayer dollars do not fund abortions, a policy that Americans overwhelmingly support. This bill, my friends, makes very clear that the days of a weak American foreign policy, those days are over. Funding is cut, conditioned, or withheld to countries that are no longer advancing shared interests, such as Colombia, due to the Petro administration's abject failures in preventing political violence, creating economic deterioration, and emboldening transnational criminals. South Africa, unless it ceases cooperations with our adversaries and upholds the rule of law. And Mexico, until it meets the requirements on water deliveries to the United States in accordance with the terms of the 1944 Water Treaty. The bill also blocks assistance to anyone that supports, finances, facilitates the operations of the Cuban Ministry of the Revolutionary Armed Forces or Ministry of Interior. By the way, I'm also really grateful to President Trump and Secretary Rubio because they used language that I included in the fiscal year 2024 bill to sanction anti-American thugs in the Cuban regime who work closely with America's adversaries. This bill demands unprecedented accountability of the United Nations and other international organizations. It brings greater scrutiny to the actions of member states, including their voting record at the United Nations in determining the allocation of funds. That, frankly, doesn't sound like it should be controversial, but it's about time that we do that. No funds are included for the United Nations regular budget, and funds are prohibited to the World Health Organization, the United Nations Commission of Inquiry against Israel, the United Nations Relief and Work Agency known as UNRWA, the United Nations Human Rights Council, the International Criminal Court, and the International Court of Justice. Furthermore, the bill includes a new provision to demand justice for the victims murdered in the October 7th terrorist attack, including American citizens, by requiring full accountability for the UNRWA staff involved in this vicious, cowardly attack. So these are just, my friends, a few examples of how this bill strengthens our national security and supports an America First foreign policy. But there's more. The bill prohibits funds for controversial or ineffective programs that Americans do not support and our allies and partners don't need. The bill supports full implementation of key Trump administration executive orders that reflect a clear commitment to national sovereignty, secure borders, limited government, and American values, including those related to restoring free speech and ending censorship, ending DEI programs, and many, many others. I would note that many of these limitations, by the way, were carried in the last two House-passed, then called the State Foreign Operations Bills, and for really good reasons. I was pleased to see that President Trump embraced a lot of those policies through executive orders in the early days of his administration. And let's face it, it was no secret that the Biden administration was funding controversial, wasteful programs, and even programs that were actually harmful to our national security interests. And I sounded the alarm publicly and privately, and you all heard me do that. I raised it in every hearing. We debated extensively, frankly, during our markups, as I'm sure we will do so again today. But here's a sad reality, is that these funds were being used to fund drag shows, DEI hiring, and even labs of the Communist Chinese Party. I hope we can finally all agree now that these prohibitions are needed, or we frankly risk losing the American people's support for these important investments. You see, the American people must be reassured that funds in this bill will promote our national security and our interests. Throughout this process, the goal is to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars, to represent our constituents' priorities in foreign assistance, and above all, to protect the United States' national security. This bill would not be what it is today without the valuable input from each member of this panel. Your thoughtful recommendations have shaped the measures before us, and I'm so grateful for your contributions. But now, before I close, I also want to thank the staff, the amazing staff on both sides of the aisle for their hard work. Let me just start by naming them by name. Subcommittee Clerk Susan Adams and her entire team, Craig Higgins, Gailey Alvarado, Jamie McCormick, Troy Hicks, John Muscolini, Gabriella Zack, and Aaron McMeniman. Aaron, I always butcher your name. Where are you? I always butcher your name, but I'm going to get it. From my personal office, I want to thank Cesar Gonzalez, Mr. Chairman. You know, he's kind of the memory of this committee. Giselle Reynolds, Autumn Early, and from the minority staff, I want to thank Aaron Kolodziejski, Lori Mignon, and Ed Etzkorn. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I look forward to the vigorous debate, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, and I would now like to recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Frankel, for remarks on the bill.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to start by recognizing the collegiality of our chairman, Mr. Diaz-Balart, and the thoughtful members on both sides of the aisle. And, of course, I want to thank our hardworking staff. But most of all, I want to recognize the brave and committed Americans, our diplomats, our USAID workers, our humanitarian teams, the public health experts, and our partners around the world, and the public health experts who bring our country's values to the world's toughest places. They're the ones who delivered vaccines to remote villages in the Congo, who helped girls in Ethiopia escape forced marriage and find education and safety. I've seen their work up close. I know many of us have. And the impact of programs we funded. Children who escaped the brutality of Assad's Syria thriving in classrooms in Jordan. Mothers in Malawi learning skills to support their families. Pregnant women in Kenya staying healthy with support from HIV clinics. To all these workers, past and present, you are the patriots. You represent the best of America. And those who are still serving deserve more than our thanks. They deserve the tools to get the job done. Mr. Chairman, I wish we had a bipartisan bill in front of us that I could support, that honored the service and reflected Americans' leadership. If we had had a responsible allocation in a White House that understood diplomacy, development, and humanitarian aid, we could have gotten there. But instead, here we are questioning whether any of this really matters when the president just ignores the will of Congress and the laws we pass. So today, I strongly oppose the FY 2026 Republican bill, it's not just a funding cut. It's a reckless blueprint for American retreat. Our president seems to think that relying on threats and bullying alone is smart strategy. But chaotic tariffs, cruel immigration crackdowns, and this tepid foreign aid plan before us today is not going to make us more safe, secure, or more prosperous. And attention, we are ceding the world to China. And let me make it clear, this bill does not lower costs for hardworking families and retirees on day one, as promised by the president. Instead, it puts hard-earned finances at risk by hurting global stability. And tax breaks for billionaires is not a trade-off for millions of starving children around the world. And let me just say that this bill does not make one bit of difference in making up the $4 trillion addition to our debt when the Republicans passed what they called their big bill, their big, beautiful bill. I call it the big, ugly bill. And this bill adds to a list of troubling actions by the administration. Here's what's happened leading up. Foreign aid has been held up legally, then justified by an inane clawback known as a rescission. USAID, an agency backed by Congress that fights poverty and prevents conflict, gutted. Over 10,000 development and humanitarian professionals dismissed by Elon Musk. 5,000 life-saving programs abruptly terminated. 1,300 State Department staff laid off. Offices shuttered. Decades of progress wiped out. And how disgusting. The richest man in the world was allowed to pull the plug on programs that save the world's poorest children. The infrastructure and staffing are no longer present to carry out the few programs that remain. And let me say this again with emphasis. The infrastructure and staffing are no longer present to carry out the few programs that remain. And while the world faces crisis after crisis, wars and armed conflict, extreme weather, hunger and famine, disease and outbreaks, mass migration, rising authoritarian regimes, these aren't distant problems, they land right at our door. Fragile states collapse and migration surges. Trade stops and U.S. farmers and businesses lose buyers. Climate disasters destroy crops and homes. Broken health systems allow deadly viruses to spread. And when we step back, China and Russia step in, not to help, but to expand their grip. We're leaving behind a gap that they fill with money and weapons and propaganda, taking over the airwaves, reaching listeners who used to rely on Voice of America and our international broadcasting. They want to remake the world to fit their playbook. And meanwhile, sadly, our allies are also slashing foreign aid, pushed to spend more on weapons by Mr. Trump. As global needs explode, democracy's soft power is vanishing. And this bill fails to meet the moment. Here's what it really does. It cuts 22% from the international affairs budget. That's $13 billion. Diminishes funding for development and economic assistance. Kids kicked out of classrooms and cut off from clean water. Farmers losing seeds and tools to make a living. Violence prevention programs vanishing. Local nonprofits shut down. The bill slashes humanitarian aid by 42%. In Nigeria, malnourished infants are dying without food. In Miramar, hospitals are going dark. In Gambia, support for the survivors of female genital mutilation has ended as the country debates making it legal again. In Ukraine, wounded soldiers go without care. And in Ecuador, women entrepreneurs are losing lifelines and heading to our border. This is a blow to our credibility, our moral standing, and our global influence. Soft power, interestingly enough, development and diplomacy has been secret weapons abroad. Without them, we're losing Americans on the ground who know the terrain, see the trouble coming, and keep us one step ahead. And as always, my, here we go again. Republicans couldn't resist one more swipe at women, slashing family planning programs that save hundreds of thousands of lives each year and prevent millions of unplanned pregnancies. reinstating the global gag rule, which blocks funding to foreign groups that even talk about abortion. You can't even say the word abortion. Not do abortion. Say the word abortion. You lose your funding. Gutting the UNFPA, which provides basic reproductive and maternal care in over 150 countries. And while this bill guts humanitarian programs and walks away from the world's most vulnerable, the administration is also on the road to destroying one of the smartest, most effective U.S. foreign policies, the Women, Peace, and Security Agenda. It's not some fringe idea. It's law, signed by guess who? Donald Trump. It passed with strong bipartisan support. Here's why. Women experience conflict differently than men, often bearing the brunt of sexual violence, displacement, and the burden of caring for families amid chaos. Yet, also, they are often excluded from life-changing decisions. The WPS agenda has trained diplomats, strengthened alliances, and put more women in the center of peace and security. When women are at the table for peace talks, recovery, and crisis response, the results are better, period. Peace lasts longer, communities recover faster, and missions succeed. And yet this administration has shut down the State Department's office that leads that work right when we need women's leadership the most. And this is not just short-sighted. It makes the world less safe and works directly against our own interests. This bill also bans multilateral institutions and organizations, UNICEF, the UN Development Bank Program, the African and Asian Development Banks, the World Bank, the World Health Organizations, undermining our ability to shape the global agenda and ceding the ground to autocrats. Guess who? Attention, attention, China is going to take over this world. And so why should Americans care that these cuts are going to cost more than they save? Because the cuts hurt American families. When we walk away from the world, chaos spreads. Troops are put in harm's way. Our adversaries gain ground, and we pay the price in dollars and in lives. And look, I say this not just as a lawmaker, but as a mother. My son served in the Marines. He was sent to 2 wars, Iraq and Afghanistan. I know what it means when diplomacy fails. The cost is not hypothetical. It hits our soldiers and the family the hardest. And let me remind you, the international budget was already less than 1% of our federal funding, but it delivered huge returns, markets for American goods, stability abroad, protection from pandemics, fewer troops sent into harm's way. Last week, we passed an $832 billion defense bill. That's hard power. But even our top generals warn without soft power alongside, that number will only keep rising. So, Mr. Chair, this bill's a lost opportunity. It's a failure to lead. It hurts American families because when health systems collapse, people get sick. When trade stalls, jobs vanish. When diplomacy fails, our loved ones go to war. So let me close with this. Democrats are not giving up. We're ready to work together with Republicans to reach a bill that reflects our values, keeps our promises, and protects American lives, because we cannot bomb and drone our way to peace and prosperity. A strong America does not hide. It does not bully. A strong America leads with vision, with courage and compassion, and that is the bill we should be fighting for. And thank you. I yield back. Thank you, Senator.
Thank the gentlelady, and I now recognize myself for remarks on the bill. Thank you, Chairman Diaz-Balart, and thank you to Ranking Member Frankel, and certainly to my good friend Ranking Member Delore, the full committee, and to all our committee members. Today's fiscal year 2026 National Security, Department of State, and related programs appropriations bill marks a critical step toward advancing a sharpened approach to U.S. foreign policy. We ensure that Americans are safer at home and abroad without compromising fiscal responsibility. And we make clear that we will not retreat from the cause of freedom. This bill prioritizes our national security through robust support for our allies and through upholding peace through strength. We support essential efforts to advance democracy, defend human rights, and confront the creep of authoritarian regimes. We champion American leadership in the face of bad actors, confronting communist China, cutting off terrorist financiers in Iran, and standing firm against the evil of Putin. And we reaffirm our steadfast support for our great ally Israel as they fight for their existence amidst terror and evil. This measure realigns our foreign assistance to prioritize high-impact programs. Strong accountability and oversight ensure the elimination of waste, fraud, and abuse. Importantly, we uphold religious freedom programs and maintain our long-standing bipartisan pro-life protections. America first doesn't mean America retreats. It means we lead on our terms in defense of our interests, our values, and our way of life. The legislation reiterates just that. I thank Chairman Diaz-Balart, Ranking Member Frankel, and the majority and minority staff for their hard work. I look forward to consideration of the bill, which reflects a commitment to freedom and democracy. And with that, I yield back. I now would recognize my good friend, the Ranking Member of the full committee, Mr. Laura, for her opening remarks on the bill.
Thank you to, yes, indeed, my dear friend, it's not said lightly, the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Cole. I also want to thank Chairman Diaz-Balart and Ranking Member Frankel, and yes, the subcommittee staff on both sides of the aisle for their work. And in particular, I want to shout out Erin Kolodziejski, Laurie McDone, and Ed Etzkorn. I must oppose the bill before us today, which dismantles American diplomacy and soft power. It abdicates American leadership, yields the global stage to China and Russia, threatens women's health, and abandons people around the world. Since taking office, President Trump's administration has stolen resources appropriated by this committee, passed by Democrats and Republicans in the House and in the Senate, for programs and services across the federal government, including several in this bill, that protect and promote American interests and security around the world. Instead of being laser-focused on the cost of living crisis, President Trump and Republicans are making it worse. Their big, ugly bill is handing massive tax breaks to the wealthy and to corporations while driving up the cost of living for hardworking Americans, while the administration empowers billionaires and dismantles agencies and programs that save lives and protect our national security. President Trump is aggressively pursuing an America Last agenda that will only see America become weaker, more isolated, and more ostracized. It is actively devastating impoverished regions, causing tragic and preventable death around the world and hurting American farmers. They empowered Elon Musk, an unelected billionaire who orchestrated the evisceration of USAID and a freeze on programs saving the lives of vulnerable people around the planet. Testing and monitoring of diseases have dwindled. Life-saving treatments have stopped. Partnerships nurtured over decades to improve people's well-being were severed. And just last week, the State Department destroyed 500 tons of taxpayer-funded emergency food, which could have fed 1.5 million kids for a week. Earlier this month, there was a purge of our diplomatic corps at the Department of State, where career, nonpartisan staff who dedicated their lives to advancing American interests and who hold a wealth of irreplaceable knowledge and relationships were fired. If you were China or Russia and you wanted to weaken America, what would you do differently? This self-destruction is inexplicable, it is unfathomable, and it is unforgivable. It may be easy for some people to look the other way and assume that these cuts are only inflicting harm on the other side of the world. But this affects all of our constituents. New Haven, Connecticut's Integrated Refugee and Immigrant Services, or IRIS, brings hope and builds community in my district. They selflessly help refugees and immigrants navigate their lawful presence and build their lives in America, where they can be free from oppression, free from destitution, and free to become an important part of their country's fabric and economy. These are people who are lawfully in our country. They have been vetted. But President Trump's order freezing grants for refugee resettlement and agencies across America is throwing IRIS and the lives of refugees into chaos. IRIS's director said, and I quote, "I work along Afghans who supported U.S. forces and came to the United States a few years ago, and they're still waiting for family to come. Some of them were expecting travel orders for their family at any time. All of that stopped," end quote. Snubbing our allies and turning our back to the world does not make us strong. It makes us weak. It makes us an unreliable ally and an untrustworthy partner. Unfortunately, this bill doubles down on this America Last agenda. It slashes humanitarian assistance by more than a third and foreign assistance by over 20%, creating a soft power vacuum that China is eager to exploit. When we are helping impoverished communities and nations treat diseases, when we are feeding starving children in conflict zones, and when we help ensure villages have drinkable water, we are using and gaining soft power. We do these things because of our generosity. My faith reminds me of our duty to care for the vulnerable and to feed the hungry. Matthew 25:35. "For I was hungry and you gave me food. I was thirsty and you gave me drink. I was a stranger and you welcomed me." We also do these things because they are in our own interest. They build influence, our global standing, and strengthen our national security. When we retreat from the global stage, China and Russia fill the gaps, and the world becomes a more dangerous place. Whose name is on that sack of flour? Whose name is on the door of the clinic? Whose name is on the school book? The United States of America. It must remain that way. The bill scapegoats our international partners, UN agencies and NGOs that deliver life-saving aid to the most vulnerable people around the globe. Organizations like UNRWA will be destroyed, leaving children and families in Gaza and other places around the world to starve and to die. Mr. Chairman, I ask for your commitment to work together on Section 7067, which would place restrictions on funding to the Office of the UN Secretary General until conditions purportedly on UNRWA are met. While we support justice for all those murdered on October 7th, I do not believe the language matches the intent. The provision is overly broad, penalizes important UN entities until specific actions are taken by the United States government. This makes no sense. Moreover, UN immunity is already waived in cases where it would impede the course of justice or where someone has committed human rights violations or engaged in or supported acts of terrorism. We all want justice for the horrific attacks on both Americans and our friends in Israel. And indeed, the Justice Department has a task force already investigating this issue. We should work together to address this in a manner that achieves true justice. This bill puts women and children at risk by prohibiting funding for the United Nations Population Fund, slashing support for bilateral family planning, emergency obstetric services, and responses to gender-based violence, and it cuts over $300 million from programs that improve maternal and child health and fight infectious diseases. This bill surrenders our efforts to combat the climate crisis, eliminating support for climate adaptability and clean energy, ignoring the nexus between climate, conflict, and migration, and jeopardizing the safety and the security of our children, our grandchildren, and every generation to follow. I cannot support this bill, and I will not stop fighting to protect America's interests and against this administration's dangerous dismantling of our diplomatic and humanitarian efforts across the world. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady and the gentleman from Kentucky, the distinguished Chairman Emeritus of the committee, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Diaz-Balart and Cole, Ranking Members Lee and DeLauro, congratulations on bringing forth this very well done bill funding State and Foreign Operations for fiscal 2026. As I know from my previous experience leading this subcommittee, it's a very important bill for our country, for its national security, and is standing on the world stage. I want to thank Chairman Diaz-Balart for including strong funding and resources that the bill provides to combat the flow of fentanyl and other illicit drugs into our country. We must wield every tool at our disposal to curb the influx of fentanyl, which is killing some 70,000 American young people every year. So thank you for making this a big priority in the bill. The bill continues strong support for our great ally Israel, ensuring it has the resources to defend itself and its sovereignty against malign actors in the Middle East. Finally, I'm pleased the bill ensures are adequately countering Chinese aggression, including providing $500 million in foreign military financing for Taiwan to strengthen deterrence across the Taiwan Strait and fully funding the Countering PRC Influence Fund. I appreciate this subcommittee's work and its special work to protect American values both at home and overseas, while upholding our responsibility to the taxpayers to rein in spending. So thank you for your work, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There are many ways to sound retreat. Silence is one of them. Failure to articulate the principles of democracy and defense. Failing to fund properly the defense of democracy here and around the world. The chairman of this subcommittee and I have voted almost exactly alike over a long period of time in ensuring that we opposed communist dictatorship in a little island not too far from our shores. Some of you perhaps saw my statement the day after we bombed Iran's nuclear capacity in support of that action. I fully subscribe to the remarks of the subcommittee chairman in articulating the deficiencies of this bill, in articulating, in sounding a clear trumpet, again, here and around the world, of America's willingness to stand against dictators, despots, and war criminals. I also will take no second spot in my defense of Israel. And I thank the gentleman and the gentlelady for assuring that our intent to defend Israel and oppose those who want to kill Jews. A few months ago, when DOGE eliminated Near Eastern Regional Democracy Fund, which supported pro-democracy Iranian activists, the Ayatollah's regime celebrated. An Iranian newspaper affiliated with Khamenei's government praised the decision, writing, and I quote, "Trump, who was expected to undermine Iran, has instead disrupted the opposition. I think perhaps they've changed their views as a result of the administration's action in Iran just a few days ago. China was similarly elated when the Trump administration gutted Voice of America early this year. Reacting to that news, the former head of the Chinese Communist Party's flagship newspaper said, "How truly gratifying." He said that China was thrilled to see the program, and I quote, "crumble from within, scattering like a flock of startled birds." The reaction was similar in Russia, where the head of one of Vladimir Putin's state media agencies said, and again I quote, "Today is a holiday for me and my colleagues." These are Russian colleagues. "This is an awesome decision by Trump." We couldn't shut them down, the spokesman continued, unfortunately, but America did so itself. The axis of aggression will have the same reaction to this bill. Russia, China, Iran, and others are already working to fill in the vacuum that the bill would help create on the global stage. China, Russia, and other adversaries are pouring money into foreign initiatives to expand their influence around the world. They're training more diplomats and analysts. They are forging closer economic ties with developing nations, as Chair Lady said. Investing in diplomacy and foreign aid is not simply the right thing to do, it is also the smart thing to do. It builds goodwill toward the United States. It helps stop humanitarian crises that would otherwise put additional strain on our broken immigration system. It helps stop the spread of dangerous diseases from HIV to Ebola to COVID. Crucially, investing in these programs enhances our national security without endangering our military service members. I echo what Marco Rubio said in 2017. Foreign aid is not charity. We must make sure it is well spent, but it is less than 1% of our budget and critical to our national security. That was the Secretary of State who said that in 2017. How sad to see him rationalize disinvestment, contradicting his own words. In just the past few weeks, we've seen the administration purge over 1,300 employees from the State Department, allegedly to improve efficiency and perhaps because our foreign challenges have become less complicated. I had two separate constituents who were dismissed. They're concerned that the purge will undermine the State Department's ability to process Americans' passport. I will yield, and I would hope somebody would yield to me to continue my statement.
I thank the gentleman. Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards, is recognized for opening remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the vice chair of this subcommittee, it is truly an honor for me to speak in strong support of the National Security Department of State and related program appropriations bill for fiscal year 2026. But before I speak on it, I'd like to commend Chairman Diaz-Balart for how hard you've worked on this bill. I know that you've toiled. I know that you've struggled with some really tough decisions. I've seen you so many times over the last several weeks, pacing in the hall, talking on the phone, in the corner of the rooms, breaking pencil lead way after everybody else was gone. There's some tough decisions to make, and I applaud how you've met those tough decisions. And any of us could find things we'd rather include in this bill if we had unlimited resources. We do not have unlimited resources. And Chairman Diaz-Balart, I think you've just done a remarkable job in being fiscally responsible to our taxpayers and helping make a difference in our deficit and to help meet our worldwide responsibility while still protecting the people here at home. Our bill represents a responsible and strategic approach to American foreign policy, delivering the 22% reduction in funding compared to fiscal year 2025 that was enacted, while further strengthening the national security of the United States. In every meeting, hearing, and fact-finding mission, our focus has never wavered to craft the strongest possible bill that enhances America's security and advances prosperity at home and around the world. Let me highlight just a few of the critical provisions in this bill that I most favor. We fully fund Countering PRC Influence Fund with $400 million, an essential tool in confronting and countering the Chinese Communist Party. We included language that demands greater burden sharing and defense spending from our NATO allies. We include robust assistance to key U.S. partners like Jordan and Egypt, two nations that continue to play vital roles in promoting stability and counterterrorism efforts across the Middle East. We prioritize funding to combat the flow of fentanyl and other drugs in the United States. We fully fund U.S. efforts to eradicate polio with $85 million. We offer greater protections for American businesses operating abroad. We fully fund American-made, ready-to-use therapeutic food at $300 million to address the global malnutrition crisis. And we support President Trump's executive orders to eliminate wasteful spending on DEI initiatives, radical climate mandates, and divisive gender ideology programs. I've heard Secretary Rubio's name mentioned a couple times. I'd like to call on a quote that he used with this very committee just a few weeks ago. Secretary Rubio said, "We are going to continue to be the world's most generous provider of humanitarian assistance, of food assistance, of development assistance, way more than any other country." I believe we delivered on his commitment to America through this bill. We already are, and we're going to continue to be, but we're going to do it differently, he goes on to say. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill fulfills that promise by directing critical assistance to those who need it the most, while ensuring every tax dollar is spent with greater efficiency and accountability. I'm going to be happy, I'm going to be proud to go back to Western North Carolina and assure the people that sent me here that their tax dollar is going to be spent far more efficiently than how they have seen their tax dollars spent in the past. So with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Ohio is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Chairman Cole and Ranking Member DeLauro, Chair Diaz-Balart. It's on. It's on, Mr. Chairman. Lean into it more. And Ranking Member Frankel. First, let me express my deep concerns about the impact of the complete restructuring of this legislation to codify the misinformed and malicious gutting of our nation's diplomatic corps. The 22% cut compared to last year by this bill is irresponsible, and I view it actually as dangerous. We face major threats and wars across places like the Middle East, where our allies are impacted, and a part of the world there where the oil-rich kingdoms have an outsized influence on global politics. In the European theater, Russia's war on Ukraine is weaving a new spider web of tyranny that faces our NATO allies, now involving ground troops from Laos and North Korea equipped with Iranian Shahed rockets and drones. The majority's naive, some would say isolationist proposal reminds me of an adage shared with me by a high-ranking Central European official who said, "If you turn your back on foreign affairs will find you." That day is ahead. Our nation's security is not guaranteed. We must work for it every day, as our Constitution places our primary duty as protecting and defending our nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That is why the first federal agency established by Congress and signed into law by President George Washington was the Department of Foreign Affairs. Our founders knew that if we did not prioritize engaging with and creating alliances in the global community, then we put our liberty and security at risk. We do not live on Earth alone. Every nation needs allies, so do we. We are not the most populous nation on Earth. To keep Americans safe and prosperous, we first must be secure. Without diplomatic support, many of our allies, partners, and millions who are living in liberty will be forced to face the rising threat of tyranny and the harm it is causing as global allies question America's resolve. Our nation shaped international relations through engagement, what has been called soft power, news media, educational and cultural exchanges, foreign assistance, like food. I so disagree with the cuts that will not only impact people around the world who've already died because of shortages, that they haven't received the food in warehouses that we are destroying, but America's farmers who won't get that money. All programs significantly cut in this bill have formed the cornerstone of our engagement. We have entered a new era of competition among great powers. China, Russia, the tyrants backfilling where our nation cedes the field. Latin America, Africa, the Pacific nations, the Middle East, and even now in Central Europe. These are evolving threats which demand new resources. In science and technology, the United States used to lead the world in all the top ones, but now, unfortunately, that lead is being passed to Communist China. Leaders of our country must pay attention to the widening gaps in technological advancement, and never should our nation be placed in a position where aggressive foreign military power overwhelms our nation because their technology is superior. America in alliance is much stronger than America alone. Enacting misinformed and punitive budget cuts would be a significant setback for our country. For example, Canada is Ohio's largest trading partner, accounting for 100,000 jobs just in my state and $21 billion of goods sent annually to our neighbor to the north. Other countries, the United States Department of State has sought to cultivate mutual exchange programs. Canada is a friend and ally and a fair trade partner. Why would we make fun of the Maple Leaf folks and make trade more difficult? All of these exchange programs, whether they're on our continent or around the world, have included the result of 75 more Nobel laureates, nearly 450 current and former heads of state government that believe in liberty and copy what we have done here. The United States has extended its global influence through radio and television news with efforts dating back to World War II with the Voice of America that countered Nazi propaganda. That practice expanded amid the Cold War with Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty, and we need programs and media platforms such as Voice of America and the U.S. Agency for Global Media. I don't want to speak overtime except to say that President John Kennedy eloquently advised, let every nation know, whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, to assure the survival and success of liberty. I think that General Omar Bradley, in another era, also had good advice. Wars can be prevented just as surely as they can be provoked. We who fail to prevent them must share in the guilt for the dead. This legislation hangs our allies out to dry. I cannot support it as drafted and urge my colleagues to oppose it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief because I know we have a long day today, but I want to point out some successes in this bill that I think are germane and very important as we move forward. First of all, Mr. Chairman Diaz-Balart, I want to thank you for your hard work on that, and I'm not just trying to ingratiate myself. I really mean this. When I got on this subcommittee, I didn't even know what PEPFAR was. And I have learned over the last couple of months exactly what it is and the 26 million lives that it has saved since 2003. You remember when we got in our subcommittee meeting a couple of months ago, there was a lot of consternation after the testimony from our witnesses about the future of PEPFAR. We were in danger of losing this program. The signature program for President George W. Bush. Our chairman went to bat for this program. He found the money for this program, and this program will exist not forever, but as it was intended to be, a temporary program. We are directing the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, to come up with a transition plan and report back to us under our oversight position to transition this all-important program to African nations, to the Global Fund, and to other entities which can carry it forward. I think that is a significant win in this bill. It is a bipartisan win because I know that the members that I have talked with, including the ranking member of this full committee and the ranking member of the subcommittee, have a deep passion for this program, as we all should. So I applaud you, Mr. Diaz-Balart, in saving PEPFAR. USAID, I'm not going to go into all the crazy programs that somehow got wrapped up over the years that we were paying, the American taxpayers were paying for. You sat here and you heard Secretary Marco Rubio enumerate some of these programs. I think the American taxpayer is disgusted that we got to this level where we were paying this type of money for these programs. And yet I've seen some of these programs that actually work, and I've enumerated those and spoken about them in the news media and to you, some of you here in this committee. That is the type of soft power, although I don't like that term, that we need to continue, and some of those programs will continue thanks to our chairman, Diaz-Balart. Under a new title, under a new branding, these programs will continue as national security investment programs, mirroring the new name for our subcommittee. Because I think we all have to realize at one point, we are $37 trillion in debt. We've got to put America first, but we also have to consider our influence in the rest of the world. And so by continuing with national security investment programs, we are putting down on paper and putting in our minds and our hearts that it doesn't have to do with national security. We should not be spending taxpayer dollars on it. Lastly, I'd like to say, had an old preacher back in the 80s, a friend of mine, and he had this familiar saying. He said, "It was always right to do right. It's always wrong to do wrong. It's never right to do wrong, and it's never wrong to do right." I will submit to you here today, my friends on the Appropriations Committee, we are doing the right thing. We are making the cuts necessary to move the ball forward, to keep us afloat as a nation, while securing our place on the world stage and our influence. Let's work together to make that happen. Let's continue to have conversations, not just in this committee room, but outside it, so we can work together to make America first, so we can be the strong power that we need to be for the rest of the nation. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. I want to thank him for staying within the time. Chair just wishes to advise members, look, I'm always inclined to be generous with time. But if we can stay within 5 minutes, we are going to have a long day today, just given the sheer number of amendments. That would be helpful. With that, the distinguished gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding the time, which I am pleased to yield to Leader Hoyer.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Alford is one of my better friends on the Republican side. I respect him. I respect his remarks. And we are pleased, as the gentleman observed, that PEPFAR has been saved. It was saved from DOGE. It was saved from the Trump administration. And yes, we support that effort, and we applaud the chairman of the subcommittee for doing that. However, when the gentleman talks about limited resources, there are limited resources. And I care a great deal about the debt. We need to deal with $37 trillion of debt, or my great-grandchildren are going to be in real trouble. My grandchildren are going to be in trouble. Maybe my children won't be in so much trouble. But we need to deal with that debt. But a Republican former vice president who was governor of our state once said, the cost of failure far exceeds the price of progress. That was Spiro Agnew. The cost of failure exceeds the price of progress. On your side, you made a determination. You were going to raise our debt by $5 trillion. Some people who had never voted to raise debt before voted to raise the debt by $5 trillion. And then you spent that additional debt, giving $3.4 trillion to some of the wealthiest people in America. Now, there were some who were not so wealthy, also got some small relief. So yes, this bill does some good things, but it is silent on, I think, one of the biggest challenges to which John Kennedy was speaking, that we will pay any price, bear any burden to defend freedom here and around the world. And we have a dictator, despot, anti-democrat with a small d, attacking a democratic country, an ally of ours. We have had 12 votes on supporting Ukraine. There's not a single Democrat voted against Ukraine in those. And the overwhelming majority of Republicans voted for these 12 votes. An average of 79% of us in the Congress of the United States supported defending and helping Ukraine defend itself. Yet, as I understand it, there's not a single word in this national security bill about Ukraine. I think the gentleman from Illinois has an amendment that may deal tangentially with Ukraine. But this bill is essentially silent. That's what I mean about sounding retreat. Now, we won't know the full scope of the damage of this bill for a long time to come. I hope it's a long time, and maybe sooner. We talk about China. We talk about Taiwan and supporting that, $500 million. I guarantee you, the message we send to China if Ukraine loses will be louder than anything this bill says. Many of those forced out of state were intelligence analysts specializing in Russia and China. Others focused on counterterrorism and on stopping drug trafficking. Some were tasked with ensuring America's energy dominance, maintaining America's security and influence around the world. Is not a partisan issue. It has not been for me a single day I have been in this institution. I supported almost all of Ronald Reagan's buildup. And I think it led directly to the ability of Gorbachev to look his industrial complex in the eye and say, we can't compete with America. We ought to put this legislation aside and act on the bipartisan consensus that I believe still exists on these priorities. I pray it still exists. If America retreats, our adversaries will inevitably advance. Are there some good things in this bill? There are. But they are woefully inadequate in so many other ways. I urge the defeat of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I thank both the gentlemen. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member DeLauro, Chair Diaz-Balart, and Ranking Member Frankel for all of the hard work that you have put into this bill. However, I must sadly stand in opposition to this FY 2026 National Security Department of State and Related Programs bill. Chairman Diaz-Balart had said that this bill delivers on President Trump's America First agenda. In fact, it does the opposite. The bill will make America last in global influence, last in international leadership, last in its capacity to respond to the most pressing challenges at home and abroad. All of us have borne witness to the havoc President Trump has wrought on the world stage since his second inauguration a little over 6 months ago. President Trump has embarked on unilateral trade wars with our allies and our partners, which has created market instability, increased consumer cost, has harmed American manufacturers and workers, and damaged our economic competitiveness. President Trump also has announced that he wants to be a peacemaker and a unifier. But his erratic and aggressive foreign policy has only made the risk of war much more likely. In all of my years of public service, that's headed toward a half century, I've never imagined a president of the United States that would threaten to invade Greenland and annex Canada. And President Trump, with the help of this Congress, has sadly weakened vital American institutions that make our country safer and ensure the security, prosperity, and well-being of billions of people around the world. For example, President Trump has shuttered the U.S. Agency for International Development. In so doing, he has defunded over 80% of all global health and development programs. This bill includes no funds for USAID. USAID has played a vital role in combating food insecurity around the globe, which is an issue that is very important to me as a ranking member of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Agriculture. At home, the decision to shutter USAID is taking a devastating multi-billion-dollar toll on America's farmers, as USAID has historically been one of the largest buyers of U.S.-grown crops. USAID has sourced 41% of food aid directly from American farmers, everything from wheat from Kansas to soybean oil from Iowa to peanut products from Georgia's 2nd Congressional District. As a result, the closure of USAID has hurt American farmers too, not to mention the millions of lives that will be lost by steep cuts to its global health and conflict prevention initiatives. President Trump has also effectively shut down the U.S. Institute of Peace, which promotes conflict resolution mechanisms and advances peace around the world. The Peace Institute takes a 66% cut in this bill. The bill also slashes humanitarian assistance by 42%, which only reinforces the administration's cruel and heartless attitude toward refugees and the suffering of those in need. If these cuts are what America First agenda is all about, I don't believe that they're in the best interest of our nation. More importantly, I don't believe that they're a true representation of our values as Americans, who are among the most generous and charitable people in the world. Our sense of charity is often guided by our deep religious faith. This bill is a betrayal of everything for which America stands, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it in its present form and to use the next few weeks to make bipartisan changes that will reflect the values of America. From them to whom much is given, much is required. America has been given much, but this bill falls far short of what is required. For the sake of a troubled world, for the sake of humanity, we can and we must do better. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair of the subcommittee and the ranking member. This must have been a very, at times, challenging conversation to be having with one another. I'm not offering an amendment, and that's why I'm making opening remarks. I rise to share my opposition to this bill because it will codify the Trump administration's disastrous, chaotic foreign policy actions. With its deep cuts to our country's development, diplomacy, and capacity, this bill, in my opinion, represents a total abdication of U.S. global leadership and puts millions of lives at risk around the world. In my opinion, it makes America less safe. Last week, the House passed a rescissions package which cut $8 billion in foreign assistance programs that directly support children and families living in the most dire circumstances around the world. The funding had already been appropriated by Congress on a bipartisan basis just 4 months ago. When I look at this bill, in addition to the rescissions and the elimination of U.S. aid and the mass layoffs at the State Department, I fear the disastrous impact it will have on our country, our international partners, as we navigate global events together, and as we attempt to be a global leader on all fronts. Our State Department is on life support when we chronically underfund our diplomacy and development, and we must turn to the defense industry instead to make up the difference. As the ranking member of the Defense Subcommittee, I just find that unacceptable. The legislation before us today houses some of the most important programs regarding diplomacy, development, and defense initiatives of the United States and the world at large. The program funded from this subcommittee saves lives. Now, there are many cuts to this bill, and I'm not going to get into all of them, but I'm going to focus on one topic in particular, the fight to end global hunger and child malnutrition. Because when we help parents, they remember who helped them. When we speak today on this bill, as many as 319 million people are facing acute hunger. Over 36 million children are suffering from acute malnutrition. The United States has been a long leader in this, coordinating and executing efforts to lead the global food crisis and have it come to an end. Now, the United States bill that we're about to vote on cuts 42% of the humanitarian assistance, meaning millions of children will be dying of malnutrition and stop receiving food. This bill makes a $192 million cut to Feed the Future. I appreciate that it's still in the bill, but I worked with many others to help develop this in a bipartisan, bicameral fashion. It helps 33 million people worldwide learn how to feed themselves so are not at risk of starvation or us having to come in and help. And just last week, the State Department incinerated nearly 5,000 tons of emergency food that was already purchased to feed starving children. The world watched as this administration decided not to even distribute the food, but burn it instead. I ask you, how many lives could have been saved if we had just kept our commitments, if we had just honored a bill we had just passed 4 months ago? How truly this administration really plans on tackling fraud, waste, and abuse when we are burning food that this Congress had voted on to be distributed to children. This accumulated effect will make more children be at risk of dying, more mothers dying during childbirth, and just the total lack of health care or exposure to violence that these children and their families will be facing is horrifying. It's a waste. It leaves a vacuum of leadership in the most vulnerable places around the world. And that void, I guarantee it, China and Russia will look to fill in their own way. I've been fortunate enough to travel around this world as serving in Congress, and I've met adults and children who remember who helped them, the mothers who knew the plumpy nut that they were giving their child was going to save their life, Who's going to remember us now, and how will we be remembered, is a determination that this bill is part of. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to congratulate first-time Cardinal Lois Frankel on her first bill as ranking member for the State Foreign Operations Appropriations Subcommittee. And Mr. Chairman, I unfortunately rise in strong opposition to this funding bill. I mean, at least in name, Republicans have come around to the fact that our engagement in global affairs, our foreign assistance, and our diplomats are national security. They make us stronger because they deepen and broaden our relationships around the world. They make us safer by preventing the spread of deadly diseases, countering terrorism, and promoting democracy. And they make us more prosperous by creating markets for our goods and building partnerships for commerce and innovation. Foreign assistance is national security, and I hope all of us can now agree on that. But it's unfortunate that this revelation only came after Trump and Musk ripped USAID limb from limb, betrayed tens of thousands who served our country, and shattered trust in our promises around the world. Every year in this markup, I and others emphasize this crucial point. If we give up our seat at the table, we will be on the menu. And based on the trajectory of this administration, that menu will be written in Mandarin. Since this administration makes it increasingly clear that, quote, promoting democracy is not a national security interest of the United States, unquote, my Cuban and Venezuelan constituents cry out, traición, betrayal. And they're right. The Republican foreign aid freeze left Venezuelan and Cuban freedom fighters helpless against regime repression. Republicans weren't satisfied overturning Roe v. Wade. They want to impose a global abortion ban that will result in even more women dying in childbirth. They weren't satisfied cutting Medicaid for working Americans. They want to take away health assistance for people making less than $2 a day. And they weren't satisfied cutting school lunches for American kids. They want to take away emergency rations from kids in war zones with acute malnutrition. And while children starve and suffer as American crops destined to feed them expired in warehouses, the world's warlords and autocrats feasted on the spoils of corruption. And the president has certainly gotten his fill. After all, the primary focus of his foreign policy seems to be soliciting investors for his cryptocurrency and leveling tariffs based on whether countries offer him a golf course. And this bill fails to reverse the Trump administration's isolationist self-sabotage. It does nothing to repair the damage wrought by dismantling USAID and purging policy experts in quantum computing, artificial intelligence, and other emerging technologies from the State Department. It does nothing to inhibit Trump's illegal rendition of law-abiding immigrants to war-torn, failed states. It does nothing to rein in Trump's tariffs, which are driving up prices for American families. And it does nothing to restrain Trump's corrupt deal-making with dictators like Bukele, Putin, and Maduro. In fact, this bill shovels over $1.7 billion for a new MAGA slush fund. Where does that money even come from? Revoking security assistance to our allies, rescinding anti-poverty funds, slashing humanitarian aid to war zones, and oh yeah, defunding the police. And where will that money go? To firing all the civil servants who are responsible for oversight of foreign spending, and then ship over $1.7 billion in unmarked bills, courtesy of the American people, no questions asked. To replacing career diplomats and experts with teenage Muscovites and white supremacist demagogues. To celebrating eliminating tiny cherry-picked grants while passing $3 trillion in tax cuts, mostly for the rich, and doing it in the dead of the night. To surrendering our power as appropriators and Republican appropriators, placing trust in Trump to manage money and follow the law. That's how the majority wants to end waste, fraud, and abuse. Sounds a little ridiculous when you say it out loud, doesn't it? While President Trump abdicates our interests abroad, this committee abdicates its own responsibility to hold the administration accountable to the law. So I have a few questions for those of you who don't want to wake up one day as nothing more than a blue ribbon advisory commission. Does it bother you that resources you designated for fighting fentanyl and strengthening the rule of law are being redirected to benefit Trump's family businesses? Is it fiscally responsible to scrap programs like the Inter-American Foundation, which reduces migration at a fraction of the cost of deportations, and pump billions into ICE jails instead? Is it really limited government to give Trump more latitude over foreign affairs spending after he unilaterally impounds and terminates life-saving funds that this committee directed? Is it truly pro-life to sign death warrants for tens of millions, most of whom are children, by ignoring Trump's sabotage of global health and food assistance programs that this committee has long championed? This administration's foreign policy is not value-based or interest-based, it is vengeance-based, driven by political theatrics, cruelty, and disregard for America's former credibility. There is no grand strategy, there is no Trump doctrine. There are just those who are willing to swallow their pride, set aside their values, and shrug at longstanding U.S. interests and just go along with his rants and raves. And there are those who fight back, who refuse to surrender, who show their determination to keep the United States strong, safe, and free. I know which one I'd rather be. That's why, despite my great affection and respect for the chairman and my appreciation for his efforts to mitigate this bill, I cannot in good conscience support it. I look forward to offering my amendments to address the Trump administration's failure to keep us safe, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ming, is recognized for general comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I too want to congratulate our ranking member Lois Franco on her first markup as well. I rise in strong opposition to this bill. Republicans have promised to lower costs for working families across our country. Instead, costs are rising, and Republicans are using their same old playbook: cut programs that help vulnerable people in America and around the world to cut taxes for the rich. We have to zoom out to see the full picture. 2 weeks ago, Republicans passed the big ugly bill, which threw millions of Americans off health care, including 1.5 million New Yorkers, and thousands more off of food assistance. Last week, Republicans passed another ugly bill, clawing back funding both parties agreed to just earlier this year for programs that have been bipartisan for decades. That legislation will force 40 million children worldwide out of school, creating new recruitment prospects for terrorist organizations and hurting opportunities for millions of girls. It will strip 3.6 million people from access to clean water, including nurses helping moms deliver babies. It will prevent 218 million women from deciding when, where, and how to start a family. And that's just the start. For months, Republicans made a big fuss, saying USAID went rogue, that unelected bureaucrats were subverting the will of the American people. And then they turn right around, close their eyes, and give Radical Russ Vought, an unelected bureaucrat, the keys to the diplomacy and development car to drive straight off of a cliff, even though they just bought it from the dealership a few months ago. Now this week, we have this bill, which will cut our 2026 national security budget by 22% from last year's levels, which were already $20 billion below the levels of the year before. This is not America first, it's America alone. A full retreat from the world that will lead to more war, more disease, and more migration, paving the way for our adversaries to fill the void we've left. At a time when sexual and reproductive health and rights are under attack, this bill hurts women and girls by banning funding to the UN Population Fund, slashing funds for life-saving international family planning programs, and codifying the Trump administration's expanded global gag rule. It cuts 20% from efforts to prevent and respond to gender-based violence, cuts humanitarian assistance by over 42%, cuts hundreds of millions of dollars from international basic education programs, which have supported 34 million learners and trained 3 million teachers since 2017 alone. I want to share just one story about the impact of these cuts. In Nepal, 12-year-old Radhika was attending school in a U.S.-funded program and was months away from graduating before her classes shut down due to the funding loss. After the funding was pulled, she said, "I was learning new things every day, and I was excited about going to school again. But now I feel lost. I'm scared that without the classes, I will not be able to continue my education and might be forced to get married soon." Her and millions of other children saw the United States as their salvation. Now they know us as the country who took their future away. These cuts are bad enough, but more than that, this bill just doesn't make any sense. It's a mirage. Republicans seem to want credit for providing more funding than the president asked for, but at least 83% of the programs funded by this bill have been canceled by unelected billionaire Elon Musk and Doge. Over 11,000 employees working for USAID and the State Department have been fired, including my constituents. They were the people who made American power possible. The bill cuts $23 million from the Office of the Inspector General to oversee foreign assistance, even though our colleagues have spent the last 7 months saying we need more oversight of our foreign aid. These cuts hurt, and this bill just shows how backwards my colleagues have it. Foreign aid isn't a corrupt bargain, it's not a handout, and it's not waste, fraud, and abuse. It's a vehicle for American ingenuity, generosity, and security. It's American workers making food products, which have saved the lives of over 5 million malnourished children. It's American farmers, including New Yorkers, creating more resilient crops that help lower prices for American consumers. Our scientists, our Peace Corps volunteers, our Foreign Service officers. A vote for this bill isn't just a vote to make our world less safe, it's a vote to limit our country's reach and potential. Full retreat, America alone. I urge you to join me in voting no. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to our ranking members as well. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak in opposition to this bill. I do rise in opposition to it because it will weaken American influence abroad, jeopardize national security at home, and create opportunities for our adversaries to expand their reach. Beyond being unwise, this bill is cruel. It makes severe cuts to international aid programs that have saved tens of millions of lives around the world. The net effect of this legislation is not only an American retreat on the world stage, but an intolerable increase in global human suffering. When the Trump administration dismantled USAID, they did so under the pretense that the responsibility for administering foreign aid would fall to the State Department. But now Republicans are proposing a bill that slashes funding for the State Department's administration of foreign assistance by 93%. Through U.S. aid funding, the United States saved more than 90 million lives over the past 20 years, including 30 million children under the age of 5. That is one child saved thanks to American intervention every 20 seconds. A report from late June in the Washington Post chronicled the human cost of these cuts. The Post reported the story of a 3-year-old boy in Sudan who died of a chest infection. Doctors in the area could have easily saved his life if only they had access to basic antibiotics. As the boy was dying, his mother carried him in her arms, walking miles to 11 different aid facilities. These facilities used to carry medicine that would have saved the child's life, but due to U.S. foreign aid cuts, their shelves were empty. The boy, Umran, has a twin brother, Marwan. At the time the article was published, Marwan's mother had not yet been able to bring herself to tell her surviving son that his twin brother was dead. His mother told the Post that one day, "I'll just tell him, your brother went to paradise." I'm not naive. I understand that the world can be a hard and unforgiving place. I understand that leadership involves difficult choices that must be made. But this is not a difficult choice. These are human beings. Just because we cannot hear the whimpering of a child a world away does not mean that we are relieved of the moral responsibility to ease their suffering when we can. And we most certainly can. Recent estimates put the death toll of continued defunding of U.S. foreign aid at 14 million by 2030. I strongly encourage my colleagues to revisit the provisions in this bill which dismantle American foreign aid. Not only because it's smart foreign policy, not only because it strengthens our hand internationally, not only because it reduces the influence of our adversaries, but because reducing human suffering is the right thing to do. And now, Mr. Chairman, I have 1 minute and 28 seconds left, and I'd be delighted to yield them to Mr. Hoyer if he so desires. Thank you. That, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, for comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the chairman of the subcommittee and the ranking member of the subcommittee for their efforts to try to work in a bipartisan, constructive way. I must stand and express my concerns regarding the mission of the Green Climate Fund. As we all know, climate change is a reality. And of course, the Caribbean stands in the pathway of hurricanes that every year intensify and destroy those island nations. And both the chairman and the ranking member of the subcommittee must know this really well, because Florida also stands in the pathway of hurricanes and strong winds. And of course, we're seeing how devastating events, flash floodings just hit Washington, D.C. a couple of days ago. Flash floodings flooded the New York City subway system a couple of weeks ago, and we've all remember Superstorm Sandy, and we're still in some way recovering from Superstorm Sandy in New York City. North Carolina has seen devastating effects, the wildfires in California. All of this is happening. We remember Katrina, the impact on New Orleans, and we've seen time and time again how climate change impacts in disproportionate and severe ways many of our communities, forcing us to really make fiscal commitments to remediate the harm caused by these events. And I believe very strongly that we should encounter this and address this by exerting our leadership in the hemisphere. And no best way to start doing that by our commitment to a green climate fund. Now, we've seen migration, and we know for a fact that droughts in Central America have contributed, 7-year droughts in some cases, to food insecurity in those regions, and that have generated a massive exodus of families, including women with children, to our border. So environmental disasters are joined at the hip to migration patterns. And so we must exert our leadership, and we start by committing funding to a green climate fund so that we are the leaders of this hemisphere. And we won't yield that space to China, who could otherwise come in and bring in predatory dollars to build structures that will resist these environmental challenges. We must lead by example, and that starts by committing some level of funding to a green climate fund that will, again, reaffirm our leadership in the world, but particularly in this hemisphere. And that's omitted, not included in the bill. I think it's something that's so important, because what we're facing, not just in the hemisphere, but right here at home, that we must begin to address it. And I must express my concern about it as we debate this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from California, Mr. Levin, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the chair of the subcommittee. I thank our ranking members as well, and I appreciate all the hard work that has gone into this bill, but I unfortunately cannot support it in its current form. It's been discussed that it cuts roughly a fifth of the foreign aid budget. Doesn't make America stronger, in my view, makes us more vulnerable. I proudly represent tens of thousands of Marines and sailors back home. They are the best of the best. I will always have their back. One of the best ways that I know to support the men and women that I represent in uniform is to keep them out of unnecessary conflict. War must always be a last resort. That means leading with diplomacy and leading with smart global engagement. This bill, in my view, moves us in the opposite direction. It slashes some of the very tools that prevent conflict before it begins: peacekeeping operations, humanitarian aid, and global development. When we invest in stability abroad, we protect American lives, American jobs, and American leadership. But don't take it from me. Here are the words of President Ronald Reagan, and I quote, "We must remain vigilant in providing the moral and material support to those who are struggling to resist tyranny and secure a more democratic future," end quote. President Reagan understood that foreign assistance isn't charity. It's not charity, it's a down payment on a safer, freer world. Those are his words, not mine. Foreign assistance isn't charity, it's a down payment on a safer, freer world. Every dollar we spend preventing conflict is a dollar we don't have to spend cleaning up after a foreign conflict. This bill also underfunds our diplomatic corps and chips away at America's leadership on the world stage. And when we step back, our adversaries step in. Russia, China, they're more than happy to fill the void. Strong nations don't just project power, they project purpose. Our diplomacy, our leadership on global health, our leadership on innovation. These have been just some of the American strengths that the world has respected. This bill weakens all of them. It cuts global health programs that stop pandemics before they reach our shores. It undercuts the world-class research that is happening all across the United States, including in my district, including in my region in San Diego, on everything from malaria to malnutrition to fentanyl trafficking. Those are American jobs being impacted. The same goes for clean energy. I don't mean to be a broken record, but we should be leading the global race, not handing it over to China. And I'm deeply concerned by the creation of a vague slush fund in this bill, billions of dollars with little oversight handed over to the executive branch. That's not responsible, it's not conservative, and it's not what we in Congress were elected to do, just hand over a slush fund. This bill leaves us more alone, and alone is not how we win. If we want to keep America strong, we have to, yes, lead with strength, but we also must lead with strategy. That means supporting our great military, but it also means doing everything we can to prevent the next war before it begins. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
And I thank the chairman and ranking member. Sadly, I rise in opposition to this bill. Foreign assistance is critical for our country's foreign policy and our standing in the world as the indispensable nation. Why would we give that up? Yet this administration not only clawed back $9 billion in congressionally appropriated funds just last week, but they have also presented an FY26 budget that does not reflect safety, security, and prosperity as they claim. The cornerstone of United States foreign policy and approach to foreign aid has always been the 3D approach: defense, diplomacy, and development. Unfortunately, we have seen the shuttering of USAID, the scandalous destruction and incineration of food and aid. USAID, an agency that built goodwill for America and, according to The Lancet, prevented deaths of more than 90 million people between 2001 and 2021. I want to repeat that. 20 years prevented the deaths of more than 90 million people. The same study forecasts that the defunding of USAID could lead to 14 million deaths by 2030, including 4.5 million children and babies under 5. Let me repeat that fact. We are risking the deaths of 14 million people between now and 2030, 4.5 million infants and children. The destruction by this administration continued 2 weeks ago with the termination of 1,300 State Department experts, which will hobble our diplomatic strength and create a void that our adversaries will undoubtedly fill. Do we not see the service of those 1,300 experts, public service, selflessly accumulating information, expertise, and they are let go without any warning or cause? In his capacity as Senator, Marco Rubio often praised foreign assistance. He emphasized that foreign aid is not charity, as President Reagan said, but it is critical to our national security. And yet now, as Secretary of State, he has abandoned these articles of faith. The State Department's budget is not a reflection of our leadership, and it is not who we are as a nation. Our diplomats, development workers, and aid professionals embody our values, working in crisis zones to promote peace, health, and human rights. Senator Rubio has repeatedly said that slashing foreign aid will not bring us to balance. Yet Secretary Rubio supports the cuts presented in this bill. 22% cuts, $13 billion. Programs that supported stability and conflict prevention have been cut, which increases the risks that conflicts can spill over into global threats like terrorism and mass migration. It is estimated that more than 360,000 people, most of them children, 250,000 children, have already died due to the closure of USAID. 6 months, 360,000 people, 250,000 of them children. This bill proposes to further cut life-saving humanitarian assistance that could have saved these lives, and for those in the future who will be affected by natural disasters, disease outbreaks, and conflicts. This is not a measure of America's humanity and moral responsibility. Lastly, we have heard members of this administration call for greater self-reliance by foreign partners. This can only be achieved through development and assistance initiatives, and yet in this bill, it cuts development and economic assistance by 21%. Foreign assistance funding accounts for approximately 1% of our total spending on our budgets. It is not charity. It is a key arm, an indispensable arm of our foreign policy toolkit that contributes to our safety, security, and economic prosperity. As appropriators, we must stand up and recognize the values of these investments. And I will say, do we not feel an obligation to lead? Do we not see the suffering of others? No, in this bill, we retreat and we ignore the suffering of others. I'm sad to say that. I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing these drastic, draconian cuts that will cost lives around the world. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mavan, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro, Chairman Diaz-Balart, and Ranking Member Frankel. I rise today in opposition to this bill, which woefully underfunds and undermines U.S. leadership in the world at a time when our adversaries are increasingly competing for influence. Historically, the National Security Department of State and related programs appropriations has accounted for less than 1% of our annual budget, yet the impact of these programs were incredible. The programs built goodwill with local communities. They also helped secure supply chains and force countries that wanted to do business with the United States to reconsider their labor practices. They helped detect infectious outbreaks and prevent them from spreading worldwide. The programs worked. They made the United States safer, stronger, and more prosperous by building relationships of trust. Diplomacy and development worked. The foreign freeze that began in January had ripple effects globally and at home. I've heard from constituents in Munster, Indiana, who are concerned about the U.S. efforts to counter authoritarian influence with the dismantling of the U.S. Agency for Global Media, whose journalists worldwide have faced credible threats, wrongful imprisonment, and death, all in service of bringing unbiased news and information to people under the authoritarian regimes. I spoke with constituents from Chesterton, Indiana, whose family was impacted by the dismantling of the U.S. Agency for International Development. The administration's closing of the U.S. aid left my constituents, like many of yours, without jobs. These are people who dedicated themselves to making the world a better place, who just want to make a difference. The specifics of this bill paint a grim picture. It codifies the dismantling of U.S. aid, which provides on-the-ground infrastructure to respond quickly and effectively to evolving crises. This removes the monitoring mechanisms the U.S. had in place to keep our country safer. Further, the development of economic assistance will be cut by 21% and this bill becomes law. These programs do not throw money at other countries, hoping it will be spent wisely. It helps farmers have better access to tools to cultivate their land responsibly. It helps local organizations establish systems of accountability and combat corruption. It helps educate the next generation by ensuring there are safe classrooms for kids to learn in. I will close with this. Senator Lugar of Indiana believe that when properly administered, development assistance is the bargain for U.S. national security and for our own economic and moral standing in the world. Indiana itself benefits from the world created when U.S. leads $68 billion in goods and services are exported to overseas markets, creating 750,000 jobs here at home. By reducing the foreign affairs budget, by reducing our diplomatic force posture, and by reducing our ability to combat our adversaries, this bill does not make America safer, stronger, or more prosperous. It leaves us more vulnerable to the changing tides of Chinese and Russian investment. For these reasons, I cannot support this bill in current form. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, for the purpose of an amendment. I do not think the gentlelady's mic is on.
Got it. Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I move that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Mr. Chair, imagine putting half a baseball team on the field and expecting them to win the World Series. No outfielder, no catcher, no relief pitcher, just a handful of players scrambling to cover it all. That's exactly what this administration has done with our foreign aid infrastructure. They stripped away the seasoned professionals, dumped new responsibilities on the State Department without backup, and somehow expect a win. It's not just unrealistic, it's reckless. So I'm offering an amendment that speaks to the heart of what it means to lead on the world stage with competence, compassion, and commitment. And my amendment would ensure that the State Department has the staff it needs to properly manage and oversee the vital foreign aid and humanitarian relief for programs that were abruptly yanked from USAID. And let's be clear that these are important efforts that keep us safe, secure, and prosperous. They are life-saving programs that feed hungry children, deliver medicine to war zones, and rebuild communities shattered by disaster. They don't run on autopilot. They need experienced hands. They need oversight. They need people who know what they're doing, and that's why this amendment prioritizes the rehiring of USAID professionals who were arbitrarily fired, experts with decades of institutional knowledge who were tossed aside in a political purge. These are the very people who know how to get aid to the front lines, and we need them back. To cut staff and then expect success is not just foolish, it's dangerous. And people's lives are on the line. I'm talking about lives all over the world. And this is not just an amendment about staffing, it's about restoring the integrity of America's global leadership. Since the start of the Trump administration, we've heard a lot about eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse, often without a shred of evidence. But here's the bitter irony. They've now created the very conditions that invite waste, fraud, and abuse. In January, the Trump administration demolished USAID and shifted responsibility of the American foreign aid and humanitarian relief to the State Department without consultation, without a plan, without any input from Congress. And what was the result? A department forced to absorb a massive new responsibility with neither the workforce nor the institutional capacity to carry it out. Thousands of seasoned development professionals, people who knew how to get food to famine zones, medicine to rural clinics, and support to vulnerable communities, were fired overnight. Their programs were canceled. Their expertise discarded. And what's in their place? Chaos. I'll just give you one example. In Nigeria, a once thriving program to detect and treat tuberculosis, a disease that kills more people globally than any infectious disease, had increased detection. This program had increased detection from 25% to 80% in just a few years. It was a public health triumph, but now that progress stalled. The USAID staff tied to those grants were fired. Really? I mean, what is wrong with these people? The funding just vanished. The programs stopped. The medicine life-saving supplies now sits on shelves, unused and expiring, while TB spreads like wildfire. And it gets worse. Efforts to track data on HIV, TB, and other infectious disease has collapsed. The people responsible for monitoring, for reporting, for saving lives, they're gone. They're fired without cause. And you know, we had all this hullabaloo last week about saving PEPFAR. Guess what's happening to PEPFAR, folks? I had Bill Gates in my office yesterday. Bill Gates, his foundation, has put millions and millions of dollars into HIV. You know what he told me is happening with PEPFAR right now? Nothing. Nothing is happening. Clinics are shuttered. The HIV testing has ground to a halt. Patients are being turned away. They don't have the supplies that they need. Pregnant women are being denied care. Babies are being born with HIV. Babies who months ago could have been protected. Now they're dying because the infrastructure we built was torn down on a whim, really, on extreme political ideology. That's what it was torn down on. And let me say this again. Babies are dying, not because we lack the science or the resources, but because the Trump administration has chosen to dismantle the very programs that could have saved these little children. The systems that once monitored health outcomes are shutting down, and let's just say, Mr. Chair, you should pass this very good amendment.
I appreciate the gentlelady's summary. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. Well, I appreciate the goal of this amendment, which is to ensure sufficient oversight of programs. It unfortunately would create significant and costly inefficiencies in program management. The Department of State needs to have the discretion to determine staffing levels based on program needs rather than just an arbitrary ratio set by Congress. To be clear, program oversight is vitally important, which is why the bill in front of you provides significant resources to the Inspector General and requires the Department of State to increase impact evaluations. The report also includes a new requirement for the State Department to analyze and justify its staffing levels for fiscal year 2025. In short, while I share the gentlelady's goals, I can't support this amendment, which really undermines the efficiencies of the Secretary of State in trying to implement what he's trying to implement. And the distinguished ranking member used a baseball analogy. Let me just respond with another baseball analogy. You all imagine if Congress was going to decide what a baseball coach, who they pick, where they pick, how many. You know what I can guarantee you? They'll lose every game. So again, well-intentioned amendment. It's actually, unfortunately, something that I cannot support at this time. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, and I know, Mr. Chair, you wouldn't put less than 9 people back on that baseball field, but moving right on. Listen. Excuse me? Yes, that was a good point, says Mr. Hoyer. Quite frankly, I really don't like to watch baseball myself, but but I thought it was a good analogy, right?
Go Yankees.
You know, in seriousness, listen, we're never going to be able to fully undo the catastrophic damage done by the Trump administration, his Doge acolytes, that so-called friend, not friend. Is he a friend? Elon Musk, I don't know. But listen, we can start to put things right, and that's what this amendment does. It ensures that the State Department isn't set up for fail. It brings back the experts. It restores some measure of accountability and gives us some eyes and ears on the ground. We need to ensure that our humanitarian investments are effective and transparent and actually reaching the people who need it the most. It's not just a bureaucratic fix. It's a moral imperative. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Let's correct the real waste, fraud, and abuse happening right now, and let's reclaim our role as a global leader with integrity, capability, and the humanity that the world expects from the United States of America. And I yield back. And Mr. Chair, ask for roll call.
Well, if you want to give me just a second, I can assure the gentlelady we'll get there and we'll do what she requests. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The chairman, and the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has previously been requested. I'm sure there's going to be, this guy's a stickler. A few more hands, please. Thank you very much. In the opinion of the chair, again, excuse me, sufficient number of hands having been raised in support, the recorded vote is ordered, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Carter. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart.
No.
Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel.
Aye.
Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer?
Yes.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Aye. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota? Ms. Lee? Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood? Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Must be a great lunch, because there's a lot of members here that, anyway, are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Carter, no.
Gentleman from Nevada.
Mr. Amade, no.
Gentlelady from Nevada.
Miss Lee, aye.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Miss Dean, aye.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Calvert, no.
Gentleman from, other gentleman from California.
Mr. Levin, aye.
Gentleman from New York. A gentleman is not recording.
Mr. Morelli, aye.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Bishop, aye.
Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Espaillat, aye.
I think gentleman from California.
Mr. Valadeo, no.
Okay, are there other members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from California.
Mr. Aguilar, aye.
Are there others? If not, the clerk will tally. Yes, certainly can. Gentlelady from Texas.
Ms. Escobar votes aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 33, and the amendment is not adopted. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I rise today to offer an amendment that would ensure that no less than 15% of the economic development funds in this bill are made available for programs in Africa. By 2050, Africa will become home to a quarter of the world's population, nearly half of the global youth. That's quite amazing. Some of the cities in Africa are booming. Startups are thriving, and across the continent, countries are leapfrogging traditional development paths through mobile banking, financial technology, and energy innovation. By 2030, Africa's consumer market is expected to top $2.5 trillion. This transformation is already visible. In Nigeria, financial technology startups are reshaping the economy, and growing the middle class is driving consumer demand. In Kenya, mobile banking platforms have brought millions of dollars into formal financial system. South Africa and Egypt are home to some of the continent's most advanced tech hubs and industrial centers, while Ghana's stability and entrepreneurial energy are drawing investors from around the world. These countries and many others are building, innovating, and competing. The question is, will the United States be at the table, or will we let others like China steer the ship? I don't think that's at the table. It's at the, I don't know what that's called, the big front of the boat. Anyway, at the same time, we must be clear-eyed. Disease still ravage vulnerable communities. Young people need access to quality education, job training, and opportunity so that success is not reserved for elites alone. And while we weigh our options, China is not waiting. It's investing billions in African infrastructure, digital networks, mining operations, and military influence. China is writing the rules of the road, and we're at the real risk of being left behind, and we cannot afford to cede ground, because this is more than development assistance. It's about protecting our shared future. Pandemics, violent extremism, extreme weather events, they don't just stay contained within borders. Strategic, sustained U.S. engagement in Africa makes the world safer, more stable, more prosperous, and that means for us Americans too. And if we care about resilient supply chains, if we care about the future of democracy, if we want American business to thrive in a competitive global economy, we must be present in Africa and committed to helping our African partners seize the opportunities ahead. Mr. Chairman, of course, I'm not really bragging, but I want to say this. This amendment is about vision. Vision, correct? Brag. She said brag. The vision of American leadership that is bold, forward-looking, and grounded in real partnership, not transactional deals or one-time handouts. We can be Africa's partner of choice, or we can watch others fill the void. Let's make the smart choices. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for explanation of her amendment. I now yield to myself on the amendment. Again, I thank her for her amendment. Africa remains a key focus for our national security interests. Our strategic competitors, whether it's China, the PRC, Russia, including, by the way, the rebranded Wagner Group, are aggressively expanding influence across the continent, undermining democracies, destabilizing markets, and also cutting United States access to critical mineral supplies. Funding from the National Security Investment Program accounts help ensure that America remains economically and politically competitive on the continent. It helps deter our adversaries, and it keeps us secure. Power Africa really is the backbone of sustainable growth, creating reliable power solutions that foster economic self-sufficiency and open new markets for the United States. Supporting faith-based organizations and trusted local partners creates stability, it counters extremism, recruitment for extremist groups, and builds goodwill towards the United States. Targeted assistance for Nigeria addresses growing Christian persecution, and strengthens the rule of law in Africa's most populous nation and a key regional ally of the United States, a security ally. And Africa's critical minerals, cobalt, lithium, and rare earths, are essential for the United States defense and technology. Securing those resources is a direct national security priority. And this funding supports Global Fragility Act initiatives in West Africa, advancing stability in fragile states while reducing future costs to the United States and helping our national security, which is why I commend the ranking member for her amendment. and I would urge my colleagues to support this fine amendment. Is there further debate on this amendment? Seeing no further debate, the question, well, no, yeah, seeing no further debate, the ranking member of the subcommittee is recognized to close for 1 minute.
I'll just say 1 for 2, not bad, but no, thank you. Listen, thank you. You know what, Mr. Chair, I think a lot of us in this room, we have some very common thoughts that we agree on. I'm glad this is one of them, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Okay, the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Like turning the keys over to your kid and finding out he drives better than you do. I now recognize Chairman Diaz-Balart to offer a Republican en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment on the desk, and I would ask unanimous consent that the clerk dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This en bloc amendment includes several changes to the bill and report. The en bloc adds bill language withholding a portion of funds from the UN and other international organizations if they deny Taiwan observer status. This is a longstanding and inexcusable problem at the UN, among so many others, and this amendment begins to address it. It adds language to the bill prohibiting the use of funds in contravention of its Executive Order 14127 relating to restoring names that honor American greatness, including to create, procure, or display any map that inaccurately depicts the Gulf of America. It adds language preventing discrimination based on a person's religious belief around marriage. It increases funds for the American Sections International Commission account with a corresponding offset for unobligated balances from the Economic Support Fund account. The en bloc also includes additional report language, increasing the funding directive for the North American Development Bank, encouraging the State Department's Bureau of Medical Services to support telemedicine platforms to increase cost efficiencies and timely health care to Chief of Mission personnel. Directing the Secretary of State to use funds to counter the threats posed by PRC-linked scam centers and to implement the visa restriction policy announced by the Secretary on May 28, 2025, related to targeting of foreign nationals, those, again, who censor Americans. Directing $2 million above the prior year for the State Department to implement, enforce, and renew sanctions against Iran. Directing a report describing the policies the State Department is implementing to address the threat posed by the Muslim Brotherhood, and directing the State Department to provide to members of Congress information regarding grants by non-United States donors to organizations funded by the United States in the European Union, and encouraging the Secretary of State to re-examine the potentially negative impacts that altering, suspending, or eliminating established income tax treaties has on NATO allies. Mr. Chairman, that is the explanation. I would urge for a yes vote on the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I strongly oppose this amendment, and there's an additional extreme provision in it. The world faces serious challenges from great power competition, diseases which have no respect for international borders and the climate crisis. But instead of discussing these critical issues, we're talking about policies that have no place in the bill, dictating names on maps and the definition of marriage. I mean, really, Don't we have other things to talk about? I think so. So we should be focused on global problems that affect our constituents, not extreme provisions that we know will go nowhere. Although, who knows with this group. With that said, I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment. And just let me just, I want to add one more thing. I think there was one more thing added to this, which is striking the additional availability in case of a pocket rescission. And I just say this is shameful. We have to, if we don't stand up for our constitutional responsibility and the power of the purse, I don't know who's going to stand up for us. So with that, reject it. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Connecticut, the ranking member, is recognized for her response to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment, which, among other things, strikes Section 7065, which concerns unlawful impoundment, and as well as a matter of accountability. I must speak out today against the pattern of unlawful impoundment. It's being led by the OMB Director, Russ Vought. He insists that there is somehow a loophole in the Impoundment Control Act that permits the executive branch to unilaterally cancel appropriations that otherwise expire under current law at the end of the fiscal year by transmitting a special message proposing rescissions late in the fiscal year and withholding the amounts until they can no longer be used. I'm going to quote the late Justice Scalia. The Congress, quote, does not, one might say, hide elephants in mouse holes, end quote. Indeed, unilateral actions by executive branch that would impound congressionally passed, duly enacted appropriations is the very thing the Impoundment Control Act prohibits. And Director Vought refers to this unlawful maneuver as a pocket rescission, quote, which is another name for an unlawful impoundment. December 2018, Government Accountability Office legal opinion, which was requested jointly by my friend, House Budget Committee Chair at the time, Chairman Womack, Ranking Member Yarmouth, is exactly right, though, and confirms that the Impoundment Control Act bars this maneuver. It bars freezing the money until it expires. The GAO stated unequivocally that the interpretation would in fact give the president power to amend or repeal previously enacted appropriations merely by calibrating the timing of the submission of a special message, and that withholding of this nature would be an aversion to both the constitutional process for enacting federal law and to Congress's constitutional power of the purse, end quote. These are quotes. Senator Lindsey Graham, and Dean of our House, my friend Representative Rogers, they wrote in 2019 to President Trump about their concerns with the reports of a plan to pursue pocket rescissions of foreign assistance funds. You know, they were very clear in what they stated. Preventing agencies from obligating such large sums seems an abdication of this bipartisan agreement, and Congress thus expressed strong opposition to this exercise last year. So we're at it again. Russ Vought is at it again. Look, Republicans and Democrats alike should reject the ploy for what it is, which is a direct assault to Congress's Article I power, allowing the administration to erase duly enacted funding through procedural delays that amount to unlawful impoundment would destabilize the appropriations process, corrode the separation of powers that the Impoundment Control Act was enacted to defend. And Section 7065 of this bill, drafted by my friend Chair Diaz-Balart, is a clear check on agency overreach and accountability and is intended to ensure that this committee, that the Congress remains at the center of appropriations decisions and is intended to deter unlawful impoundment through so-called, quote, pocket rescissions. Striking this section, as this amendment would do, as the intended amendment would do, undermines the clear message we need to send, that we will defend the critical and important role of this committee, of the Congress, of the separation of powers enshrined in our Constitution. And for that reason, I ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCullum, is recognized to address the amendment.
It's a problem that I have that I read the amendments and I read the bill. Folks, the bill's on our desk. If you want, open up to page 230. To the chair of the subcommittee, there weren't a lot of things in this bill that I liked, but I applauded and I appreciated section 7065. And now it's gone. If we vote for this amendment, it's gone. And as Ranking Member DeLauro pointed out, this was our check, our balance, our reasserting to the executive branch, hey, we have a role here. I hear all the time, the president has a mandate. Well, guess what? Each one of us with our voting card, we have a mandate. Our mandate is to protect and to honor the Constitution, Article 1 of the Constitution. That's our mandate. And you know, there's supposed to be tension between the executive branch and the congressional branch. And, you know, then things go to the judicial branch, and sometimes we like the way they rule, sometimes we don't like the way that they rule. But this is our job. And we have up here, no money shall be drawn from the treasury, but in the consequence of appropriations made by law. I just talked earlier about 4 months ago, we all voted to have some money go to the State Department to do things that we all agreed on that were good. And then the administration just said, nope, we're not going to distribute the food. No, we're not going to distribute the river blindness. We're just going to let those things be destroyed that could have saved lives. So I'm here to take a stand. And I did not come here to, as a social studies teacher in particular, to turn my back on what my mandate is with my election certificate, with my voting card, to stand up for the House of Representatives. And then I just have to mention two other things. You're probably all tired of hearing. I wouldn't have been your favorite teacher had I been your social studies teacher. Let me just say something about the maps. Here we go again. You know, it's been called the Gulf of Mexico for how long? I didn't know when you ran for president, you were running for naming rights, changing what we call things unilaterally, not asking Congress to come change them, unilaterally, you know, changing a room at the Kennedy Center. Now the president deciding what he wants the Gulf of Mexico to be called, the Gulf of America. I mean, what's next? Is the president going to tell the state of New Mexico that they have to change their name now too? This is beyond comprehension for me, that we're getting into what maps need to look like, what they don't need to look like, and naming rights. And then the last comment I'm going to make, really, you missed a few things in the tax bill, so you're going to put them in this bill. To the subcommittee chairman, I realize that you have some challenges on your side, and we're going to go to conference and do some other things. But I cannot idly stand back and not speak to the fine provision that you put in the bill, that for whatever reason, and you'll explain it to me later, I know with great passion, that you've changed. You had a great idea. I wish you would have stuck with it. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in opposition to the amendment. I won't go into it at great length, but I want to say something and follow up on what Ms. McCullum said. America is a great country. And those who are great don't have to go around telling people, I'm great, I'm powerful, I'm big. It's the weak and small who have to do that. And America is neither weak nor small. And in my view, while not perfect, one of the best nations on earth in terms of what it has done through the last century. president wants to rename the football team as well. He really is into names. Do we have no self-respect that we have to tell the rest of the world that we need the Gulf, which has been for 400 plus years called the Gulf of Mexico? Do you think anybody looks at the map and says Gulf of Mexico? Gee whiz, Mexico must be more important than the United States. If you think that, you lack a lot of self-confidence. Just name stuff. Big, beautiful bill. It could have been called the Make America Greater bill. I would have understood that, but the big, beautiful bill, that's a child's name. And why do you perpetuate it? Not to mention the fact you do want to give up the authority of this committee. To be not a committee that passes laws, but passes suggestions to Mr. Vogt. The chairman got up and argued about the 15% to Africa. What if Vogt says tomorrow, I don't like Africa. You know, you got a lot of those countries that the Trump referred to as, I'm not going to repeat it. And says, no, I'm not going to do that. We just passed an amendment in a bipartisan way that said we ought to do that. Why? For the best interest of the United States of America. And then we pass an amendment that says the Gulf of Mexico shall be the Gulf of America. How lacking in confidence, self-respect, and integrity do we have? Stand up for America. Stand up for the committee. Stand up for the Congress. Stand up for the Constitution.
Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I want to thank the members for their input and recommendations for strengthening the elements of this bill and the report. I do have one observation, however, that it would seem like no administration has ever changed a name before. This is a novel concept. Everybody's so offended by it. It's amazing how short our memories can be in this place. But, Mr. Chairman, again, I think it's a good amendment. I would urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
He didn't mention an example.
The question is now on the amendment proposed by the gentleman from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Aye. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, aye. Mr. Amedee. Mr. Amedee, aye. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyburn. No. Mr. Clyburn, no. Mr. Clyde. Aye. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. DeLauro. No. Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Elzey. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, aye. Mr. Hoyer?
No.
Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce?
Mr. Joyce.
Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter?
No.
Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Lalota? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, no. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, aye. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Moore? Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Mervan? No. Mr. Mervan, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, no. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong?
Mr. Strong.
Mr. Strong, aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Klein, aye.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Elzey, aye.
Gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Edwards, aye.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Ms. Dean, no.
Gentleman from West Virginia.
Mr. Moore, aye.
Are there other members wishing to record or change their vote? The gentlelady from Nevada.
Recorded as an aye.
Your gentlelady's recorded as an aye.
Afaya, no. Ms. Lee.
Are there others wishing to record or change their vote? Is Amadei recorded? Okay. Clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 34 and the noes are 27. The amendment is adopted. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read. It's Wasserman Schultz, number 1.
I thank gentlelady. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer an amendment that will provide some small measure of justice and perhaps even save taxpayers some money. The foreign aid freeze and termination of life-saving programs like emergency food and nutrition assistance have already resulted in hundreds of thousands of preventable deaths. 2.4 million malnourished children are at risk of missing critical nutritional support due to shrinking supplies of therapeutic foods. Cuts in ready-to-use therapeutic foods risk 14 million additional deaths, largely among children, before 2030. And some 350,000 have already died. I know that number might seem shocking, that it could have happened that quickly, but there are so many children living on the precipice of death from starvation that when we deprive them of this vital nutritional assistance, death is swift. Was it worth it? Was it worth the savings? Actually, we didn't save a dime. That money was already appropriated. Instead, the Trump administration is letting emergency food rot in warehouses or simply incinerating it, as Ms. McCollum referenced a little while ago. Just last week, they destroyed 500 tons of high-energy biscuits that could have fed 1.5 million children. Sounds like waste to me. And some of those millions of children are, in fact, wasting away. And by the end of this markup, several thousand more children, who this committee directed the president to feed, will succumb to starvation. In South Sudan alone, a child dies every 11 seconds from malnutrition. And there's nothing that we can do in fiscal year 2026 to reverse those avoidable deaths, which were inflicted by this administration, done all in their rush to fund tax cuts for billionaires. But what we can do is teach this administration what it means to be hungry. So my amendment is simple. When political appointees in this administration travel to countries where children are starving and dying as a result of their cruel, wasteful cuts to food aid, they can buy their own damn meals. If we can't afford emergency nutrition paste for malnourished children on the brink of death at 30 cents per unit, then we certainly can't afford to wine and dine millionaires and billionaires. And this administration, by the way, is littered with them. Trump has appointed more of them than any president in history. Now, a few of you might actually be thinking, so what? Starving children, they're just not my problem. Well, here's what the last moments look like for these children. I want you to listen. Babies who are too weak to cry. Kids who can't stand up or speak because their muscles have dissolved away. 4-year-olds who will never grow tall, with failing organs and sunken eyes. If not treated immediately with therapeutic foods, clean water, antibiotics, and clinical supervision, severe malnutrition can quickly lead to organ failure, coma, and death. And it has 300,000 times because of this administration's cruel cuts. Children under the age of 5 are especially vulnerable. If they happen to get a regular meal, they may not even be able to digest it. That's why American companies developed ready-to-use therapeutic foods. They're grown in America, manufactured in America, purchased from Americans. And you can feed them to a starving child without making them sicker. When they're traveling around the world on the taxpayer dime instead of a taste of the local fare, this administration should get a taste of their own medicine. Secretary Rubio has 4 jobs. He can buy his own lunch. But perhaps he will have a moment to reflect on what it means to be hungry, without knowing where your next meal will come from, or if it will ever come. And perhaps Secretary Rubio will remember why he used to be a champion of USAID. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time, and I urge adoption of my amendment.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Look, let's get serious here, right? Nothing in this amendment will help one, not even one, hungry child or anybody anywhere. Nothing in this amendment will do that. Look, I understand that the challenges that either have occurred and may still remain in terms of ensuring programs that receive life-saving waivers get continued support in a timely fashion. But whatever one's views on the foreign assistant review and any review, or this foreign assistant review, why punish suffering populations abroad? By hampering the ability of our political appointees, including the Secretary of State, to address a conflict, shelter, child protection, hunger anywhere in the world. Again, this amendment will not help one child, one human being, nobody, nothing, anywhere in the world. And I think these are serious issues. So again, I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you. Of course, I support this very good amendment. And listen, what this amendment does, it gives us an opportunity an opportunity to say there is no greater shame than to let children die of starvation when we have the ability to help. And I hope everybody's going to support this very fine amendment.
Are there other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hadn't planned to speak on this one, but I'm really struggling with what's going on here this morning. The chairman for the subcommittee said, let's be serious, and this is right after we do a vote to change the name to the Gulf of America. It's hard for me to figure this out. And we've got the food, as the gentlelady from Florida said. It's already been paid for, but we're going to let it rot or spend more money to destroy it. That's insane. I don't understand what's going on here with this. I really don't. But I do hope that we can try and find a way to move beyond whatever this is, because this is shocking to me. I'm astonished by what I'm witnessing today. Now, I know that there are ways for us to address these kinds of concerns. I would think much of this could have been addressed prior to today, so we wouldn't have to go through this process of amendments. And yeah, it's a symbolic amendment, but apparently my colleagues are voting almost everything down on the Republican side anyway. But I would say this, if, I don't know. I'm letting people starve to death when we have the ability to address it we've got to be better than this. We really do. And so I urge my colleagues, can't do it on this amendment, I'm sure, but we've got to be able to find a way to address this issue at a minimum. Food that's already been paid for. Let's let it go so it can feed people, so these kids can stay alive. We ought to be able to do that. So I'll yield, unless somebody else wants the rest of my time, I'll yield back the balance.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I know this topic stirs a lot of interest, a lot of emotion, but let's deal in the facts. I'd like to submit for the record a CNN article, not Fox News, not OAN, not Real America's Voice, but CNN, dated July 16th of 2025, entitled, U.S. Set to Destroy 500 Tons of U.S. Taxpayer Emergency Food.
Without objection.
I'd like to quote from this the other side of the story. The rest of the story, as Paul Harvey once said, a State Department spokesperson confirmed that emergency food will be destroyed because they were unable to use it before its expiration. Quote, the expired lot was acquired under the last administration and purchased as a contingency for need beyond projections, resulting in the inability to deplete before expiration. Unfortunately, this risk is part of always being ready to respond to life-saving humanitarian needs with consumable commodities in remote locations around the world. USAID, the quote continues, has had to destroy commodities under previous administrations with similar circumstances. This is not unique. They said in a statement that the biscuits are specifically meant for populations that are moving from one place to another, such as in the wake of a natural disaster or fleeing from conflict. We currently have high-energy biscuits in warehouses around the world for those most in need. We always want to avoid destroying any commodities and do our best to find alternative uses for them. That's the fact. That's the quote. That's CNN. I submit it for the record, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add 2 cents here because of the gentleman's statement. The reason it was late is because of the lack of people with the shredding of wonderful people that work for the government of the United States all over the world, and they couldn't expedite the shipments. So I heard what the gentleman said, but there is a yield when you tell people leave these agencies all over the world. And the thing is, whether there's dying children in Gaza or there's dying children in Africa or hungry kids in our country, those biscuits could have been repurposed because those they were nutritional biscuits. They kept people alive. So my friends, take responsibility for what you are doing and recognize that your decisions and what happens over at the other end of Pennsylvania has consequences, and they are serious, and lives have been lost and are being lost as we sit here today and debate this. But I'm sorry the gentleman left the room, but there's a reason that those products weren't delivered, and it is morally wrong. Wrong. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there others wishing to comment on the amendment? The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I absolutely support the gentlelady's effort to bring to our attention what we're doing. The amendment is too narrow. Do not sit there and think you can avoid responsibility. It is us. Not just about the incident, and I agree 100% with the gentlelady from Ohio as to why it was not delivered. Now, I must say, however, in all honesty, I have a reservation about this. Because too often, what we do is we avoid responsibility by saying that some official who is carrying out policy ought to be punished. Our federal employees, Glenn. The fault is ours. Not just Rubio, not just employees of the State Department or former employees of USID. The policies that have been pursued are exactly resulting in what the gentlelady from Florida had to say. And if Secretary Rubio ought not to be fed, nor should we. There are people hungry in America that we're not feeding, and other places in the world. So take to heart what gentlelady said in terms of those children who are going to die because we do not act. And we have constrained ourselves in our ability to act in the most egregious of cases so that we can cut taxes deeply on those who have the most.
Thank the gentleman. Are there others wishing to comment on the amendment? The gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized to address the amendment.
Chairman, I'm a little upset. So I apologize if my voice is quivering, but I've never experienced this kind of cruelty from government ever in my life, and I've been around a long time. I served in the executive branch of state government, in the legislative branch of state government, and now I get the blessing of serving in Congress. But what I've experienced with this administration, with this bill, and with every bill that's come before us is an intentionality to be cruel to those who are most vulnerable of us in this world. To stand by and watch suffering that we, as the richest country in the world, can do something to make life a little bit better. We can't solve all the problems, but we are walking away from participating in the solution of any problems. And I don't understand the dimension of that cruelty. I don't understand how anyone could think that it is okay to see children die from either not having enough food or not having enough medicine or whatever, We are human beings. We are all created by God. We're equal in His eyes. And I don't understand why we don't understand our responsibility to those among us who are in need. And so I support this amendment. I know that this is a discussion, this is an elevation of an issue to bring to our attention. It's an opportunity to speak again about the cruelty, but the changes that we can make right here as a co-equal branch of government, acknowledging our responsibility to humanity. And so with that, I support this amendment. And I would yield back unless there is a person sitting on one of these two tables that has a need for some of my time. I have 2 minutes left. So I yield to the creator of this amendment, if I might.
Recognized.
Mr. Chairman, are there others that?
Oh, gentlelady can still speak, and others will be able to speak, and the gentlelady will be able to close at the
Thank you.
appropriate time.
And I thank the gentlelady for yielding. You know, I'm not a terribly religious person, but I have found over my years in public service, repeatedly thinking about the expression, there, but for the grace of God, go I. It is so apropos, so applicable to each of us who had the good fortune of the accident of our birth as Americans, as American citizens, as people who, in most cases in this country, or certainly people who are situated class-wise like we are, that we would never have to face the kind of despicable, unspeakable hunger and death that I described in the presentation of my amendment, because we happened to be born here. And I just am so overcome by the cruelty contained in this bill that reflected in the venom from this administration to children and the desperately poor around the world who we are literally throwing into the ashes. And you know, we often say, our side of the aisle often says, I don't hear it as much from the other side of the aisle, that we are better than this. The gentleman from Maryland referenced that expression. I'm starting to wonder. I'm starting to wonder. I know there are some that are better than this. I can't find anyone in this administration or those who are supporting this legislation that would allow this to be described as better than what we know that reference means. We have a choice. We can let children starve to death, or we can stand up and we can take a stand and make sure that we say no to the cruelty, no to discarding people who we have just decided are irrelevant. I know when I gave birth to my children, they were my greatest blessing, and we need to be thinking about children across the world like in the way that we think of our own children. They matter just as much. Let's treat them that way. I urge adoption of my amendment so we can hold ourselves accountable. So we can make sure, Mr. Chairman, if I'm the last speaker, I have another minute.
You're not yet the last speaker. You
Okay.
will have the
Well, I will
last
come back to
speaker,
myself.
But you're 50
That is
seconds over time.
No problem. I'll yield back and continue.
I
at that
appreciate the
moment.
gentlelady. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized to address the amendment.
I share some of my colleagues' absolute bafflement. I don't even know if that's a word. I'm puzzled. I'm baffled. I am so confused. This amendment is symbolic. to say, let's us, or let's those in the administration who have sat silently by as USAID has been shuttered and taken down to about, I think, 70 folks to administer in maybe the entire Middle East region. It is the cruelty. I kept saying that the cruelty was just an offshoot. It was an unintended offshoot. No, this is the point. Watching children starve, watching adults die of diseases that are something we can handle, we're telling you the numbers. But as Ms. Wasserman Schultz described, and at the beginning of the painful death that is starvation, in the end, the child doesn't move at all. And I read that the child's eyes are the last thing to move. They follow looking for help because they have no energy, they have no ability to move because they're starving. This is not dying from an incurable disease, they're starving. And the tons of aid that we destroyed, it expired and or rotted because this administration shut off distribution. Let's be really clear about that. That's waste. That is fraud. Defrauding the global planet. We had food here, we had nutrition here, we had biscuits here, we had paste here. And yet we're going to let it rot. And then we're going to incinerate it. I don't understand why you're not all screaming that we have to restore aid, foreign aid to save starving children, just as we have done for decades under both types of administrations, Democratic and Republican. I don't know why you're not screaming. But the cruelty is the point. And the silent support for the most incompetent, corrupt, and cruel administration is something I will never understand. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank the sponsor of this amendment for bringing this forward and for being the conscience of this committee on this issue in a moment where it's clear we desperately need to be more compassionate and to understand the consequences of what we're doing here. And I echo the same concerns and disbelief that my colleagues have mentioned. You know, I am a very sensitive person. It's hard for me to see photographs of starving children or any helpless creature suffering. And even as a kid, I could never watch something on television without just weeping and bursting into tears and thinking, why don't people do something about this if they can? And here's the irony. We are the people, everyone in this room has the unique ability to do something because we can. You know, just a couple of weeks ago on the House floor, there was a bill that allocated tens of billions of dollars for immigrant detention. There was a bill, the reconciliation bill, $80 billion for ICE alone. $40 billion of that for detention. Much of that will go to private corporations that will be enriching themselves and their shareholders with this money. And at the same time, this Congress is taking money away from starving kids, because that is literally what is happening. These are all choices that we make, and this is a really devastating choice. Obviously, we don't support this choice. We believe there's another path, There are alternatives. There are ways to fund this. We could make the wealthiest Americans and corporations pay their fair share, and we could provide health care for Americans. We could provide for nutrition programs for Americans, and also help some of the most vulnerable beings on the planet at the same time. It doesn't have to be an either or. Either we help US citizens or we help people abroad, because frankly, this is how this is normally framed, as though this is some kind of zero-sum game. It really isn't when we look at our tax code and when we look at the decisions made in the recent reconciliation bill to transfer wealth from some of the poorest Americans to some of the wealthiest Americans. And here we go again. This Congress in a really dark moment. But we, those of us in this room, when we think about people who have the power to make a difference, we do. We do. We're the Appropriations Committee of the United States House of Representatives. In this room are the people who can make that choice, who can make that difference, who can save those babies. The question before us right now is, what choice will we make? And to my colleague from Florida, I am with you and I am ready to make that choice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I've been pondering this issue. From the CNN report, we found out that the expiration date had expired on the food. My wife probably wouldn't want me to tell you this. I've been married to this beautiful young lady for 57 years. But she was born, she's Dutch. The Canadians liberated Holland. And when we came up with our plan to feed Europe, somehow the Dutch got left out of it. And so from 1946 to 48, the Dutch got no food, plus the fact that the harbors all froze up. They had the worst winter in ever. And so the Dutch starved. So my wife lived with starvation, as a child, all the children in Holland lived with starvation. We figured out our mistake, and we corrected it with literally dropping food into those people who were not under fire, and the war was over. Now, I tell you that story because there's another thing that I learned as a young lawyer when I was with the Ag Committee in Texas. That California had something called marketing orders. And when they grew fresh fruit or vegetables, they wanted only the best to be there, so they destroyed the mediocre. It made their market stronger. It made more people want to buy California fruit and vegetables because the marketing orders had destroyed the mediocre or not so perfect fruit and vegetables. Texas was going to try marketing orders, and to me it sounded crazy, but I think we finally did. I don't remember that. It's really irrelevant. But the question we have to ask ourselves, who decides when a piece of biscuit is bad? And put the label on it that says, you can't eat this. Because my wife would have eaten it. And I believe we started that program of putting those things on there, the American public. It may have been international. I don't know. But the question is, my children believe that, and they won't touch anything that is one day past that schedule. But we will, my wife and I will, and my wife surely will, because she will say it's still good food and we're going to eat it. Now, the real issue here is that the psychology of a date on a piece of dried food made them feel like they had to destroy it because someone might get sick. So we're talking about something that we created, that if in a world where we were not dealing with starving people, we would say, oh, you can't eat that. The expiration's passed. But they would have eaten it. So it really lies on our view of the world, not theirs. And the truth is, we ought to get more food over there that's not expired, but that expiration date was ridiculous to starving people. And that's the real issue. A date on a piece of dried food that says it's not good. They probably would have eaten it anyway if they're really starving. I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate all my colleagues who stood up and lent your voice to help make sure that we shine the whitest, hottest spotlight on what we are about to do and have been doing since the beginning of this administration that has caused the starvation and death of millions of children. And I have tremendous respect for Judge Carter, and we can have a conversation about expiration of food another day. But this food expired because the richest man in the world instructed our government to lock it up and not give it out. He was rewarded with a massive tax cut, and the children starved to death. That's why this food expired. Thanks, Mr. Alford, for sharing both sides of the story, though, because the reason that food was not available is because our government kept it off limits and instructed that it not be distributed. That's the real story. I know a lot of us are better than this. I hope someone finds a conscience in here somewhere and decides when we get to the end of this process that we're not going to abandon our principles and not step back from what the United States has always been. I know I won't. We each have to answer that question ourselves. I yield back the balance of my time and urge the support of my amendment because someone has to be held accountable.
Thank the gentlelady. Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent that the amendment that I'm offering be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you. This is Wasserman Schultz, number 2. I rise to offer an amendment in pursuit of the bipartisan objectives that this bill is designed to address: preventing migration, countering crime, and reducing unaccountable wasteful spending. According to this bill, the, quote, America First Opportunity Fund will, quote, furnish assistance that makes America safer, stronger, and more prosperous, unquote. It's more than a little vague. And if I was born yesterday, that would probably sound pretty good. But I'm old enough to remember when Republicans called themselves the party of fiscal responsibility. That is, before they passed a bill that increased the deficit by $3 trillion to give tax cuts for the rich in the dead of night. So here's what this account really is: an unmonitored billion-dollar slush fund for President Trump and his cronies to buy favors for their rich friends. This MAGA slush fund sucks $1.7 billion out of programs that disrupt drug trafficking and stop wars from breaking out. It takes money from accounts that arm our allies with American-made weapons, train law enforcement to go after terrorists, and help freedom fighters push back against dictators. In other words, it's only an opportunity fund if you're seeking opportunities to smuggle fentanyl, run guns for Hamas, or buy yourself a pardon with Trump's meme coins. This slush fund has no oversight, no authorization, no transparency. I'm talking about a slush fund in this bill that we are voting on, and no mandate beyond platitudes. So why is it in the bill? Well, because Donald Trump asked for it. He wants less expert-driven foreign assistance that supports our interests. Instead, Trump wants $1.7 billion in taxpayer funds under his direct control, not our control, his direct control, because he believes he knows better than the experts, and because his personal interests take precedence over the national interests. Let's be clear. We should not be cutting a blank check for the lawless authoritarian who has usurped this committee's constitutional authority to appropriate funding and who has violated the law repeatedly by withholding funding that is law. But of course, I want America to be strong and safe and prosperous, and I know everyone in this room agrees. So I thought to myself, which agency best represents those principles with the best bang for every buck? And the answer was clear: the Inter-American Foundation, or the IAF. For decades, the IAF has been on the front lines of countering criminal activity, illegal migration, and malign foreign influence in the Western Hemisphere. They deliver funds directly to grant recipients across the Americas, with a focus on areas with high levels of out-migration and criminal presence. It's 100% localized, with less than 9% of their budget supporting administrative costs, most of which is used to carefully screen and audit grant recipients. IAF makes us safer by stabilizing at-risk communities, whether it's by keeping young men out of gangs or helping farmers switch from growing coca for cartels over to growing coffee and fruit for American consumers. IAF makes America stronger by serving as a counterweight to the Chinese Communist Party in rural areas that traditional diplomacy just doesn't reach. They build community resistance to illegal mining and fishing by Chinese companies, and they improve the overall perception of the U.S. in Latin American countries. And the IAF makes us more prosperous by reducing the drive to migrate illegally, which protects our workforce and helps connect grant recipients with U.S. companies to diversify away from China and create more American jobs. They do all that with a budget of less than, wait for it, $50 million. For every dollar Americans invest, grant recipients commit $1.36. It creates true sustainable development and local ownership. The Inter-American Foundation is a model of how foreign aid could work and should work. That's why they've impacted millions of lives despite their small footprint. Despite this historic, proven success, Trump and DOJ tried to shut IAF down anyway, but they lost in court. This bill only includes $10 million for IAF, the same amount that the White House has designated for shutdown costs. In other words, they want Congress to do their dirty work by shutting down this low-cost, high-impact independent agency. But I would submit that $20 million in IAF's hands would do a lot more good than $1.7 billion in Trump's slush fund. I hope my colleagues will agree to this amendment that will ensure this so-called opportunity fund doesn't miss out on an opportunity to protect the IAF and protect our interests across the Western Hemisphere. Thank you. I yield back the balance in my time and urge the adoption of the amendment.
Thank you, young lady. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment. While I greatly appreciate the intent to support the Inter-American Foundation, the America First Opportunity Fund should remain unrestricted. This amendment is at odds with the intent and purpose of this fund, which was established to provide the Secretary the ability to respond to emerging crises, opportunities that are in America's best national security interests around the world. So again, I cannot support this amendment, which changes the nature of the fund we created in the bill to be flexible and to be a strategic tool for the Secretary. So again, respectfully, I urge a no vote on this amendment. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of very, very good, strong amendment because I support the funding for the Inter-American Foundation, an agency that plays a quiet but powerful role in addressing one of the most pressing challenges we face, irregular migration to the United States. Folks, last month we passed not we, the Republicans, I should say, in their big, beautiful, ugly, whatever it was called, bill, they spent $170 billion on immigration enforcement, including $46 billion on this wall. And let's be clear. People don't leave their homes, their families, their communities unless they feel they have to, if there's no food on the table, no job to go to, no school for their children, no safety on their streets. And that's why this IAF organization is so important, because it tackles those root causes of migration head on before people are forced to make the dangerous journey north. And IAF's model is unique. It cuts through the red tape and goes straight into the source, community-based organizations on the ground. It supports farmer cooperatives, women's groups, youth associations, and indigenous communities with the tools they need to build opportunity and stability at home. And over 70% of IAF grantees work in high migration areas, including the Northern Triangle, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. Let me give you an example of what it looks like in practice. In western highlands of Guatemala, where an environmental erosion and economic despair had driven thousands to migrate, the IAF funded a local indigenous organization to scale up mushroom and pea production. Sales rose by 2,800%. Unemployment jumped 1,000%. And with the addition of youth program, migration from the region dropped from 15% of junior high students per year to just 1%. So listen, to me, that's smart policy. In Honduras, a young man named Wilmer, once deported from Mexico, used IAF-backed scholarship to finish law school. He's now staying in Honduras to build a future there. Multiply that by thousands of stories, and you begin to see IAF's real power, giving people a reason to stay, to hope, to thrive at home. And let me say this again. The IAF reduces the drivers of migration, not by building walls, but by building futures. I urge my colleagues to support this very critical funding, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank the ranking member and the chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, and I commend Representative Wasserman Schultz in seeking transparency for the use of American First Opportunity Fund and in support of IAF resources. Section 7049 appropriates $1.7 billion for the America First Opportunity Fund with no clear mandate. Other funding accounts make the mission of their appropriations very clear. Food security, counter drug trafficking, nonproliferation, health security, water security, you name it, specific and clear. Yet the language for the American First Opportunity Fund states it will, quote, make America safer, stronger, and more prosperous by responding to crises, engaging proactively with strategic partners, and countering threats from adversaries, end quote. This statement is not a mission statement of a single funding account. All funding accounts are required to align with our national security interests and make America safer, stronger, and more prosperous. That is for every single account. Instead, what we have here is a slush fund with no established congressional oversight mechanism. It only begs more questions. How will the administration or even Congress prioritize the range of humanitarian, global health, education, and peacekeeping efforts that could be possible with these funds? How will a discretionary fund without discernible priorities allow appropriate monitoring and evaluation, measurement of impact, and ensure accountability? What controls will be in place to ensure this funding account will not be used for personal or political benefit of anyone in the administration. We've already seen numerous deals that directly benefit the President Trump, and his family members. We cannot support a vague, open-ended funding account that contributes to this type of high-level, in-your-face, out in the open corruption. I encourage all to support Representative Wasserman Schultz's amendment that brings the needed transparency, direction, and oversight to this funding account, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank my colleagues who stood in support of the amendment. If you have ever had a chance to travel on a congressional delegation trip to Latin American countries, you have seen the benefit of the resources and programming from the IAF, the Inter-American Fund. It is a major, major deterrent to people who are in other countries struggling with major difficulties, and we help through our resources not only transform life in Latin American countries, but also having the added benefit of making it unlikely, because most of these immigrants, these potential immigrants, want to remain in their own home country and not have to trek across the continent to come here for a better life. If we make their life better and help make their life better, then we are less likely to deal with the impact of their migration. So that is the value of ensuring that we have $20 million available to the Inter-American Fund. It's a no-brainer, and I urge your adoption of the amendment.
Thank you, gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for an amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, Wasserman Schultz number 3, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to offer an amendment to restore funding for family planning services for the world's most vulnerable women and strike harmful anti-woman riders that prevent them from getting necessary medical care. My amendment would restore funding to the United Nations Population Fund to provide contraception, prevent maternal deaths, and counter gender-based violence, including female genital mutilation and sexual abuse of children around the world. Republicans want to cut this funding under the false and malicious justification that these funds have been used for, quote, forced abortions. But we know that the organization itself rightfully characterizes reproductive coercion of any kind, including forced pregnancy, as an act of violence. I'm appalled by the majority's attempt to hide behind culture war buzzwords to deliberately endanger women and girls at home and abroad. Because as written, this bill would cut global health assistance for reproductive health care services like contraceptives, prenatal and postnatal health care, and STD screenings. And that would have devastating consequences. Experts estimate tens of thousands of unsafe abortions and maternal deaths will result from this policy. It would leave young women and girls even more vulnerable to gender-based violence, including reproductive coercion and intimate partner violence. This cut would especially hurt the nearly 1 in 3 women in developing countries who become mothers while they are still children themselves. And it would do all of this when we know complications from giving birth remains the leading cause of death and injury for these adolescent girls. There is nothing pro-life about that. But these poisonous riders aren't surprising. It's just the ongoing Republican crusade against women's reproductive freedom. The same attacks that the American people have time and time again rejected here at home. And we will not stand for spreading this assault on women around the world. Every woman, here or abroad, should have access to the resources they need to make that choice of when, whether, and how to start a family. When women have those opportunities, it can stabilize developing countries and promote economic growth. It's repulsive that after years of ramming far-right bills like this down the throats of Americans, Republicans would now risk throwing away America's global leadership on an issue as important as women's health. So let's scrap these poison pills and pass a budget that invests in reproductive health, supports strong families, and curbs gender-based and sexual violence everywhere. This amendment would move us in that direction. It would eliminate the partisan, dangerous, and frankly anti-women provisions of this bill that would endanger the health and safety of millions of women and children. And I'm sure none of my colleagues here want the preventable deaths of women across the globe on their conscience. I urge you all to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment strikes language that would ensure that no taxpayer funds are provided to any foreign non-governmental organization implementing global health assistance that performs or promotes abortions, and strikes a funding cap for family planning programs in the bill. The amendment also strikes the prohibition on funds on the UNFPA. This organization is an unaccountable bureaucracy that has track record of funding, well, to say the least, controversial programs, notably in communist China. Let me repeat that. Notably in communist China, that do not align with core American values and which actively undermine U.S. interests. Now, look, there's no secret that the Biden administration demonstrated repeatedly its propensity to find and fund organizations abroad with radical and extreme agendas, resulting even in a Helms violation. No, see, I believe it is our duty to strengthen, not weaken, pro-life protections in our bill. And you've all heard me say this before. U.S. foreign assistance dollars must be used in common sense priorities. Americans do not support using foreign assistance to fund abortions or other controversial programs overseas, and this bill reflects that. So again, I urge a no vote on the amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to address the amendment.
Well, you know, my. Here we go again. You know, once more, we're forced to defend a women's health care from political ideology that has no place in a federal funding bill. I rise in strong support of this amendment because it makes a commitment to improving women's health and expanding access to reproductive care around the world. Instead of using this bill to play politics with women's bodies, we should be using it to save lives, to ensure that women, no matter where they live, have access to the information, the services, and the support they need to make decisions about their health, their families, and their futures. You know, it's bad that year after year we are compelled to swallow, we call the Helms Amendment. Federal government does not pay for abortions. Some of us would like to change that. That's not what this discussion is about. But this is about something more than that, because the Republicans this year have gone even further with their radical anti-woman agenda, slashing funding for family planning programs that save lives, prevent millions of unplanned pregnancies, and offer women a chance, a better future. Stopping unplanned pregnancies with contraception. I do think that also prevents abortion. Am I correct about that? Yes, I think so. Zeroing out funding for the UNFPA, a trusted global partner working in more than 150 countries to provide reproductive care, combat gender-based violence, and support maternal care. And they do not fund abortions in China. That's an old talking point. That's not true. And Republicans now reimposing the global gag rule. I'm gagging because that's what it does. It basically, the policy is so extreme it bars providers from even discussing abortion, forcing clinics to choose between desperately needing funding and honest conversations with their patients. You cannot say the word abortion. Don't say the word abortion or you're going to lose your federal funding. Okay. Well, I'm going to say it loud and clear. Women, not politicians in Washington, should have the freedom to decide whether and when to start or grow their families. This freedom is essential, it's non-negotiable, and yet Republicans year in, year out seem to determined to strip it away. Again, this is not about restricting abortion in this. They're making it harder for women to avoid an unplanned pregnancy in the first place. This is crazy. It's confusing. I don't understand it. Taking away funding for contraception, sexual health education, economic empowerment. What sense does that make? It doesn't make any sense at all. And it's just going to hurt people all over the world. I'm not going to keep going on and on other than to say this. Again, no matter where they live, women deserve control over their own bodies, the right to make their own decision about when or whether to grow or start a family. That's whether they're here or there or any place. Pass this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Alabama, who is 60 years old in one day today.
One day, yes.
Is recognized to address the amendment.
I'm able to stand up here. I will speak to this amendment. And of course, I rise in opposition. First, I'd like to thank Chairman Diaz-Balart for his work on the bill and for producing some strong legislation. In all due respect to my colleagues from Florida, we have heard a lot from our colleagues this afternoon and this morning about standing up for the committee and standing up for our Article I responsibilities. I would say here's a chance to rectify the previous administration's disregard for the will of Congress on this important issue. I'd like to highlight the history of the policy which this amendment seeks to strike. The Mexico City policy, as many of you know, was introduced by President Ronald Reagan at the 1984 UN International Conference on Population Development in Mexico City. This policy requires that foreign NGOs must agree as a condition of receiving U.S. funds that they would neither perform nor actively promote abortions as a method of family planning with any source of funding, including non-U.S. funds. However, under President Biden, the State Department not only rescinded the Global Protect Life rule, but also ignored the long-standing Helms Amendment by allowing tax dollars to pay for abortions abroad. This action by the former president and also the amendment before us is out of step with the will of the American people. According to a Marxist poll, 78% of Americans, and that's including 61% of Democrats, oppose the use of tax dollars to support abortion internationally. Thankfully, at the beginning of this term, President Trump reinstated the Mexico City policy through Protecting Life and Global Health Assistance with updated and significant expansions. We must protect this policy and stand in line with the will of the American people. I once again thank the subcommittee chairman for setting this right, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Poll after poll in the United States has shown that the American people support women being able to make their own reproductive choices, including the decision to terminate a pregnancy. Let's be clear here. I can assure you that we don't need to poll whether Americans support female genital mutilation or domestic violence or defunding contraception, all of which defunding the population fund that this bill does would zero out. And if you think that women across the globe not having access to those resources isn't going to cause us problems, then you really haven't been paying attention. So this is about human rights and human rights being applicable to men and women, and us not having only one gender free from having their health care legislated into oblivion, and one gender having nearly every decision that we make about our bodies regulated by law. It's unacceptable, and this amendment would correct that. And I urge your adoption. And yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Nope.
Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel.
Aye.
Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Guest. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. LaLota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Fleischman, no.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Joyce, no.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma.
Mrs. Bice, no.
Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Alford, no.
Gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Guest, no.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Cloud, no.
Gentleman from New York.
Mr. LaLota, no.
Gentlelady from Nevada.
Miss Lee, aye.
Gentleman from Indiana.
Mr. Mervan, aye.
Are there other members wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. A gentlelady from Connecticut, ranking member of the committee, Ms. DeLauro, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
I rise to offer this amendment because U.S.-based organizations stand to lose nearly $30 billion from cuts to international assistance contracts and programs, and nearly 20,000 American jobs have been lost as of June, affecting 46 states, and that's according to the U.S. Global Leadership Coalition. Americans are in a cost of living crisis, and these job losses are only the beginning of the impact that the near complete withdrawal of American foreign aid will have on farmers, contractors, small businesses, and communities in all of our states. In 2024, more than $1 billion of USAID funding went to small businesses in the United States. Many of these businesses will suffer due to cuts to international aid. We already know that American-led international aid and development programs create major economic benefits at home. A 2022 Kansas State University study on the value of USAID agricultural research showed a return of more than $8.50 for every dollar invested. That is research that benefits American farmers and brings revenue to American ports and transportation companies. In my state of Connecticut, the University of Connecticut has received funding to examine alternative uses for low-value fish and improving the livelihoods of peanut farmers, both of which have commercial applications in our own country. A major Connecticut farm also fulfills direct orders for humanitarian food assistance. This is not a partisan issue. Republican and Democratic states alike benefit from USAID and international development funding. In my colleague's home state of Oklahoma, 5 major farmers have contracts to fulfill humanitarian food assistance. And Oklahoma State University is a leading collaborator with the USAID's Innovation Lab, which focuses on reducing post-harvest loss and improving pest management strategies that can benefit American farmers as well as those abroad. And in Florida, 23 farmers partner with USAID to strengthen agricultural systems and connect with new markets around the world, with the University of Florida hosting a $38 million USAID Innovation Lab for livestock systems. These systemic investments benefit American farmers, researchers, and communities, but they also lay the groundwork for future growth. As foreign countries develop economically, they become larger trading partners and provide more business opportunities for American companies. According to a comprehensive USAID study of foreign aid impact on economic growth, U.S. goods exports, things we make here in the U.S. with American labor and products, go to too low and middle income countries that grew by 40% from 2008 to 2017, driven by growth in East Asia and the Pacific, 62%, Latin America and the Caribbean, 50%, Sub-Saharan Africa, 23%, and Eastern and Central Asia, 20%. Even U.S. exports to USAID graduate countries which have successfully built stronger economies as a result of aid and which no longer receive USAID assistance, have expanded. U.S. goods and services exports to 11 Europe and Eurasia graduates. That has increased substantially over the last few decades, from roughly $2 billion in 1995 to more than $10 billion in 2015. International aid and development funding is not just something we do out of the kindness of our hearts, though that's an important reason to do it. It benefits our economy now and in the long run, creates stronger trading partners that can buy more American goods and services. President Trump has taken a hatchet to these trading relationships and the current and future jobs that they support. We deserve to know exactly how far back these losses will put us. I am proud to propose this amendment, urge my colleagues to support it as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by the distinguished ranking member. While I agree with the ranking member that Americans need to be at the forefront of every foreign policy decision, this reporting requirement is simply just too burdensome. So mandating a detailed analysis of domestic and economic impact of virtually every program change obviously places an excessive bureaucratic workload on the Secretary of State and diverts precious time and resources away from critical diplomatic efforts. And while obviously domestic economic interests are vital, they cannot be the sole overriding factor in decisions about program cancellations, especially when doing so may advance broader U.S. national security interests, such as reducing the debt, just to mention one. So while the intent behind the amendment is clearly understandable, the implementation, unfortunately, will hamstring the administration's ability to do what the American people elected President Trump to do. So accordingly, I respectfully urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment. And, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you. Well, I'm rising in support of the amendment. I want to recap. I'm going to recap. Mr. Donald Trump brought his then friend, it was his friend, Elon Musk, into town to reduce the deficit. And he thereby fired thousands of people with no rhyme or reason. They canceled all kinds of grants. But we know that was a joke. Why do we know that's a joke? Because within a short period of time, Mr. Donald Trump and the Republicans decided that instead of reducing the deficit, they were going to give tax breaks to the very, very wealthy and to big corporations, and they had about $4+ trillion to the deficit. So then Mr. Musk is no longer the friend of Mr. Trump. Now he's his off friend, and he attacked Mr. Trump. I know it's crazy, isn't it? He attacked Mr. Trump for raising the deficit. But in the meantime, Mr. Musk had fired all these people. And what happened? It was chaos, folks. Don't. I'm going to cry soon because this chaos is bad. But listen, what's happened is so many good people, for no rhyme and reason, who were public servants, they've been fired. Contracts are gone. People around the world are starving. People are not getting their medicine. We're losing our credibility. We're becoming the ugly Americans. So I'm supporting this amendment because I really think it's time for us to know what we're doing. And I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would say, wouldn't it be interesting to have a report on knowing the domestic economic impact of a foreign aid cancellation? We might ultimately agree with all of that, but to not know what the effect of all of this is doing is really a little bit mindless. If you want to just keep your head in the sand, well, that's up to you. Let me close by reminding everyone that American people are demanding help with the cost of living, the issue that we hear about over and over again. The last thing the administration should do is cancel contracts for American farmers, contractors, drive up the cost of trade, close off future economic growth. We all deserve to know exactly how the Trump administration is hurting communities, undercutting American companies. That's what this amendment gives them, the knowledge. It's knowledge. It's good to have knowledge and details before you make a decision about where you want to go. Urge your support.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delore is recognized for an amendment.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
I rise to offer this amendment so that this body can understand the cost in dollars, in projects, and in influence of President Trump's decision to dismantle our foreign aid and our soft power. We know that we are in a competition for global leadership with China, which will seize every opportunity to fill the gaps that we leave behind. Just a recent example, barely a week after the U.S. canceled 2 projects in Cambodia, one to encourage child literacy and another to improve nutrition for children under 5, China's International Aid Agency announced funding for programs to achieve near identical goals. Both the American and Chinese programs provided school supplies, offered hand-washing materials, and aimed to improve outcomes for vulnerable families and households, including newborns and children with disabilities. My amendment would require a report that reveals the extent of situations like this, where China is expanding its power and influence in critical regions, countries, and sectors where America previously had deep and productive relationships before they were uprooted by President Trump. The chaos of President Trump's foreign aid freeze has been a gift to China. Mere months after USAID launched a strategic mission in the Pacific, bringing together 9 sovereign nations, Fiji, Kiribati, Nauru, Samoa, Tonga, Tuvalu, and the Marshall Islands, the Federated States of Micronesia, and Palau, to combat China's expanding influence. The drawdown of USAID personnel and the foreign assistance freeze has now given Beijing a free hand to operate in this crucial region. China has been significantly escalating its commercial and development activities for years, putting itself in a position to capitalize on any vacuum the United States leaves behind. To pick just one more example, over 40 Chinese state-owned enterprises currently operate in the country of Papua New Guinea, with more than 1,800 foreign companies controlled by Chinese nationals or entities, as the U.S. draws down its presence in the region. This is not just a competition in the Pacific. China's ambitions are global, as their Belt and Road Initiative demonstrates, and they are making significant headway in Africa. While African leaders and citizens still prefer engagement with the United States over China, recent gaps in American engagement are leading even American allies to reassess their partnerships with us. After USAID was withdrawn to Mozambique, China quickly offered to build a surgical center at Maputo Central Hospital, the largest health unit in the country, and a highway in the capital region. Compare the Trump administration's about-face on international development partnerships with China's 2024 announcement of $51 billion in new foreign aid to Africa, targeting infrastructure projects and massive job creation. Who appears to be the more stable, more productive partner now? And while the effects of losing these programs may be felt first abroad, the losses are ultimately felt at home. American-based organizations and companies will lose nearly $30 billion due to foreign aid cuts and canceled international assistance contracts, such as Celine LLC, an information technology company that lost over $100 million in contracts from USAID, and nearly 20,000 jobs have already been lost. The American people deserve to know what they are losing. They deserve to know how completely the Trump administration is paving the way for China's rise to global dominance. That is what this amendment would give them. Proud to propose the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment by the distinguished ranking member. First of all, I want to reiterate that a key priority in this bill is providing the funding and the related directives necessary to counter the malign influence of the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party. Our memories sometimes here can be short. but I recall during the debate in fiscal year '24 that the ranking member actually criticized these same counter-China provisions for allegedly somehow jeopardizing the United States' national security. I have here the press release criticizing the prohibition of funds for the Wuhan Institute of Virology, for gain-of-function research, and any lab controlled by China, Russia, Cuba, Iran, North Korea, and Venezuela. We were also criticized then in writing because we prohibited funding for the government of the People's Republic of China or the Chinese Communist Party. And yes, and for preventing lending through the international financial institutions to the People's Republic of China. Now, I'm grateful and I'm glad that it looks like that attitude might be changing. Because now I hear concern that we may not be doing enough to confront the PRC despite being criticized for doing too much. In fact, despite the top line cuts, the bill designates $1.8 billion in support for the Indo-Pacific strategy. It prohibits funding to the PRC or the CCP. It provides funds to support critical allies and partners like the Philippines and Taiwan. It supports funding above the request for the Pacific Island countries and includes support necessary for the United States to compete with the PRC in Southeast Asia and Western Hemisphere and elsewhere as required by our national interests. More broadly, in my judgment, Secretary Rubio's realignment of the United States foreign assistance with our national security interests was long overdue. Again, it's worth repeating that the previous administration was funding controversial, wasteful programs, and even programs that were harmful to U.S. national security interests. And I put provisions in this bill, we put provisions in this bill to address these disgraceful activities and to try to reassure taxpayers that their money would be spent to defend our national security interests. Will there be hiccups and vigorous debate in the process of realigning and streamlining our foreign assistance? Absolutely. But change had to happen. And I'm going to work with each and every one of you and every member of this committee to help ensure that the United States foreign assistance programs enhance American security, expand economic opportunities that benefit American workers, strengthen allies, and confront the malign, dangerous influence of the PRC and other strategic competitors. So therefore, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized to address the amendment.
I don't know whether we're agreeing to disagree or we're disagreeing to agree, because I think everybody in this room understands that we do not want China to take over the world and take over the voids that we are leaving. So I'm rising in strong support of Ranking Member DeLaura's amendment, which calls for a much-needed report from the Secretary of State on how recent changes to U.S. foreign policy are opening the door for China to expand its global influence at the direct expense of American interests. Now, and after I've been listening to all this, I now understand why my 6-year-old grandson is actually learning Mandarin in first grade. And let's be blunt, when the United States retreats from the world stage, we create a vacuum, and that's what we've been doing since Mr. Trump came back into office. And the People's Republic of China is more than eager to fill it. They're not just filling gaps, they're executing a calculated long-term strategy to replace U.S. leadership with an authoritarian model, and they're doing it on every front: economic, political, diplomatic, technological, and military. And I'm going to break it down economically. Through its Belt and Road Initiative, China has spent over $1 trillion funding infrastructure, roads, ports, railways, power plants in more than 140 countries. These projects come with opaque terms, and when nations can't repay, China demands strategic concessions like long-term port leases or control of natural resources. That's debt-trapped diplomacy, plain and simple. Politically, China is buying influence at the United Nations, building voting blocks that align with its views on Taiwan and Hong Kong and human rights. And on the information front, As the voice of America goes dark in places like Myanmar, Vietnam, and now even Ukraine, China is flooding the airwaves with state-run media, adding over 80 new frequencies in just the past few months. Their message, autocracy works. Technologically, China offers cheap 5G infrastructure, embedding surveillance and cyber vulnerabilities in our allied nations. And via the digital Silk Road, they export facial recognition, AI surveillance, and censorship tools to fragile democracies. They also dominate the supply chain for rare earth minerals, which are essential for everything from smartphones to military equipment to renewable energy, and militarily China expanding its footprint all over the place. And in terms of global health, they distribute vaccines and supplies around the world, not always safe or effectively, but strategically to win loyalty. And now, as the United States slashes programs, China is stepping in with alternatives that are opaque, that are authoritarian aligned and dismissive of human rights and civil society, and the very pillars of our model of development. This is not about development assistance. This is a high-stakes contest between democracy and autocracy, between openness and coercion, between partnership and control. And I'm going to give you, if I have time, one example. In Cambodia, the United States recently canceled 2 foreign aid programs, one focused on child literacy, the other on nutrition, and within days, China's aid agency announced it would fund nearly the identical projects. That's not generosity, that is strategic replacement. And when we pull back our support from institutions like the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, China is increasing its stakes, steering development to serve its own political and economic agenda. And it is critical, that the United States stay at the table with our resources, our values, and our leadership to influence critical decisions like where resources should go. Because when we're not at the table, China is. And this amendment demands a clear-eyed assessment. We cannot fix what we refuse to face, and if we don't act now, we're ceding ground for generations. I guess my grandson is going to need to know that Mandarin language, but I hope it's for better purposes. And let's do our job. Let's shine the light. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Case, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong support of the ranking member's amendment. You know, we're all fond of catchy names for our bills, and I believe that despite the chair's impassioned defense of his measure, and with some laudable exceptions, which the chair outlined and for which he deserves credit, this bill is on track to be named the Gift to the Chinese Communist Party Act, because that is certainly how the CCP views this version of the bill. And let's just focus on some specific areas as microcosms of where this bill fails our national security. Yes, this is a national security bill. In my part of the world, the Indo-Pacific, and more specifically, the Pacific Islands, where the PRC seeks to split our alliances, partnerships, and friendships, to cast our country as the most unreliable of partners, and to figuratively and literally outflank our national security. Let's take some examples. Pacific Island leaders themselves cite climate change and the results of climate change as their top threat. We can argue all we want about it. That's what they think their top threat is. And under this and other measures, anything that even recognizes climate-related challenges is verboten. Well, the PRC just announced an expansion of assistance with mitigating climate change to the Pacific Islands. Pacific Island leaders cite digital connectivity, so internet access, cybersecurity, things we take for granted, as one of their top economic challenges. But this administration and this bill halt USAID funding of submarine cable projects and other connectivity efforts. Well, the PRC is stepping up its Huawei and fiber optic and other interconnectivity offerings. USAID offered Pacific Island nations critical assistance in disaster preparedness, another key challenge, especially in low-lying countries. But that assistance has been halted. Well, the PRC just established the China-Pacific Island Countries Center for Disaster Risk Reduction and Cooperation and funded it. USAID offered the Pacific Island nations small local development assistance, which is what they need. Another Pacific Islands priority. That has been halted. But the PRC just announced 200 small and beautiful economic development efforts throughout the Pacific Islands. In fact, in a whole range of other Pacific Island priorities, humanitarian assistance, good government, biodiversity conservation, HIV/AIDS, electrification, infrastructure, the U.S. is stepping out and the PRC is stepping in. And this is all before we confront the real-world results of one of this administration's and majority's great vendettas, because it cannot be now characterized as anything else than that against the United Nations. With so many programs critical to the Pacific Islands, but let's just take one, UNESCO, which promotes international cooperation in education, science, culture, and communications worldwide. When the first Trump administration pulled out of UNESCO, as it appears poised to do again, the PRC was left to run UNESCO and the show, to dictate to the Pacific Islands and to the world what the norms of education, culture, science, and cultural interchange would be. And that is not a show that the Pacific Islands nor any other nations can sustain. In fact, if you take a look at the Indo-Pacific and the Pacific Islands overall, and even worldwide, it is actually the ultimate irony and tragedy that we built the United Nations to counter countries like the PRC, and now we're abandoning it in this bill and otherwise to countries like the PRC. The bottom line is very clear and stark, whether you want to take the Pacific Islands or anywhere else. As we walk out, the PRC walks in. And that is not a result any subcommittee that renamed itself the National Security Subcommittee should sanction. But let's not debate this endlessly or deny that. Let's systematically evaluate it across the board, because that's what this amendment asks us to do. It asks the Secretary of State to report back to this committee what the results of the administration's policies and priorities are on the advancement of the PRC's interests in the world. Pretty straightforward, part of our oversight. And unless you are afraid of the answer to that, or unless you believe that the Secretary of State is not omnipotent in that department, we should have that report. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank Congresswoman DeLauro, our ranking member, for offering this amendment, whose purpose is to take 180 days to have the administration take a look at tracking Chinese efforts to expand its global influence on every level, politically, technologically, economically, and militarily. I think 180 days is a reasonable amount of time for the administration to report back to us. That's all we're asking for. And it's clear what Communist China is doing in the developing world and the developed world already. She's expanding their Belt and Road Initiative. And isn't that an interesting phrase? Belt and road. Think about it. And it's stadium diplomacy. They're investing untold tens of billions of dollars because the Chinese economy essentially makes more than the world needs and then strategically dumps, whether it's steel, whether it's automotive, I mean, you take it, whether it's critical minerals, and they begin to gain greater and greater control. Their interest is not being done out of the goodness of their heart, but they obviously have strategic interests in this hemisphere, but also in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and they're voting with some of the worst tyrannies in the world. So they seek to increase their influence so that foreign nations are more inclined to support them, whether that impacts us in terms of trade disputes. Look at the trouble the president's having with them right now. Access to critical minerals, very important. Access to space, even deep sea mining, or big balloons that fly over our country. We have to recognize we're living in a different moment. We've also seen this whole Chinese initiative play out at the United Nations and in other forums where they never vote on liberty's side. Freedom is not something on their mind. China's economy is growing, and they have a vast population, 4 times larger or more than our own. And their technological lead is breathtaking. One of the most recent cars they've actually manufactured will go 1,900 miles with a battery that you can recharge in 5 minutes. Believe me, in my part of America where we manufacture, we hear that loud and clearly. They also have a real edge in artificial intelligence. I mentioned critical minerals, and also telecommunications. Our country must maintain its global leadership in every form of diplomacy we can muster for liberty's sake, not for our own sake, but for the sake of the society in which we live. And we can use humanitarian and development assistance as a tool to advance our national security and our interests against China and other tyrannies. We need to be serious about that, to continue to advance liberty's cause in our foreign relations and our national security interests around the globe. I think a 180-day study is extremely reasonable, and I would think that the new Secretary of State would want to do that. We would welcome the administration's perspective on China and its activities globally. I ask for support of the amendment and congratulate the gentlelady for offering it. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I want to thank my colleagues for speaking up. And at the core of this is, what are we afraid of? What are you afraid of with regard to a report? And a report that just tells us where we are, where we have some difficulty. If you just put up the map and see where we were and now where we're not and who is there, vacuums get filled, and that is what China is doing. And the American people are demanding help with cost of living. It's an issue we hear about all over and over again. But you have an administration with a war on food, on education, on health around the world, and with major economic impacts at home. And we have given China more and more opportunities to replace us. And we need to ensure the benefits from future trade and economic investment. We're allowing it to flow to Beijing instead of to the United States. And wouldn't it be a very good idea for us to know where we might be able to move in a direction or step back, or we're all right here, we're not all right there? What is wrong with a report? There's a fear factor here which is unexplainable. If we do not understand the extent of the damage that President Trump has done to America's global influence, we cannot hope to restore it. Again, I thank my colleagues. You've laid out the details of this amendment and wanting to have information. You can't close your eyes, put your head in the sand, and say it's going to be all right. I urge support for the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands having been raised, the roll will be called. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscamani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud? No. Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn? Aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde? No. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar? Aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. DeLauro?
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro? Aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? No. Mr. Diaz-Balart? No. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey? No. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar? Aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat? Aye. Mr. Fleischman? Ms. Frankel?
Aye.
Ms. Frankel? Aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin? No. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest? No. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder? Aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris? No. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson? No. Mr. Hoyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer? Aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy? Aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce? No. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter? Aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota? No. Ms. Lee? Ms. Letlow? Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin? Aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy? No. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum? Aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming? Aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar? No. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli? Aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan? Aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse? No. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez? Aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree? Aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan? Aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley? Aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers? No. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford? No. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson? No. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong? No. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres? Aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood? Aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo? No. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman? Aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack? No. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke? No.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Fleischman? No.
Gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Siscomani? No.
Gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Edwards? No.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Reschenthaler? No.
Gentlelady from Nevada.
Ms. Lee? Aye.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Ms. Dean? Aye.
Are there any others wishing to change or record your vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. Gentleman from Texas, how's the gentleman recorded? Thank the gentleman.
Mr. Gonzalez votes no.
Are there others who have not recorded their votes or wish to change? No, go ahead. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Connecticut, Mr. Lawrence, recognized for an amendment.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the
Without-
read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
This amendment restores funding to the International Humanitarian Assistance Account, which is a vital tool of American soft power and a life-saving source of humanitarian aid for people around the world. The bill before us is already cut by 22%, and this program has been cut nearly in half by 42%. American global leadership is indispensable for addressing the numerous humanitarian crises around the world. From Haiti, where nearly 5.4 million people are struggling to feed themselves and their families every day, to Sudan, where nearly 2 million children face malnutrition due to the ongoing civil war, with famines declared in some refugee camps already. In Ethiopia, 40% of population is suffering from extreme lack of food. In Myanmar, nearly 1 million Rohingya people have been displaced due to ethnic violence. In Yemen, more than 4.5 million people have been displaced, and nearly 18 million are in dire need of assistance. An ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine has displaced 7 million people into neighboring countries. And throughout Central America, over 1 million people have been uprooted from their homes due to criminal organizations and political instability. And the crisis in Gaza grows worse by the day, with attacks continuing on tent camps, hospitals, churches, and aid trucks and nearly the entire population of Gaza. More than 2 million men, women, and children are starving, and the entire population has been squeezed into barely 14% of the geographic areas, resulting in overcrowding and unsanitary conditions. Yet, instead of allowing experienced international aid organizations and NGOs to continue safely and reliably providing aid to all parts of Gaza facing famine, the Israeli government and the Trump administration have devised a new aid distribution system that is wholly inadequate to deliver any meaningful food assistance and completely ignores the other urgent needs of the population of Gaza: fuel, water, sanitation, shelter, and health care. Last Wednesday, at least 20 Palestinians died in a stampede for aid at a distribution site. This weekend, at least 32 Palestinians seeking aid at another site were killed by Israeli troops, whom witnesses reported fired indiscriminately into the crowd. Palestinian woman who was at the site following the incident asked a reporter, and I quote, "Is this food or death?" The total number of trucks available to bring food into Gaza has been limited to under 100 per day, when more than 500 are needed. We desperately need to find a way to get assistance to Gaza, not just food, but fuel, medical supplies, shelter, clean water. The global community has failed Gaza. People are being forced to put their lives on the line for a box of provisions, risk dying in line, or risk dying without food. Those are the choices being forced on the people of Gaza. I've been a leading voice in calling for surging humanitarian assistance into Gaza since the early days of this conflict, calling for at least 500 trucks per day of humanitarian aid since February of last year. When people are desperate, starving, and do not know where they can find food, find a meal, that's a recipe for further instability and violence. And by aiding the ongoing dismantling of UNRWA, the only international agency that is dedicated and capable of carrying out major humanitarian aid distribution inside Gaza, this bill is making it all impossible for any ceasefire to last more than a few weeks. Without reliable, safe, and trusted systems to distribute humanitarian aid and rebuild Gaza, there will be no hope for long-term peace. We do not just have a moral obligation to act in these circumstances. We have an imperative to preserve regional stability and prevent these conflicts from growing. My amendment restores the funding to an account that has helped save millions of lives, an account this bill cuts by 42%, and that is only the beginning of what this committee should be prepared to do to address the many dire humanitarian crises around the world. I'm proud to propose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment from the distinguished ranking member of our full committee. The amendment would increase the appropriation for the International Humanitarian Assistance account from $5 billion in the underlying bill to $8.707 billion. Here's one big problem. It has no offset. The amendment has no offset and would put the bill well over our 302B allocation, which in essence would just kill the bill. I've heard other folks out there, not appropriators, talk about how maybe a continuing resolution is a good idea, but they're horrific for our country, for our committee. They would not fulfill, CRs would not fulfill our national security commitment to our allies and friends while putting America's interests first, and again, while protecting U.S. taxpayers. And again, so this has no offset. We know that what that would mean, so I respectfully urge a no vote on the amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you. I rise in support, and Representative DeLauro just did an excellent job in terms of the need. There's no question about that. I just want to remind everybody that when we provide food and medicine and education and safety from sexual violence, domestic abuse to people in impoverished countries or communities, that means for them less migration, less conflict there, and more stable and healthy lives. And what does that mean for us? That means more markets for American goods, protection from pandemics, and less troops in harm's way. A very good reason to support this very good amendment. And I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, I'm sorry, the gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized.
Recognize me, and thank you, Congresswoman DeLauro, for this excellent amendment. Thank you for the humanitarian you always display in your service to our country and to your constituents. Both my ranking member and the Congresswoman articulated the need for this aid. I simply want to say that we were once one of the most beloved countries in the world because people could count on us to stick up for them and to provide for them whatever it was needed to keep them healthy and safe. And now we have departed so far from that, and we're continuing to move in that direction. And my friends on the other side of the aisle, whenever one of us raises spending money in one way, says, well, it's outside of the 302Bs. Well, it shouldn't have been outside the 302Bs. It should have been fundamentally part of what we move forward with in the original bill. Where we stand in relationship to others' needs speaks volumes about who we are, what we are, and we're much better than we're displaying ourselves to be in this bill, in this moment, and in opposition to this amendment. I most assuredly support it, and I pray that the God in you will help you to understand how important it is to stand up for those whose needs are so desperate that what we do for them could mean life or death for the innocent. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we pass this amendment, we will add $3.7 billion, and I mean billion dollars, to the spending of Congress. That's approximately $12 for every man, woman, and child in the entire United States. I think we can keep our $12. But this is a perfect example of Congress's massive addiction to opium. That's right. That's what I said. OPM, other people's money. We have an addiction to other people's money. Would we take that money out of our own pocket? Nope, I don't think so. But really, it's not other people's money. It's our people's money. It's our taxpayers' money. So I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, and I return.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland is recognized to address the amendment.
You voted for, I think, I'm checking it, but the overwhelming majority, enough to pass it, voted for a $5 trillion increase in the national debt. So don't lecture us about $3.5 billion to feed, clothe, house people who are in desperate straits. With all due respect.
Simple, straightforward.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized to address the amendment.
I'll be brief. I won't associate my remarks with the remarks of the gentleman from Georgia. I go home to my district, and I have yet to someone come up to me and say, I want you to spend my $12 sending money to Yemen. My constituents aren't from Yemen. They're not from Sudan. They're not from Gaza. They're from the beautiful eastern shore of Maryland. And people look at our budget and our spending, and they don't want their money spent in that way. Now, they may be making the wrong decision, but we're supposed to represent our constituents. And our constituents send a clear signal that we have to control the federal government spending and that we should spend money not in Yemen, not in Sudan, not in Gaza, but we should spend it here in the country. So the gentleman from Georgia is absolutely right. We have a spending addiction. We have it. And the sooner we realize it, the sooner we will correct it. But to borrow money from our grandchildren and great-grandchildren to assuage our conscience in some way that we have to feed and clothe the entire world is not only unrealistic, I suggest it's an immoral treatment to future generations. I yield back. No, sir.
Gentleman has already yielded back, actually. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Espion, is recognized to address the amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We are the United States of America, the greatest country in the world. The rest of the world looks at us as a beacon of hope and opportunity. And we often pound our chests and say that we are even greater than that. But the fact of the matter is that only less than 1% of our budget goes to foreign aid. Less than 1% of our budget goes to feed hungry kids, to help destitute people across the world that look up to us as a beacon of hope and opportunity. And we pound our chests and want to say that we're even greater than that. Yet, we're able to engage in fiscal practices that put us at a $3 trillion deficit over a period of time and extend an unprecedented handsome tax cut to the very rich, the ones that throw away food, and disregard the need of hungry people, not just in other countries, but in our country as well. And so here we have folks talking about less than 1% of the budget and how we are irresponsible in our budgetary practices, when all we want to do is say to the rest of the world, you know, we are a great nation. You should all aspire to be like the United States of America. And part of the mystique of America is to lift those that are coming behind us, the neediest among us. That's part of the mystique of America. And that's why people all over the world want to come to America. Because we have a willingness to help the neediest among us. Not to be arrogant and bullish and say that we should not spend to help hungry kids when we really only spend 0.5% of our budget. Those are crumbs. We should be doing better. And that's why China is eating our lunch. Not just because they're engaged in predatory practices by giving money to other countries, not just because they may be behind fentanyl or other illegal things, but because they go and they invest in other countries. and they're eating our lunch. And people here whine and complain, Mr. Chairman. Oh, please, grow up. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, is recognized to address the amendment.
I at least have to talk about this one time. I've told the story about Upton Sinclair when he wrote The Jungle, was dismayed at America's reaction afterwards. He was talking about the inhumane treatment of workers. But as Teddy Roosevelt read the book, he said, "I've been poisoned." Sinclair said, "I aim for America's heart. I hit a little lower." So if we can't appeal to someone's heart in these matters, we can maybe appeal to their brain and common sense, because it was that shrinking violet, that left-wing radical, General Mattis, who said, if you cut foreign aid, you better buy me more bullets. It is the common sense of recognizing the essence of soft power and what it means. You got to have friends in this world. If we don't have those who are going to stand with us, we're going to be in trouble when the chips are down. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, is recognized to address the amendment.
I yield to my colleague from Maryland.
For yielding. You know, I tell people that I believe strongly in the separation of church and state. What I don't believe in is the separation of the values that my faith teaches me and the policies I pursue. My Bible does not tell me that I should be my brother's keeper on the Eastern Shore, or my brother's keeper in St. Mary's County where I live, or my brother's keeper in Maryland, or my brother's keeper in America. It tells me I should be my brother's keeper. And we talk about a spending problem. When you talk about a spending problem, it relates to a debt problem that you're talking about. If you pay your bills, you don't have debt. I believe that personally. I don't have any debt. I pay every bill I get within the month. And luckily, I'm old enough that I've paid off my house. And as a result of my paying my bills every month, I don't have any debts. And do we spend beyond our means? We do. Do both sides do it? Absolutely. You think if you spend $150 billion additional on defense this year, that doesn't cause a deficit. That's absurd. And you don't pay for it. Now, let me give you the perfect example. I came here in 1981. Ronald Reagan was elected president the same year. He took office the same year I was elected. The debt increased with every spending being signed by Ronald Reagan from $985 billion to $1.8 trillion. Hear me. That's more than the debt has been increased at any time since I've been here. Now, there were smaller numbers, but as a percentage of our GDP, that was the largest increase ever, except in World War II. So we ought to stop preaching about one another's spending and tax cutting. And we ought to spend more time talking about paying for things, what value we give to things that we ought to pay for. Now, as some of you know, I'm a big supporter of national security. I have been every day I've been in the Congress of the United States. I supported a lot of what Ronald Reagan did, which Carter began, by the way. So when you talk about debt and you want to spend $3.4 trillion on a tax cut, we don't have $4.4 trillion to cut somebody's taxes. and then stay even? We don't have that. There's nobody in this room that's rational that believes you can cut $3.4 trillion in spending this year to account for the tax cut or over the 10 years. So let's understand, we have a debt because we don't pay our bills. And both sides do it. We may do it for different reasons, but we do it. So on this particular issue, yes, I believe I'm my brother's keeper, wherever that brother or sister might live. Thank you.
Thank both the gentlemen. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean's recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you very much. I rise in support of the DeLauro amendment, and I thank the ranking member for bringing it forward and bringing forward the issue of humanitarian assistance. And Judge Carter, I was really moved by what you had to say, the history of your wife's family in the Netherlands following World War II, and the hunger that I'm sure she remembers to this day. And the common sense thing that you say about expiration dates of nutritional biscuits. That's a worthy conversation. We're the greatest nation on the planet. Why didn't we have that conversation before destroying something that was simply marked expired? I'm certain your family's experience, your wife's family's experience would have said, I'll eat it any day of the week. I'll take the risk. But we didn't have that conversation because we had an administration that just cut it off, put it in a warehouse, don't access it, not to mention let go of most of the folks who would have been able to do the distribution of it, told them to stop. That's not what we do anymore. And then without a single conversation, just destroyed it. The greatest nation destroyed, you talk about waste, destroyed millions of dollars worth of life-saving aid. So I think you ask a very important question. I want to go back to the other piece of this, though, however, on humanitarian aid, whether we're talking about Gaza or other places in the world, South Sudan and other places. I think there is some misconception that just get some food there and everything's going to be all right. Well, we got the first layer of the food's not going there. We have trucks lined up outside of Gaza, hundreds and hundreds of trucks for weeks on end not getting in. They're getting in now, possibly at a point of 100 trucks a day. I don't even think that can be confirmed. And then what happens as a result, once they do get in under Israeli control, becomes a bit of a black hole. Whereas others who have been there doing this support for a very long time and who have the relationships, the partnerships on the ground, are waiting for these trucks. That is UNRWA. There are thousands of folks who have worked for UNRWA very honorably. And I am in favor of making sure that it is not Hamas infiltrated. But World Food Program, I've met directly with Cindy McCain, who heroically heads the World Food Program and is on the ground there doing what they can. It was their trucks when the folks came to try to receive aid. It was their trucks over the weekend where these people, desperate people, were shot. We have so many folks there. But finally, to the point of, let's just get them food. That misses the point. So many of the people who are at this level of malnutrition cannot accept food. It will not help them. They have to have medical support for the nutritional paste and other nutrients to bring them back from this desperate level of starvation. So it's not like just get them some cookies, get them a bucket of fruit. It isn't that. It's so much more desperate than that. I met with a team of pediatricians who worked in Gaza and in other places around the world, and they begged me to tell that story. It is not as simple as get the food in. And by the way, I wish we had the will here to get that first layer, which is let's get some food in there. It is different. It is deep. It is a difficult set of circumstances when people, particularly children, are starving to death. You need skilled pediatricians. You need nutritionists. You need other specialists to address acute malnutrition. I hope we will pay attention to what the ranking member has done here with this amendment. I hope we will call upon our better angels and say that, of course, this is worthy of our spending. Of course, this is our role around the planet. Whether you are a person of faith or not, we have an important role to play. And the financial argument makes no sense, and my constituents know that. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized to address it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to send a friendly message to my dear friend, Congressman Harris from Maryland. I'm going to share a chart with him because I know he cares about the U.S. debt as much as I do. And there's no question that since the 1980s, there's only one president who ever sent a balanced budget for Congress to consider, and that was Bill Clinton at the end of the 1980s. But if one looks at where the U.S. debt has come from, it is abundantly clear that those at the very top of the income scale, earning millions of dollars a year and indeed billions of dollars a year, do not pay their fair share. They do not. And so if one looks back at several Republican administrations, you will see tax breaks. The latest bill that was just passed will give to those who have so much $340,000 annually, permanently going forward, that will add to the U.S. debt. The Wall Street Journal agrees with that. Every major economist agrees with that. Those who earn under $50,000 a year, and I represent many of those folks, they will, several of them, hundreds and hundreds, will lose Medicaid coverage, and the cost of everything going up means that they're going to end up net negative. But the folks at the top will not. Most of the debt is due to tax breaks to the wealthiest people in our country, and you can guess which political party was in charge of the administrations that did that. In addition, the costs of wars that were not paid. And again, if one looks at who declared those wars, it's abundantly clear. About 25% of the debt is that. And then there was the pandemic, and that added a couple trillion more. But if one really looks at where the debt came from, it's very clear. And I will say to my friends on the other side of the aisle, it was interesting to me, because I believe in paying taxes. I believe every American should pay taxes. If you're at the bottom of the income scale, $1. Nobody should be free from patriotism to this country. But we took that away several years ago. I didn't agree with it, but it happened. And there's a reason, accountants don't like to deal with $1 bills, but there was a message that went with it. And that's that we're all in this together. We're all in this together. And I really would ask my colleagues, I'll give you the numbers. We'll bring them over. We'll show you them on a chart. How do we dig ourselves out of this hole? How do we do this? We have to have economic growth here at home. We have to reshore jobs. I agree with the president on that. We got a long way to go to make that successful. But it was your party that when we tried to get 20,000 additional accountants at the IRS in order to go after the people that have the most complex returns in the country, you repeatedly turned that proposal down in this committee over and over and over again. I come from a family where we had a little store, and when Dad earned his first dollar bill, he framed it and we put it on the wall. He understood what it was to compete, and it was hard. It was hard for a family grocery to do that. But he respected the bottom line, and I just say to my friends, including the gentleman who I'm responding to, we can solve this, but not with that kind of intransigence. We have to be able to put a group of people together who respect the bottom line and who know what's fair to all of the American people, not just the elite privileged few. I thank you for listening, and I yield back.
Very good, Marcy. You gave me a good lesson.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? If there's no further debate, then the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, the United States has a history of providing assistance and expert assistance in times of disasters. That's U.S. history. That's where our values lie. Times of disaster and times of famine. And that is because when you provide humanitarian assistance, it is one of the most, it's one of the most effective investments that we can make. It's one of those, and the issue is here, we do what we have done in the past because we have a moral compass. We have a moral compass that says people are starving. People are in the wake of a hurricane, a tsunami, of whatever it is. And the U.S. has been first in line, except for now, when we do not want to participate. How do we stand by and watch people starve? I think what's important in this debate and what's here today is to finding where our moral compass is. And if we can't vote for humanitarian assistance to people, humanitarian assistance to people, then we have lost it as a nation. And by God, what a disaster that would be for the United States of America. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
No, let it go. Let it go.
And the amendment is
Let it go.
not accepted. I believe that the bell has rung, but the gentleman from Texas is next. He's usually pretty fast. And so what we'll do is go to the gentleman from Texas to offer his amendment. And then at that point, when we're finished disposing with that, I'll recess this. As soon as the votes are over, I would ask that you come back. We'll get started as quickly as we can. We still have a long way to go. My friend, gentleman from Texas is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk and ask that we dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To our chairman, as you know, if you recall, last year, if you remembered, last year you don't remember, but as you remember, we talked about this particular amendment or something similar. Both you and I worked at the state level where the state of Florida, the state of Texas worked on similar type of language. That is one part dealing with performance measures. So if we spend $1, we know that we spend $1 on it. Talked about getting rid of any unnecessary rules and regulations that were duplicative or were unnecessary and therefore saving us money. If you recall, Mr. Chairman, we also talked about having reviews of different programs. And if you recall also, Mr. Chairman, that we also talked about the performance measures. The performance measures, as you know, under the law that we passed in 2010, the agencies are doing their own performance measures and they put them somewhere in a website. But none of that work product is ever provided to the Appropriations Committee. If we are going to be doing our work under the Constitution and provide oversight, we have to see those measures. We have to see some of those suggestions. So I would ask that that we sit down as the year goes on, and I've asked every chairman, and I withdrew this for us to consider this because, again, this language is very straightforward. It follows the law that we passed in 2010. And it just calls for performance measures, reviews of rules and regulations, find cost savings, and to be provided to the Appropriations Committee where we will have the final say-so. So at this time, if I can just have a conversation with the chairman, if you recall our conversation very vividly, We had talked about doing this, and I would love to work with you and the ranking member and the committee staff on this language.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cuellar. Look, you never let us forget this issue, and I thank you for it. And I know you've been a leader on this issue. By the way, you were in the state. You continue to be there. I look forward to working with you on this. I think it's an important matter. It's accountability. It's making sure the money is well spent. So not only do I commit to doing it, I look forward to working with you. And again, thank you for your long memory and making sure that we do not forget this very important issue. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair, was actually an error. That was a 15-minute bell we heard, so we actually have a little extra time, and I understand the, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to working with you and the other members and the ranking and the staff also. And with that, I will withdraw my amendment. Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen.
I thank the gentleman, and as I was suggesting, we have a little more time, so we're going to keep moving while we can. Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have an amendment at the desk and I ask unanimous consent to dispense.
Without
with reading.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I too plan to offer and withdraw an amendment. This would fund the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development at the President's request of $87.5 million. I understand there is a language in the report that acknowledges that the committee, quote, looks forward to working with authorizers on the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development's capital increase. But I want to highlight the critical role the EBRD plays in the global economic sector. As a multilateral development bank owned by 75 countries, EBRD promotes private sector-driven economic growth in countries that are often trying to reduce their dependence on Russia and China. The bank has also supported the international expansion of many U.S. companies. The U.S. currently holds a 10% stake in the bank, but if the U.S. fails to participate in the capital increase, that would open the door for other countries, such as China, to increase their shares and expand their influence in the institution. The capital increase the U.S. provides will enhance EBRD's capacity, allowing it to expand its role as the largest international investor in Ukraine's economy, with a particular focus on its reconstruction. The EBRD is the most efficient way to burden share investment in the bank's reconstruction efforts in Ukraine. For every dollar the U.S. invests, other shareholders invest an additional $9. The bank has also been critical in reducing dependence on Russian gas in the wake of Putin's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. While this Congress and European leaders debate the legal and political path forward towards transferring frozen Russian sovereign assets to Ukraine, EBRD provides an immediate and practical pathway to deliver financial support once the Repo for Ukrainians Act, which authorized the seizure and repurposing of billions of dollars in Russian assets to support Ukraine's reconstruction, is fully implemented. EBRD will be well positioned to assist in funding reconstruction efforts. EBRD is implementing an implementing entity for the trust fund that the World Bank has set up to use the extraordinary revenues coming from the frozen assets. EBRD is uniquely positioned to lead Ukraine's reconstruction through targeted investments in agriculture, critical minerals, and infrastructure, while supporting reform and anti-corruption efforts. It remains the only institution that has consistently invested in Ukraine's economy since the war began. It indeed has the knowledge, expertise, experience, and relationships to bolster the country through reconstruction and support the prosperity that will guarantee security. If the chairman wishes to respond, that's great, but I would be closing with withdrawal when he's completed.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank the sponsor of the amendment for bringing this important issue up. I know if I can add something to what you said, I would note that European Bank of Reconstruction and Development is unique among multilateral development banks in that it's focused entirely on the private sector and operates on commercial principles. But as the gentleman said, the bank's, despite its many important investments in in a multitude of different places. The proposed capital increase remains unauthorized. I would like to continue to work with the gentleman, and we're going to work with the authorizers of the relevant committees on this matter as we move forward with the legislative process. And I look forward to working with the gentleman. I understand he is going to withdraw, but again, I thank him, and I look forward to working with you, sir, very directly as we work with the authorizers to move this forward. And I thank you for bringing this up. Appreciate that, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, and I appreciate the chairman's remarks, and I do look forward to working with all of you in this matter, and I withdraw the amendment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We think we are now very close to vote, so rather than get into another and have to interrupt somebody in the middle, I'd prefer that we recess, subject to the call of the chair. Again, immediately after the last vote, I'll be headed back here. As soon as we have a quorum, we'll start, so please act accordingly. And with that, committee stands recessed. Call of the chair.
I know, on yours?
Committee will reconvene, and a gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ming. Gentlelady is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask that its reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Page 6 of the report we're voting on today says, waste, fraud, and abuse in the programs funded in this act will not be tolerated. If that's true, my amendment should be easy to support. It tackles the waste, fraud, and abuse this administration has created through its destruction of USAID and the dismantling of our foreign aid infrastructure. Because of this administration's stop work order, 800,000 doses of a vaccine for Mpox, an infectious disease, are sitting in warehouses about to expire. Mpox outbreaks are ongoing through multiple continents. Here in the US, cases have been reported in California, Georgia, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and in my home state of New York. These vaccines could have been helping to prevent the spread of this disease. Instead, they're being wasted. And that's not all. 500 tons of emergency food assistance grown by American farmers is stuck in warehouses when it could be saving the lives of people fleeing famine. Up to $40 million in life-saving international family planning commodities stuck in the supply chain instead of helping save the lives of an estimated 34,000 moms a year. Whether it's attacking the Title X domestic family planning program, defunding Planned Parenthood, or burning a warehouse full of life-saving contraception, this administration has shown it's willing to deprive millions of people of health care in order to further its extreme agenda. This sounds exactly like the kind of waste, fraud, and abuse that DOGE was created to fight. And those are just the supplies that we know about. So what is the plan? For some commodities, the State Department has decided to incinerate them. As we talked about earlier, 500 tons of emergency food assistance and over $9 million in contraceptives. The family planning supplies are not expired or damaged. They could be distributed today to people in need. Instead, the administration is willfully and wastefully lighting taxpayer dollars on fire. Even for supplies that are expired, that should never have happened in the first place. Their expiration date is the result of wasteful and ineffective policies that froze global supply chains without any consideration for the consequences. The administration has known about this problem for months. It intentionally sat on its hands watching it unfold rather than solving it. The idea that it couldn't be redirected to the people who need it the most is wrong. The destruction of these supplies isn't just wasteful. It's cruel, unethical, and immoral. My amendment would prohibit funds from being used for the destruction of these supplies and any others subject to the provision of this bill unless every effort has been made to sell, donate, or otherwise make them available before their expiration date. It includes an exception for commodities that are verifiably damaged, defective, or expired. Please vote for my amendment to save lives, protect taxpayer dollars, and end this waste, fraud, and abuse so Americans and our constituents don't have to watch their investments in our national security and global health go up in flames. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by our colleague from New York. I do appreciate the concern over the destruction of expired commodities, especially those involved in emergency food assistance. And so I appreciate that this is an issue that the gentleman cares a lot about. The language proposed by the amendment, however, is too broad, too directive, and includes no waivers. And so just some of the problems, no one really knows or can predict its full implications. For example, what does the phrase, unless every effort has been made to sell, donate, or otherwise make the commodity available mean? How will the State Department interpret that standard? What are the implications of requiring that, quote, any commodities or supplies procured to carry out this act shall be transferred to a foreign government, public international organization, or non-governmental organization when necessary to prevent spoilage or wastage of such commodities? I'm not sure who determines that process, the safeguards, any possible safeguards, the rules for disposal of such commodities, particularly since the language, and this is key, overrides provisions of the law governing the disposal of federal property. These are really, really important questions without answers. We don't have answers, and more appropriately, these are things that need to be carefully considered by the authorizing committees of jurisdiction. I would also note, and again, this is key, that Section 7015J of our bill requires that our committee be informed of each instance in which funds appropriated by the Act for assistance have been diverted or destroyed. This provides needed accountability and transparency in the event of diversions or destructions of assistance, including destruction of commodities due to the expiration of a commodity prior to the delivery to the intended beneficiary. Again, I understand and I appreciate, I really do, the importance of this issue and the gentlewoman's commitment to the continued delivery of life-saving assistance to those needs. I am obviously more than willing and anxious to work with her and anybody else, because I do believe that you are generally concerned, and I know that you're on the subcommittee, and I appreciate that. So I unfortunately cannot support the amendment right now as written, and I would urge a no vote.
Excuse me, the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in urgent support of Congresswoman Meng's amendment because we must put an end to one of the most disgraceful abuses of taxpayer dollars and humanitarian values in recent memory: the willful destruction of life-saving aid funded by the American people. From the moment Donald Trump returned to office, his on-again, off-again, on-again, off-again partner Elon Musk and the Project 2025 loyalists embedded in what used to be USAID launched an all-out assault on America's humanitarian infrastructure. They fired thousands of experienced workers. They canceled hundreds of critical programs. They dismantled the global lifelines that deliver food, vaccines, and medicine to those clinging to life in the world's hardest places. And what is left? I'll tell you what's left: chaos, collapse, and cruelty. In May, reports showed that more than 60,000 metric tons of U.S. food, enough to feed 3.5 million people for a month, has been left to rot in warehouses and ports across Djibouti, South Africa, Dubai, and Houston, and nearly $500 million in humanitarian aid paid for by American taxpayers is at the risk of spoiling, and some shipments have already been diverted for animal feed. Well, I guess I don't know what that means. Are we feeding the animals? Or okay, well, that's good too. But the others being destroyed outright. And what happened to the government watchdog who tried to sound the alarm? Guess what happened? He was fired. Meanwhile, in Dubai, nearly 500 more metric tons of fortified food desperately needed by malnourished children was intentionally incinerated. That's not good. And we paid an extra $100,000 just to burn the food. Doesn't stop there. Now the White House is planning to incinerate over $9 million worth of family planning supplies, contraceptives, IUDs, implants, health tools that could prevent 1 million unintended pregnancies and save the lives of more than 3,000 women. This isn't waste reduction. This isn't about accountability. This is a bonfire of our humanity. I think that's a good analysis. A bonfire. They're incinerated. You get it? Listen, we can debate whether she got it. We can debate whether this is incompetence or deliberate, ideologically driven campaign to cripple America's global leadership and to punish the most vulnerable people on the planet in the process. But either way, it's indefensible. And Representative Mang's amendment says enough. If we buy food to feed the hungry, we don't let it rot. If we fund vaccines and HIV medicines, we deliver them. We don't burn them. We don't dump them. We don't abandon people to die while warehouses overflow with unused supplies. This amendment is not about politics. It's about basic decency. It's about restoring the values we say we stand for, because right now those values are going up in smoke. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Mang Amendment. Stop this destruction. Let's honor the compassion of the American people. And let's make sure that when America reaches out to help the world, that the help actually arrives. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chair, and I wholeheartedly support this amendment and thank the gentlelady from New York for submitting it. I just happen to be the co-chair of the Food Waste Caucus. So I have a particular interest in this, and this is when food waste meets humanity and morality. So we spend a lot of time trying to think about the food waste in our system. We have a fairly inefficient food system. We move food all over the country instead of buying enough food locally, and we waste about a third of food in this country. But this adds to the food waste in this country in a colossal way, and it does so while shamefully taking the food out of the mouths of starving people around the world. Let's just call this what it is. This is a really stupid mistake of government, and it is misguided. It's a misguided act on the part of this administration by Doge and Elon Musk and this administration that came in and said, oh, we're going to save you all kinds of money. We're going to go through waste in government and we're going to clean it all up and it's going to be all better when we're done with it. And the first thing they went after was USAID in a ham-handed kind of way, pointing out maybe a couple of things that they found that were high profile, that might have been wasting money or wasn't something that everybody agreed on. But they never admitted to you that when they shut down USAID, they were also taking away that food that our farmers have worked hard to provide, distributed around the world, and then they destroyed the system that made sure that food got to the people who were hungry. And they never want to tell you about that, and now it is going up in smoke. This month, they will incinerate 500 metric tons of food for hungry people, food that farmers grew, food that people worked hard to get to the distribution sites. They have destroyed the distribution networks because they said, oh, we're going to save you all this money. I don't think anybody in America said, as Americans, let's stop feeding hungry people around the world. I don't think that anybody thought that's what they were doing when they said they were going to save you money and save taxpayers money. And clearly, this isn't saving taxpayers money. They've still got the food. They're burning it up. This is this first 500 metric tons that they're going to destroy cost $800,000 to procure. Thank goodness the farmers got paid for that. It's also going to cost $130,000 just to burn it. And probably add pollution to the atmosphere and increase global warming, although I know we don't all agree on that one. But the truth is, nobody thinks we should waste food. Everybody's grandmother said, clean your plate. There are starving children around the world. Make sure you clean up your food. So where in the world did anybody think it was a good idea to collect this food, to pay the farmers for it, to distribute it around the world into warehouses, and then decide you weren't going to distribute it? It's shameful. It's a waste of money. It's a slap in the face of the farmers who worked hard to grow this. Reports are that 600,000 metric tons, are now undelivered, while 319 million people are at acute levels of food insecurity. And this is going to continue going on because they're not rebuilding USAID. We're not putting it all back together in this bill. We're not redistributing this food. And these are true national security issues. You've heard other people say today that the generals tell us, you know, if you're not doing soft aid, if you're not distributing food around the world, you're going to have to buy more bullets. And that's just what we're doing here. We're wasting the taxpayer dollars. We're not distributing it to hungry people. And we are now destroying this food. So I wholeheartedly support this amendment. And I just want people to say, come on, this is a dumb thing to do. Destroying USAID, destroying our food distribution networks, pulling the United States out of the important role we've had of feeding hungry children is a dumb idea. And we should get back into it, and we should restore this, and we should stop destroying food that should go to hungry people. And I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Representative Mang's amendment, which would ensure there is no waste, fraud, and abuse of U.S. taxpayer dollars. Last week, the Committee on Foreign Affairs questioned State Department Deputy Secretary of Management and Resources, Secretary Regis, about the destruction of the 500 tons of food. He claimed that we are required due to the expiration of this food. How unimaginative. He failed to mention that this food could have easily been distributed over the past 7 months had the Trump administration not placed a hold and then cuts to foreign assistance. I want to bring to light an additional waste as a direct result of this administration's reckless cuts to foreign assistance funds that were appropriated by you and me and Congress and signed into law. Over the course of the past 6 months, we have seen the dismantling of life-saving water, sanitation, and hygiene programs. Water towers for schools and health clinics in Mali abandoned. Construction for more than 100 drinking systems in Nepal were halted, leaving plumbing supplies and about 6,500 bags of cement unused. Irrigation canals in Kenya have been left unfinished, which will threaten crops. Baby formula provided by the United States that requires clean water will go to waste. All of these initiatives that our country supported will go unfinished and will jeopardize our relationships with foreign partners. Over the many years that the United States has supported water projects, the lives of millions of people around the world have been improved. Importantly, many of these projects were led by American businesses, positively contributing to the global water security and our own United States economy. Children were less likely to die of waterborne diseases like diarrhea. Girls were more likely to stay in school, and young men were less likely to be recruited by extremist groups. What we are witnessing here is waste, fraud, and abuse by our own administration. Let's not be complicit. I encourage all of us to support Representative Meng's wise amendment to prevent the wasteful and unnecessary destruction of commodities procured with taxpayer dollars, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from New York is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think any of our constituents, Republican, Democrat, and everyone in between, wants to see this country and our administration light millions of dollars of taxpayers' money on fire. Millions of dollars of taxpayers' money wasted, hundreds of tons of food, so many ways that we could tackle this issue of waste, fraud, and abuse. This is only making the problem worse, and this is not being a good steward of our American taxpayer dollars. I ask for a yay vote. Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady. The questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart.
No.
Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cloud, no.
Gentleman from Virginia?
Mr. Klein, no.
Gentleman from Hawaii?
Mr. Case, aye.
Gentleman from California?
Mr. Aguilar, aye.
Gentleman from Indiana?
Mr. Mervan, aye.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania?
Mr. Reschenthaler, no.
Are there other members wishing to record or change their vote? If not, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask that it be considered read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an amendment that's about ethics and the scrupulous use of taxpayer dollars and making sure that we don't have any unethical behavior of those taxpayer dollars. As you know, some poorly run third world countries and dictatorships, whoever's in charge finds a way to make money while they're in charge. And being the president of the United States should not be a get-rich-quick scheme. This amendment would simply say that it would prohibit any funding from being used to support programs that would financially benefit any organization owned by the president, a partner of an organization owned by the president, or any commercial entity that the president or the president's immediate family have a financial interest in. It also prevents funding from being used for any Department of State sponsored events that would be held at a property owned by the president. Now, it may seem that that shouldn't be even necessary, but unfortunately, it is necessary, and this would be good to have in place for any president to make sure that we're using taxpayer dollars wisely. But there's three major areas that we have some problems with right now. One, when we have foreign government officials visit. Back in 2017, when Xi Jinping visited, the State Department was charged $30,000 for just 4 days at a Trump property, and that was for the then Secretary Rex Tillerson and other VIPs that were put up in luxury suites. Just in the first 10 months of this term, foreign government officials from 10 countries have made 19 visits to Trump properties. Those foreign officials, they came, it often seems to ingratiate themselves with the president, but then we're also paying for the extra security and other folks that have to be at these properties. 4 presidents of countries came to Trump properties so far this year, and they often come with a delegation, and all those rooms then are something that we're paying. So the first really argument is that, you know, these foreign government visits, we shouldn't as taxpayers then be paying to a Trump entity. Second, the commercial real estate dealings of whoever is president. During Donald Trump's first term, he pledged not to engage in any real estate development projects in foreign countries, but he didn't do that in this presidency. And right now he is pursuing 21 foreign real estate development projects, including in Oman, Saudi Arabia, India, Turkey, Vietnam, and the UAE. In Vietnam, the real estate project is $1.5 billion golf course deal that is struck about a month before a trade deal was struck. And again, not saying that there's a correlation to the two dots and the very straight path that goes between them, but certainly that could be a potential abuse by any president of being able to do that. And third, events. You may remember in 2019, Donald Trump announced that he planned to host the 2020 G7 at his Doral Golf Resort in Florida. He got a lot of backlash for that, and ultimately didn't do it. But we are scheduled to host the G20 next year and the G7 in 2027. And given how we've seen some things different in this presidency than the last presidency, it wouldn't be wise to have something at a facility where the president's going to directly profit. Look, we all have, there's a reason why we can't have federal contracts as members of Congress, et cetera. But it also should apply when it comes to these sorts of things to make sure that people know that we are running the most ethical government possible. I think it just makes sense to make sure that we're protecting the taxpayers from any potential abuse. This amendment would do that. And I would urge your support, and I thank you for your attention to this matter. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. Look, I don't really think this is a serious attempt to do anything other but to score political points. I do agree with some of the things he said about we should be running the most ethical government. Yeah, I'll tell you what, we haven't had cocaine in the White House in this administration. I'll tell you what, there hasn't been a pardon of his son for acts that were committed either, you know, during the presidency or before. So I can tell you right now, it's a hell of a lot more ethical than it was in the last 4 years. But let me get to the subject at hand. No, I know. I guess it's okay to have cocaine in the White House, but I don't agree with that. So let me just tell you why I agree that obviously, and I think all of us agree that no public office should be abused for personal gain. Now that is consistent, by the way, with the United States Constitution, current law, and this bill. Now, do I think that we should tie the hands of those in the procurement or planning process who are tasked with determining the most efficient, proximate, and cost-effective venues and itineraries with a blanket prohibition that might not make any sense under those circumstances? Look, I get it. Some folks, doesn't matter what the president will do, or will impugn his intentions no matter what. But let's apply some common sense here. And let's allow some flexibility here. Now, that said, this amendment does not achieve what the gentleman claims it does. Instead, this amendment ensures that we return to a weak and defunct foreign policy that leaves Americans behind. Now, you might be wondering what I mean But just read the text. If you believe that rising tides raise all boats, then all Americans, by the way, including the president and others, will benefit from programs funded in this bill. So again, I don't think that that's what the gentleman's intention was, but the intent was. But again, I just have to strongly oppose this amendment. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment, and I thank my colleague, Mark Pocan from Wisconsin, for offering it. Now, don't get me started on the pardons, okay? Because someone who's the president now pardoned 1,400 people who attacked those of us in this Capitol. But anyway, I diverge. Presidents typically divest from their businesses or to put them in blind trust, to avoid conflicts. And President Trump has not followed the norm in so many ways, including some financial benefit. And listen, the country is running at a deficit. We heard that many times today. But I can tell you this, the president's not running at a deficit. There were reports that he has earned over $600 million since coming into office. Media rights, merchandise, real estate. He's got the crypto tokens, the watches, the real estate deals you talked about around the country, around the world. So if the president doesn't want to protect himself from conflicts of interest, we must protect the taxpayer funds. So I thank you, Mr. Pocan. I support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland is recognized to address the amendment.
Plan on getting on this one either, but the chairman's comments, I couldn't pass it up. I mean, just the past few weeks, we saw, I think his name's Justin Sun, and this is a crypto guy from China, no less, who has or had the SEC pursuing fraud charges against him. He gave, I think it was $40 million right after Trump was elected, and then $35 million in crypto right at the inaugural. And miraculously, the SEC fraud charges were frozen, so they're not moving forward anymore. By the way, shortly after that, President Trump had an auction, essentially, to see who would go spend enough to meet him for dinner. And Mr. Sun won that one too. I believe they haven't disclosed that amount, but the understanding is it was around $22 million in crypto. And that's just for the ones that we know about. And, so I take your point about cocaine in the White House, although President Biden didn't have anything to do with that, but I guess you got to go after him for something, so maybe that's the one to go after. But if we're talking about money that's going to a president, there's been nothing like Trump. Even Nixon didn't hold a candle to what Trump's done just in the first 6 months. And that's not even going through WLFI and all of the additional funds that are coming through using crypto in that way too. And then just from Trump 1, we recall, all of a sudden everybody's having these events at Trump Tower hotels. The Secret Service is going because he's having them use his hotels. Guess what? Instead of just paying a regular government rate, the money goes to the Trump family, as opposed to just letting him go to Holiday Inn or whatever else that would be. Now, we'll assume that this isn't direct corruption, but the appearance is a problem. The optics are horrific. And this isn't a great time for the American people to be seeing this sort of thing where the president is making money faster than, 99% of most of the private sector. I certainly don't recall getting $75 million for really having done nothing in the way that he did. And I won't even go too far on the settlement issues, too, with respect to the $16 million from the media companies he's been going after and wrestling these settlements amounts in part leveraging the power of regulatory agencies like the FCC to pressure for that. So, look, let's not act like Mr. Trump is purer than Caesar's wife. I didn't really need to go too far on this, but this is pretty obvious stuff. So the amendment that's been offered, I think, is not unreasonable by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, this is the kind of stuff that presidents used to do just as a matter of course. You had stocks, you got a blind trust. I mean, it was just routine stuff. You're running for office, you put up your personal income taxes so the public can review it. That's all changed now in the Trump era, I get it. So if we want to have any kind of responsibility and public transparency, the only way to do it apparently is going to have to be through legislation. So I support this amendment, and I'll urge my colleagues to do the same.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to comment on the amendment? Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate Congressman Pocan offering this amendment, which I support. And just to remind everyone and the people who might be listening, the Pocan Amendment prohibits funds from financially benefiting the president and president's family and events being held at Trump properties. This amendment is needed to ensure no events sponsored by the Department of State can be held at a property owned by the president, and none of the funds made available by this act or prior acts may be made available to support a program that would financially benefit an organization owned by the president or partner of an organization owned by the president or any commercial entity in which the president or the president's immediate family has a financial interest. All right, this is in everyone's interest, the American people's interest. They work hard, they pay their taxes, they expect that their money will go toward making our country better, not being used to pivot or pad the pockets of any president or his family. They already own gold-encrusted objects, including hotels, beachfront golf resorts, crypto coins, tennis shoes, that was a new one, franchising his last name into a brand. Okay, so there's a lot going on there that should have nothing to do with the presidency of our country. This bill gives the president sweeping authority, the underlying bill, to spend public money however he sees fit to do it, including at his own properties, because it creates a $1.7 billion account called the America First Opportunity Fund. I wonder if it's even legal to use the term America First. Anyway, allowing the president to call the shots without meaningful guardrails or clear oversight. We've seen how that power can be abused. When President Trump was last in office, he hosted foreign leaders at Mar-a-Lago and charged the Secret Service to stay there. He charged them a lot. He held official events at his Washington, D.C. hotel, which he's now sold, where foreign governments paid premium rates while pushing their agendas, and he even tried to host the G7 summit at his own resort in Doral. That wasn't diplomacy. That was a billionaire abusing public office to boost and promote his own business interests. Now we're staring down another presidential account with vague goals and broad reach. The fund can be used, and I quote, to promote prosperity, or, I quote, counter threats. What does that mean? It could mean anything. It could mean booking a diplomatic summit at a golf course the president profits from, or it could mean a crypto conference. And the funding? It's quietly pulled from other programs, even as the bill claims those programs are being increased. For example, money meant for narcotics control is being diverted into this new slush fund. That's not transparent, that's not honest, and it's certainly not trustworthy. Public service requires personal restraint. You know, some of our compadres have trouble with that, but it comes with the territory. If you want to make money, go in the private sector. There's plenty of opportunity. George Washington refused to use his role for personal gain. When first elected, he declined a salary until Congress insisted. He often paid government expenses out of his own pocket, setting a precedent that public office is about service, not profit. Jimmy Carter placed his peanut farm into a fully independent blind trust to avoid even the appearance of a conflict of interest. He chose principle over profit. He will go down as a great president. George H.W. Bush turned down lucrative speaking offers and foreign board seats while still in office, and Harry Truman said it best, quote, "The presidency is not for sale." This bill enables the wealthy and well-connected to profit off public office while working families foot the bill. That's not public service. It's private enrichment disguised as diplomacy. The State Department should serve the people, not promote the president's brand, and I urge my colleagues to protect taxpayers, uphold the Constitution, and reject any attempt to turn government into a playground for billionaires. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate what Mr. Ivy said. He's right. I mean, this used to be pro forma, right? We didn't have to worry about someone doing this. I would support this for a Democratic president, Republican president, whatever future political party, because it's in our best interest not to have that conflict of interest. And, when we have the FSGG, we'll probably have an amendment on the cryptocurrency. I thought Ms. Perez's questions at a subcommittee about that was particularly interesting when they said they're regulated like a collectible, and she replied like Beanie Babies. And that was the reality. So we'll deal with that amendment later, like tomorrow we'll deal with the Epstein amendments. But today, this is the amendment to make sure that we're having integrity by not having any president profit from their own properties. And again, it always was just done. We wouldn't have to even have an amendment, but I guess for the future, we should have this so that regardless of who's president, we're doing the right thing. I yield back, urge a yes vote, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Any member wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Arizona?
Mr. Siskamani, no.
Gentleman from Virginia?
Mr. Klein, no.
Gentleman from Tennessee?
Mr. Fleischman, no.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Carter, no.
Gentleman from California?
Mr. Aguilar, aye.
Gentlelady from Connecticut?
Mr. Loro, aye.
Are there any others wishing to record or change their amendment? Gentleman from West Virginia?
Mr. Moore, no.
Gentlelady from Florida? A gentlelady is not recorded.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye.
Are there any other members wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted. The gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment. The gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Chairman, I do have an amendment at the desk, and I request unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of this amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would transfer $250 million from the United States Emergency Refugee and Migration Assistance Fund, IRMA, to the International Humanitarian Assistance account. Now, I understand that this may seem like a distinction without a difference, but there's a very big difference between these two accounts. We're just not moving from our checking account to our savings account here. The IRMA account is controlled directly by the president. It's been this way for years. Presidents from both parties have had control over it with a $100,000 price tag since 2021, which hasn't increased since. But this bill does increase the funding for the IRMA account under the direct control of their president by $500 million, in fact. At the same time, it consolidates several other funding foreign aid accounts under the IHA, that's the International Humanitarian Assistance account, and then slashes their aid by 42%. The key difference between the IRMA and the IHA is that the latter is not directly controlled by the president. It's a nonpartisan fund for humanitarian foreign aid. My amendment takes half of the funding increase for the president's direct control account and puts it into the nonpartisan aid fund to offset some of the dramatic cuts that are included in this bill for humanitarian assistance. I'd like to point out for my Republican colleagues that this amendment does not add a penny to the top line of this bill. I know you all have been really concerned about this week, but rest assured, this amendment is paid for. My main concern with such a large increase in the funding for an account that this president has immediate discretion over is that it's ripe for abuse. It's not hard to imagine a situation in which this president would be making decisions based on his own personal interests, which we've already seen take place since he's been in office since January. The only interest that should be considered when distributing aid is the interest of the recipient, not the distributor. The IRMA fund politicizes humanitarian aid while the IHA takes politics out of the equation. Aid assistance must be distributed on a nonpartisan basis by State Department experts who can identify people and countries in need, independent of personal influence. So I ask my colleagues to support this amendment and to ensure that foreign aid is distributed based on objective need and not based on personal preference. I thank you for your consideration, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition of the gentlewoman's amendment. As she described, it simply moves $250 million from one humanitarian account to another. The International Humanitarian Assistance Account has sufficient funds to provide Secretary Rubio with the resources to continue the longstanding leadership of the United States in delivering life-saving assistance to individuals and families who are displaced or in need of help due to natural disasters, conflict, religious, and ethnic persecution. The IRMA account is already below the amount requested in the fiscal year 2026 budget. Additionally, the bill includes authority for the administration to transfer funds from the United States Emergency Refugee and Migration Fund account to the International Humanitarian Assistance account if it chooses to do so again. So again, for those reasons, I respectfully urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you. I don't know what I support this amendment. I don't know whether to be serious or sarcastic because really, let's get serious here. I don't think Donald Trump is going to be known as a great humanitarian. And quite frankly, we'll be doing him a favor, give him a little more time to sell the crypto and the real estate deals and so forth, and let serious people do the serious business of humanitarian support for people who need it. And I yield back.
I thank gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
And improve upon my ranking member's comments. No one's going to ever believe that Donald Trump will ever be a humanitarian unless the humanitarian recipient is Donald Trump and his family. And so I very much would appreciate my colleagues to see that this is an opportunity to ensure that humanitarian aid gets to the areas of this country where it is needed and not in the pockets of the president, his family, and his friends. Amen. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New Jersey. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Do any members wish to record or change their votes? The gentleman from Alabama,
Mr. Adderholt, no.
gentleman from Texas,
Mr. Elzey, no.
the other gentleman from Texas,
Mr. Gonzalez, no.
gentleman from Virginia,
Mr. Klein, no.
gentleman from California,
Mr. Valadeo, no.
Are there others wishing to record or change their votes? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that the reading be dispensed.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment is based on a simple American promise. America does not send people to die in failed states that they have never been to, don't speak the language, or have no way to survive in. This bill would allow us to negotiate third-party deportation agreements with countries so dangerous that our own State Department tells Americans do not travel. State Department's highest warning level 4 advisories, the highest danger level we issue, are reserved for nations where kidnapping, murder, and state-sponsored violence are daily realities. Who is going to tell Miss Susie Q from Dublin that we are sending her to South Sudan, a country in active civil war where mass atrocities are ongoing and our own State Department evacuated all non-essential personnel? Who is going to tell her American citizen children that their mom is being deported to a country where ethnic cleansing and mass rape are documented by the UN? A country she has never been to and where she does not speak the language. Countries where our own diplomatic personnel cannot safely operate. Countries where American tourists are warned they may never come home from. And this administration wants to send vulnerable people there. Afghanistan, Haiti, Cuba. Which country will Trump send people to next, I ask you? And we are allowing hard-earned taxpayers' dollars to fund these negotiations and transfers. This isn't border security, it's a death sentence with a diplomatic stamp. My amendment is straightforward. No federal funds can be used to negotiate third-party country deportation deals with any country that has earned our government's highest do not travel warning. So it doesn't stop normal deportations, only third-party country transfers where you are sending someone to a place they are not from, they have never been to, and they have no ties to. If it's the highest level do not travel warning, then we shouldn't be using taxpayers' dollars to send people there. This amendment protects both our values and our security. When we send people to failed states, we don't solve immigration. We create victims of human trafficking. We strengthen criminal networks. We destabilize entire regions and turn the world against us. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. Let's not use American hard-earned taxpayer dollars to send human beings into war zones they've never been to and call it immigration policy. And I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that the gentlelady is sincere in what she's trying to do. But we have to be careful not to be tying the hands of the administration when it comes to deporting dangerous criminals and terrorists. And we have to remember that travel advisories are for American tourists, not for foreign nationals, for obvious reasons. Look, if a Houthi terrorist is apprehended and there's an agreement to deport them, why should we require the Secretary of State to keep that terrorist here? Again, I know that she's well-meaning. It's something I'm very sensitive to. But I have to urge a no vote on this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to address the amendment.
You know, first of all, thank you, Mr. Torres, Representative Torres, for this amendment. I do support it. You know, this is one of these issues. You know, I'd like to open the window and put my head out and the window, just scream, what are we becoming? What are we becoming here? Listen, I agree we should have rules, law of order, how people come in. We should have rules. We should have laws. If someone is a violent criminal, lock them up. I'm for that. But folks, here's the fact. There's probably 11 million or more undocumented immigrants in this country. And guess what? Everybody here knows someone. Maybe you think you don't know someone, but you do know someone. And most of these people are peaceful. And most of these people, the only crime they committed is they wanted to have a better life, and they're here. And most of these people are hardworking. And they're in jobs that we need. They're in the fields. They're in the nursing homes. And they have families, and they're paying taxes, and they pay into Social Security, which you're not going to get back. So to me, it is so cruel. It is so cruel to pick one of these people up on the street, throw them, take handcuffs, a masked person throws them into a truck, and then all of a sudden we're going to send them to South Sudan or Libya. What is going on? It's a great amendment. I support it. We should not be deporting people to countries that are not their home, where they don't know the language or the laws, where they're directly in harm's way, where they're facing war, torture, cruel, and inhumane imprisonment, and possibly death, because their only crime was wanting to have a better life. And this is amendment is a common sense, minimum standard. The United States should not spend taxpayer dollars to forcibly send immigrants to some of the most dangerous countries on earth. I cannot even believe we need this amendment. And I'm just urging everyone to stand up for basic human rights and to support this amendment. Thank you for it. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a choice. We can continue down this path, selling out our principles for the illusion of security, or we can remember who we are. This amendment is not requiring our government to keep terrorists here. This amendment is not saying do not send terrorists back to their country. We are simply saying don't make agreements with countries with level 4 advisories. America does not fund death sentences and call it diplomacy. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, an amendment that does not stop any regular deportation. It simply stops us sending Mr. Joe Schmo from England to Afghanistan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady, and the question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the
Without
amendment.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer an amendment, the release, the MS-13 files amendment. For months, this administration has been cutting deals in the shadows with El Salvador. President Bukele, a man our own Justice Department alleges has partnerships with MS-13 gang leaders. Secret agreements, backroom negotiations, taxpayer-funded arrangements we are not allowed to see. What exactly are we buying with hard-earned American taxpayers' dollars? My amendment demands transparency before we hand over another dime. It requires the State Department to disclose to this committee all diplomatic agreements with El Salvador involving the imprisonment of U.S. citizens, the transfer of MS-13 prisoners, and any other secret deals this administration has been making, so that this committee can conduct appropriate oversight. We also demand an Inspector General investigation into Bukele's alleged MS-13 connections and how they impact American security. We are secretly releasing the MS-13 gang members who terrorize American communities, committed crimes in the U.S., and we are funding regimes that shelter the very criminals we're supposed to be fighting and holding accountable. This isn't just about accountability, it is about safety. When we make deals with leaders who our own Department of Justice has alleged partner with terrorists, when we hide those agreements from Congress and the American people, we are not conducting diplomacy, we are enabling our enemies. Mr. Chairman, if these deals are legitimate, release the files. If they serve an American interest, show us the agreements. But if this administration is too ashamed to defend these agreements in the light of day, then we have no business funding them with hard-earned taxpayer dollars. Support my amendment, no more secret deals with alleged terrorist partners, no more blank checks to authoritarian regimes, release the secret files, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to admit I was a little bit confused when I started hearing the debate about secret deals with terrorists. I thought we were talking about maybe this secret deal with terrorists.
What is that a picture of?
The picture is of President Obama doing the wave with Raul Castro, having a jolly good time, or here, holding hands. But I realize that that's not what we're talking about. So, Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment. Look, as the Secretary of State has said, if Salvador wants to be helpful to the United States and our national security by accepting dangerous criminals, great. I don't support making it more difficult to deport dangerous, whether it's gang members, by the way, who should have never been allowed to come into the United States in the first place, or members of Tren de Aragua who should have never been allowed to come into the United States in the first place. Making it more difficult to deport those folks, I don't think is good for our national security and for our communities. And therefore, for that reason and many others, I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chair, if this amendment is about releasing files, I'm all for that, and I yield back.
That was a very effective set of remarks by the gentlelady. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, with tremendous respect for my friend, the chairman of the subcommittee, that comparison is in no way, and I opposed that relationship. I opposed that relationship, as you know, but that comparison is in no way what this president in this moment has done, sending masked, unidentifiable thugs into communities, rounding up Venezuelans who are not criminals. It is very clear, it was very clear that all the people who were rounded up and sent to a gulag in El Salvador, tortured and left there with no ability to be able to get out, and clearly were not gang members, despite what the administration claimed. And instead, what happened is this administration cut a deal after having these people rounded up, thrown in a gulag, tortured in another country they were not from, then sent back to Maduro to be tortured, subject to oppression, and sent to a lawless, I guess two peas in a pod makes sense, sent to a lawless regime in Venezuela. I don't know how anyone who actually says that they oppose the Maduro regime could not be for the gentlelady's amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the subcommittee chair for his comments. Just a couple quick things on this. One is that there is some sort of agreement between the United States and El Salvador that the United States is receiving some amount of money in exchange for imprisoning people down there. I think we have a constitutional obligation to know exactly what the terms of that agreement is, because, oversight with respect to the power of the purse is in our purview. So we should at least know how much money is being spent. And in particular, we should know exactly what it's being spent for. The Trump administration, Kilmar Abrego Garcia was from my district. Apparently he's coming home to my district soon based on what just happened with the federal district court in Tennessee. But, the Trump administration was saying they can't send him back. And so part of what I was thinking was, if we've got a contractual arrangement with a foreign country where we're sending people down there, how can we have an agreement where we can't bring them back if we want to or need to have them come back? And this sort of spins out for me when I was a local prosecutor. It's called State's Attorney in Maryland. We had MS-13 prosecutions that we did quite a few of. In fact, so many of them, we ended up working with the Maryland U.S. Attorney to put a RICO case together. And that U.S. Attorney at the time was Rod Rosenstein, who later became the Trump Attorney General. And we prosecuted 23 MS-13 gang members. Now, a couple things to pay attention to here. We didn't deport these guys before we prosecuted them. We prosecuted them first. You indict them, you try them, you convict them, you sentence them. You don't deport them until after they serve their sentence. So the guys that we convicted 20 plus years ago are still in jail in the United States. Now, the Trump administration keeps telling us there's all these MS-13 guys running around. They charge them, like Kilmar, the guy who was just sent back to the state of Maryland by the federal district court in Tennessee. Apparently that judge, or the two judges that looked at it, didn't really think he was some kind of top-ranking MS-13 official, because if they had, they would have held him until trial. So we keep hearing this from the Trump administration, but the guys they keep bringing in and identifying in this way, and I think you just tapped in a little of that with respect to the terrorist stuff, judges don't seem to agree with that. The flip side of that's kind of interesting. I've got an article here. New York Times, Trump vowed to dismantle MS-13. His deal with Bukele threatens that effort. Bukele is the president of El Salvador. The interesting thing about this article is there's a RICO case moving forward in New York City against MS-13, and they're ready to go to trial. This was a task force that was put together during the first Trump administration. They indicted these guys. Some of them they had to extradite from Mexico and other countries. These are people who have bodies on their resume. They've committed murder and the like, narco-terrorism and the like. For some reason, Bukele called Trump and said, I want 2 of these guys back. And Trump agreed to send one of them back to drop all of the charges against this guy and send him back to El Salvador. There's another one that where it's pending, they're trying to litigate it out. But the question that arose was, why in the world would Trump want to drop RICO charges against one of the legitimately top officials in MS-13 to send him back to Bukele? Apparently there's connections between Bukele and MS-13 that these guys can identify and explain. And Bukele doesn't want that to come out, so he's having them sent back. So at the end of the day, we should support this amendment because we ought to know what's going on with this. Right now, our best shot at figuring it out is reading the New York Times. I had a chance when I went to El Salvador 2 months ago, I met with some of the reporters down there before they were, one got arrested 3 days before I got there, just coincidentally, I suppose, and a couple of others are now in exile. But at the end of the day, shouldn't we know what they're doing with the money we're sending down there? Because part of the allegation is Bukele's using this money with respect to MS-13. Shouldn't we know? If we're going to rail about MS-13 and talk about how terrible they are and all the people they've got here in the United States that are undermining our country, shouldn't we know if the money that's being sent down there to pay for us to jail people, as was just mentioned a minute ago, who hadn't committed any offenses, shouldn't we know what the money's going to? And when we send them down there, shouldn't we know what the conditions are? Because 50 of the people, I'll stop after this, the Venezuelans, the Cato Institute said there's 50 people that we sent down there. There were no charges pending against them in the United States, in El Salvador, or Venezuela. But we sent them down to one of the worst jails in the world indefinitely, even though there were no criminal or even civil charges against them. And by the way, they were in the United States legally at the time they were apprehended. So I'll stop there, but I do think we should support this amendment because we have a job to do and make sure we see and understand what our money's going to. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the subcommittee. Chairman, I thought, thank you for clarifying what those pictures were because I didn't have my glasses on. And for a minute there, I thought you were holding up pictures of sexual predators as named on the Epstein files who preyed on vulnerable little girls. So, yeah, it's not Trump, it's Obama, unfortunately, yes. Mr. Chairman, once again, the American people are being sold out for backroom political deals while families of victims are told to sit down and shut up. Sort of what's happening here. Public reports have said that we are releasing MS-13 leaders into the waiting hands of a government who makes deals with these same gangs. You see, while the murder rate might have gone down in El Salvador, the disappearance rate has doubled. Why? Because people are being mutilated and put into graves. People are being put into barrels with acid in them to melt down their bodies. That is what is happening down there. When I last spoke against this regime, I ended up having to have Capitol Police at my home for 5 days. And after they left, MS-13 gang members came back and graffitied the entire front of my home. A shot was fired while I was talking to my husband, watching him through a Ring camera. That is what they do. They try to silence members of Congress. And here we are, making deals with the devil to cover what? To send hardworking immigrants to a country where they don't belong. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call's been requested. Sufficient number of hands having been raised, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to record or to change their vote? Gentlelady from Oklahoma.
Mrs. Bice, no.
Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Alford, no.
Are there any others wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 24, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Espion, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk. Ask unanimous consent to waive the reading of such.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would encourage the Secretary to curb the flow of U.S. e-waste to foreign nations, which is on track to reach over 80 million tons by 2030. Many may not know that U.S. e-waste is frequently discarded in ways that are environmentally destructive and are unlawfully turned into counterfeit electronics. Concerningly, this counterfeit and unsafe electronics are often then resold to buyers right here in the United States, where the faulty materials can make their way even into critical U.S. military equipment. In fact, an investigation conducted in 2009 and 2010 uncovered 1,800 cases of counterfeit electronic parts in national defense systems. Leaving our electronics without a proper recycling plan clearly undermines our national security. And I believe that adopting this language will be a step in the right direction. We must continue to make efforts to increase our national security. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, actually, I actually want to thank the gentleman for not only bringing this amendment, for his leadership on this issue. This is one of those issues that's kind of like wonky, it's not sexy, but I will tell you that our colleague has been focused on this issue. I think this is a really important issue, and I would gladly ask for your support on this amendment. I yield back.
Not going to ask the gentleman if he likes being referred to as wonky, not sexy, but that's okay. Gentlelady from Florida is recognized. Yeah. Comment on the amendment?
Did you say you're accepting the amendment, Mr. Chair? I'm with you.
Okay.
Yield back.
Yeah. The amendment is accepted. If there's no further debate, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Chair, this is a wonky amendment, and it's an important one, and I hope that we could recycle these babies right here at home. And we really don't know what's happening to our data, by the way. And of course, as I said before, it lands in wrong places at the wrong time. So I ask all of you for your support, and thank you.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair of the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with its reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Representative Bonnie Watson-Coleman, joins me in offering the two amendments that I am going to offer right now, and I thank the gentlewoman for joining me. This amendment, my amendment number 1, seeks to encourage the State Department to allot funding to the East Jerusalem Hospital system and provide Congress with a report of their plans to do so. For those of us in the room, just to let you know, I think you already know, the East Jerusalem Hospital Network is comprised of 6 hospitals in East Jerusalem that underpins the entire Palestinian healthcare system across the Holy Land. All 6 hospitals were either founded by or are currently operated and funded by both Christian and Muslim faith-based institutions. For example, the August Victoria Hospital, run by the Lutheran World Federation, is a part of this network and has been in operation in its current form since 1948, providing critical life-saving healthcare needs to the entire Palestinian community. Like all hospitals, anyone, regardless of faith backgrounds or ethnicity, who enters these hospitals are served. It is the first and only hospital in Jerusalem that serves patients living in the West Bank and Gaza to provide comprehensive cancer care, including radiation therapy and palliative care, and the only medical facility in the West Bank offering pediatric kidney dialysis. Last year alone, Augusta Victoria Hospital conducted nearly 7,000 mammogram screenings, detecting and following up on 50 early breast cancer cases. They also provided medical services to more than 6,500 patients, mostly women, and included 251 children. I'll tell you the story of just one. One of those little children was little Basil, who was just 2 years old when he was diagnosed with leukemia. His care took more than 1 year, and it saved his life, thanks to the provision of care by Augusta Victoria Hospital. Basil was able to get that treatment in the Holy Land and to recover. My amendment simply is to encourage continued support for this life-saving work across the network that has received our bipartisan support under Democratic and Republican administrations. Mr. Chairman, I ask for a favorable vote on my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Assistance to the East Jerusalem Hospital Network is permitted under the Taylor-Force Act. There's no provision on funding if the Secretary decides that it benefits the American people to do so. But given the dynamic conflict scenario in the Middle East and our constrained resources to respond to crises and opportunities all over the world, I don't support this amendment. And instead, I think that the Secretary should decide if this is the best use of our resources. For those reasons, I urge a no vote on the amendment, and I yield back, Mr.
Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to comment on the amendment.
Thank you. I know it's getting late. I rise in support of the amendment. And even though we're getting tired, I want to thank you for this because you've talked about a hospital that does absolutely amazing work. And you were very articulate, and I yield back. And thank you, Bonnie Watson.
Gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, is recognized to comment on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take this opportunity to thank my colleague, Ms. Dean, allowing me to co-sponsor this important legislation. I think it speaks to her humanity. It speaks to humanity. It speaks to saving children and saving people wherever they need to be saved. And it speaks to our capacity to be helpful in that way. And so I ask my colleagues to consider supporting this great amendment that Ms. Dean has offered. I am going to yield time to my colleague.
Thank you, Ms. Watson-Coleman, and thank you, Ms. Dean. I should have co-sponsored this amendment and the next amendment, and want to thank you for bringing them forward. I'm proud to support you in this effort. I yield back to Ms. Watson-Coleman.
Thank you, I yield. Sorry.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to comment? The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized to comment on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just asked the staff to help me understand why we would not support a hospital that is engaged in trying to save children. What could possibly be a negative symbol? In case anyone knows it, the hospital in Jordan, the Hussein Hospital in Jordan, is accepting pediatric cancer patients from Gaza to save their lives. We're talking about saving lives, despite whatever political intrigue there is in a region or what political concerns there may be. The humanitarian aspect of taking patients and children to a hospital to save their life. My word. What is help? Just help in helping me to understand why this is not something that we can support. What is the fear? This is East Jerusalem. East Jerusalem is recognized. It's not in contention. It's engaged with faith-based religious organizations, and there are a whole lot of people here who stand tall on religion and their faith. People of faith would be standing here today and saying, please, please support the work of the East Jerusalem Hospital or any hospital. And what are they for? What do hospitals do? Any hospital in the United States? Maybe we should not support some hospitals in the United States because we don't like where they're located. My God. Again, I said earlier today, a moral compass. It appears to be gone in some parts of this committee. Thank you, Ms. Dean.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I am a strong supporter, to say the least, of Israel. I've been to Israel over 20 times, every decade since the 70s. I don't know how many of you visited Hadassah Hospital. Amen. It's a hospital in Jerusalem. And if there's a terrorist who shoots an Israeli and then is injured in return by return fire, and you take them to Hadassah Hospital, they treat both patients. Surely, I see everybody looking down. I see you on your iPads or your phones. Unless you have some blood oath to vote no on everything, I cannot, as the ranking member of our committee has said, understand why you would oppose this amendment. This is about doing what our doctors and our medical personnel say they have a duty to do, because they do the same thing. If a policeman is injured and in turn injure the assailant, the hospital will treat both. There has got to come a time when partisanship stops and principle takes over. This is not about whether you're for Israel or against Israel. This is about whether you're for saving lives, and all too often young lives, infants. I just can't understand why this would be a partisan issue and the chairman would oppose it. Unless it is a totally partisan perspective. surely, none of you would say to a child, because they happen to be a Palestinian child, or a child of some other denomination other than your own, or nationality other than, that you would say to a child of 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9, we will not serve you. I see blank faces, and I really don't understand it. We're all human beings. We all love our children. I love my grandchildren. I love my great-grandchildren. And I wouldn't want them rejected in any hospital in this world if they needed it. Come on, guys and gals. Let's show the world that we still have a heart. I don't get it. Maybe somebody will explain it to me. I'll yield.
There are other members wishing to address the amendment. Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized to close for 1 minute.
Perhaps, Mr. Chairman, I made a mistake when I asked for the waiving of the reading. Let me read to you what this amendment actually does. It is suggested report language. In the appropriate place, hospital networks, the committee encourages the State Department to continue support to the East Jerusalem Hospital Network, and on. The committee encourages. That's all I'm asking for, Mr. Chairman. I'm not asking for $1. I'm encouraging, or we, as appropriators, would say we encourage the continued support, which has been bipartisan, the saving of lives, whether Arab, Muslim, Jewish, Christian, Palestinian, Israeli. I can't understand a no vote on this. We've been baffled by you don't want to feed or offer humanitarian aid to these places that are so stricken. But now you don't want hospital networks to continue to do the work of saving lives, particularly the lives of Palestinian children? Is there something special about Palestinian children that you have a problem with encouraging resources to that hospital network? I humbly ask for your reconsideration. I don't know how many of you watch at night and you see the St. Jude's Children's Hospital commercials. Doesn't it touch your heart every time? Don't you put yourself in the shoes of those parents and grandparents? Please open your heart. Please vote yes on this amendment.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient numbers of hands have been raised. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mr. Spice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean.
Aye.
Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel.
Aye.
Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Mr. LaLota. Mr. LaLota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Do any members wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Adderholt, no.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma.
Mrs. Bice, no.
Gentlelady from Utah.
Ms. Malloy, no.
Are there other members wishing to record or change their votes? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. This vote, the ayes 26, the noes are 35. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
And I want to again thank Representative Bonnie Watson Coleman for joining me on this, and now Representative Veronica Escobar for joining me on this also. Mr. Chairman, I'm grateful for the chance to offer this amendment and to lift the tragedy, the catastrophe, the human suffering that is happening before our very eyes in Gaza. We all recognize the horror that Hamas inflicted on Israel October the 7th, 2023, nearly 2 years ago. None of us will ever forget where we were as we watched in horror the slaughter, the kidnapping, the sexual violence, the horror. I've met with many hostages' families. I've met with hostages who had been released. I wear this tag, this dog tag, every single day. It is for the release of the hostages, still 50, approximately 50, living and deceased, being held by Hamas in Gaza. I put it on as a prayer every single day for the return of the remains and for the return, please God, of those who are living. And we can also recognize the suffering of innocents and ensure the clear use of funds and the efficiency of humanitarian aid distribution, which we see has been such a challenge. Here's what my amendment aims to do: to enforce one of the greatest responsibilities of Congress, that of appropriations, and ensuring transparency, accountability, and oversight of our taxpayer dollars. The Foreign Assistance Act demands the prevention of fraud, corruption, and demands good governance, transparency, and accountability. Last week in Foreign Affairs Committee, I questioned Deputy Secretary Regas of the State Department's support of the newly formed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, an organization that is violating core humanitarian principles. I asked the State Department, and I don't know if this got past you because it did for some period of time get past me. Why did the State Department waive 9 mandatory counterterrorism and anti-fraud safeguards to rush in 5 days' time a $30 million award to the newly formed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation? Under UNRWA and other UN agencies, including Cindy McCain's World Food Program, with whom I have met multiple times, Gaza has 400 distribution sites and delivered medicine, services, and food aid to each person in Gaza. The newly formed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has only 4 sites for a population of 2 million people. Prior to this time, not a single refugee was gunned down as they attempted desperately to retrieve aid for their family with UNRWA or World Food or other UN programs. Yet, as of July 21st, more than 1,000 Gazans have been killed, shot and killed by IDF by trying to simply get food. Mr. Netanyahu's administration, as well, the Trump and Netanyahu administrations, under Section 7067 of this bill, claim aid diversion by Hamas. I've had conversations with the Prime Minister himself to say, show us that. They have provided no proof of that. And don't get me wrong, I believe Hamas could be stealing some of this support. But it is certainly not the right reason, and there's been no proof, to shut down all aid. Punish the victims, the innocent. I asked the Department of State for classified or unclassified evidence of these claims. I have yet to receive a response. Even President Biden's special envoy for Middle East humanitarian issues said Israel never proved that Hamas was stealing a majority of the UN or NGO aid. Mrs. Cindy McCain, in conversations with her that I have had, also confirmed that World Food Program was not seeing that. So why are we tearing down established systems to replace them with what has become a death trap for starving Palestinians? I strongly support the opening remarks made by Ranking Member DeLauro. We need to restore all funding. The agencies that were providing food, medicine, services, such as UNRWA, World Food Program, and International Medical Corps. My amendment focuses on fiscally relevant congressional requirements for oversight, transparency, accountability. Simply, it seeks a report with compliance of the mandatory safeguards and disclosure of plans that prevent civilian harm and death around distribution sites. That's all. We cannot allow taxpayer dollars to contribute to the ongoing death of innocent people. I have repeatedly made my priorities clear, and you've seen these priorities from world leaders, including Pope Leo. What should happen is a ceasefire now. Return of the hostages, living and deceased, so that they will have their dignity. An immediate rush of full humanitarian aid and services into Gaza as the region and the world works toward a two-state solution where all people can live in dignity. Mr. Chairman, I do appreciate the chance to offer this amendment to raise this issue of this ongoing catastrophe of human making. These issues are about our common humanity. And it is with that, Mr. Chairman, that I withdraw my amendment.
Gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To all of my colleagues in this room, I hope this is an easy one, and it really should be. This amendment is fundamentally about good governance, it's about saving taxpayer dollars, and it's about transparency. This amendment actually also builds on language already included in the bill that encourages congressional notification and consultation with Congress by the executive branch as it relates to the reorganization or redesign of agencies and organizations funded in this bill. So what does the amendment do? It requires a report to be shared with Congress 30 days before any reductions in force are to be implemented and explicitly requires 4 pieces of information. Number 1, the justification for the reductions in force. Number 2, an outline of the impacts by office and staffing functions. 3, the length of severance and benefits made available to the employees who would be impacted. And 4, the total cost of the proposed reduction in force and where that money would come from. What we saw earlier this year with the massive reductions in force that frankly caught many of us off guard, many members of Congress were not aware of the massive reductions in force. Those reductions in force, some of those were overturned by a court. We later learned that some of the folks who were RIF'd essentially were paid to stay home. When those reductions in force had to be reversed, we had to pay severance. I was taught you measure twice and you cut once. And Congress has a very important role in measuring twice and cutting once, in being good stewards of our taxpayer dollars, in ensuring that we are aware of what any administration is doing. This does not limit the administration. This does not provide any onerous responsibilities on the administration. Truly, it is simply an amendment that provides transparency and allows Congress to get some insight into any rifts that might be coming. I will tell you, I have been heartbroken by the mass layoffs by many of our dedicated public servants. And this, again, does not prevent those layoffs. It simply gives us advance notice. So pretty simple. I hope we can all agree that we deserve that notification. We deserve that information. It's a very minimal requirement. I think it's an easy yes. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, is recognized to address the amendment.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's almost an easy yes, but not quite. And I will tell you, respectfully, I will tell you why. The provision is duplicative of a long-standing provision contained in Section 7063 of the bill. A provision provides that the funds in this bill or prior acts may not be used to implement a reorganization, including any that eliminates, consolidates, or downsizes covered departments, agencies, or organizations without prior consultation with the appropriate congressional committees. And in addition, it further provides that such reorganization be notified to the Appropriations Committee to include a detailed justification. So again, I understand where the sponsor is trying to go. I just think that this is unnecessary and redundant of existing law, and therefore respectfully, I would urge a no vote. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you. And I think this is our last amendment, so I want to thank everyone for hanging in there, and thank you for this very, very fine amendment. Listen, you know, why do we need to do this? Because we have a lawless White House that ignores the laws and ignores the Congress, and it's about time that we have some spine and we say, hey, we need the reports, we need the information, we need the transparency, and we need to pass this very good amendment. And I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Gentleman from California, Mr. Levin, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, and I rise in support of the amendment. I thank my colleague and friend from Texas for offering it. And, Mr. Chairman, and to the chairman of the subcommittee, respectfully, I appreciate what you said, but the administration is not following the statute that you reference. I wish I were wrong about that. I wish that it weren't the case, but I can tell you that we are not getting the notice that is required by that statute. If we were, we would have no need for this amendment. But I would hope that we would all agree that there's something really different going on with this administration than we've seen in the past, administrations of either party, including the first Trump administration. The role of our committee, the role of our institution has been discussed a lot in the last few weeks. And I'm so glad that that plaque, Mr. Chairman, is still up on the dais. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7, no money shall be drawn from the Treasury, but in consequence of appropriations made by law. That same Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7 that's in the logo of this committee, Mr. Chairman, appropriately and rightfully. That clause means Congress controls the power of the purse, not the OMB. And it means we have a duty, a constitutional duty, a responsibility to ensure that the funds we appropriate are used wisely and lawfully. That's part of why we're here. So if an agency is about to lay off employees or close offices, we should be told before it happens, not after the fact, not as a courtesy. This is our responsibility. There's clear and longstanding precedent for this kind of requirement. The chairman raised that statute, but Congress routinely requires agencies to submit detailed reports or justifications at least 30 days before taking significant actions, whether closing VA facilities or transferring funds, reorganizing programs, carrying out a RIF, certainly. That's been my experience as an authorizer for 6 years, and I hope that's the case here too. Advance notice provisions appear regularly in past appropriations bills and oversight statutes because they preserve Congress's constitutional role in deciding how taxpayer dollars are used and ensure that major decisions affecting public services and federal employees are made with transparency and accountability to us, not to one party or another, to all of us. But there is a pattern of behavior by the current OMB that goes well beyond what we've seen before. And we have seen funds frozen. We've seen congressionally appropriated funds not released. We've seen funds potentially being held back without going through proper legal channels. And these actions have raised serious alarm, and they have raised alarm, including members of both parties. Both parties. Senate Republicans have expressed frustration with OMB's approach. One GOP aide told Politico that OMB is the problem, quote unquote. Mitch McConnell saying they'd like a blank check. I agree with Senator McConnell. Another report described how the White House is pushing to expand executive power by reserving the ability to freeze or rescind agency spending at will. That's what's still to come, even when we've already appropriated the money. It's really about a larger effort to strip Congress of its oversight role altogether. That's something that should concern each and every one of you. And even if this process is so partisan where you can't support this amendment, I hope you speak out about this. This is important to all of us. So all this says is if you're going to lay people off or shut down offices, explain the plan, tell Congress what it costs, tell us how services will be maintained. That's not partisan at all. That's just responsible governance. And if we're going to preserve the balance of powers that our founders envisioned, we can't just let one branch make all the decisions. We've got to reaffirm our role, and I do think this amendment can help bring some much-needed daylight to this process. So I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Power was great, and no confidence that this amendment, which should pass, will pass.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing no, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, I want to address your concern head on. Your concern that this is duplicative. Here's why it's not. It's not duplicative because the administration, if it did not follow the 30-day rule in this amendment for some very simple information that Congress should have, if the administration doesn't follow the rule laid out in this amendment, then they're prohibited from riffing employees. I don't know about you, but I don't like reading about things like riffs in the newspaper or seeing them on the news as a member of the Appropriations Committee. We should have the right and the obligation to this information, and I would encourage every one of my colleagues to vote in favor of this very simple amendment that calls for transparency. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Capter. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Florida?
Mr. Franklin, no.
Gentleman from Ohio?
Mr. Joyce, no.
Already had. Edwards? Are there other members wishing to record or change their vote? Don't want to miss anybody. Not, the clerk will tally. Oh, gentleman from Georgia? Is he recorded? I'm sorry, gentleman's recorded. I didn't want to miss you. On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 35. The amendment is not adopted. Before I turn to our last item, I just wanted to note for the record that our Secretary of State is a Floridian. Our chairman of the House Foreign Relations Committee is a Floridian. The chairman of this committee is a Floridian. The ranking member is a Floridian. I just want, on behalf of the committee, thank all you Floridians for allowing us to participate in funding the foreign policy of the United States. Yeah. Seeing no further amendments, I now recognize Mr. Rogers for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to favorably report to the House the fiscal year 2026 National Security, Department of State, and related programs appropriations bill.
Questions now on the motion to favorably report to the House the fiscal year 2026 National Security, Department of State, and related programs appropriations bill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, aye. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, aye. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Miss Dean. Miss Dean, no. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Miss Escobar. Miss Escobar, no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Miss Frankel. Miss Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. No. Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Miss Captor. Miss Captor, no. Mr. Lolota. Mr. Lolota, aye. Miss Lee. Miss Lee, no. Miss Letlow. Miss Letlow, aye. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, no. Miss Malloy. Miss Malloy, aye. Miss McCullum. Miss McCullum, no. Miss Ming. Miss Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Miss Perez. Miss Perez, no. Miss Pingree. Miss Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, aye.
Does any member wish to change or record their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 35, the noes are 27, and the motion is agreed to. I asked unanimous consent that staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report just approved. 3 days. Other than that, seeing no objection, without objection so ordered. There being no further business, this committee stands adjourned.